All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for a brand new day of the SEA DPC Lower Division. However, unfortunately, due to the fact that the coordinator is down right now, we don't have a draft for you. But we thought maybe we'll come in, have a bit of a conversation, just keep everyone entertained if we can, until the coordinator issue is fixed. And as soon as it is up, we'll be starting the game pretty much ASAP. But until then, I suppose we can be here to have a chat. John, how you doing today, sir?
Doing great, Mike. It's a really warm day. Had an early day. Woke up early. Did laundry. All set. Just ready for Dota whenever it comes out. So beta game. Have to wait a bit, as is with a beta game. You just
Yeah,
get stuff broken sometimes, and here we are. 4 minutes passed. Stuff happens. Mike.
it
Stuff
does, John.
happens.
Of course, before anyone asks, the reason why I'm not wearing a floral shirt right now is because it is freezing. And on top of that, I am a little bit sick right now, so I have to keep warm, wear a jumper. But maybe tomorrow, maybe if I'm feeling a bit better, I'll bring the floral shirts back out. Yeah, apart from that, we are just going to be sitting here waiting. Just thought it's better we come in here and have a conversation with you guys in the chat, rather than just sitting there AFK and, being boring. Anything happened to you today, John? Did you do anything interesting to talk about?
Hmm. No, my life is boring, Mike. You should know. I don't do anything. I literally wake up, I wait for lunch, and then I wait for work. That's my day to day. I actually don't do anything anymore. My God, I'm 27, and this is my life, Mike. It's Tell me it gets better, Mike. You're the more mature of us. Tell me it gets better because right now I'm not doing it. I'm a boring guy. That's it. That's the highlight of my day.
It doesn't get better, John. Let me tell you. The only thing that changes is you start getting more sore with your body, which gives you more of an excuse to stay at home all the time and just do
Oh
nothing with your
goodness.
life. That's what happens, I'm telling you. As soon as you hit that 30 mark, it's all over, John. I told my wife when I hit 30, let's go to Costco. Coffins might be on special. We'll go buy one of those. Get prepared because my life's it happened, John. We needed to prepare because life is over after 30. It just gets worse and worse. Just
Uh,
joking, by the way. It's not that bad after 30. It's basically the same crap. Don't do anything stupid when you hit 30. Still, it's
uh,
it's just one of those things. Well, I guess we can talk about the games on today, John. MG.Trust versus 496 to start things off. SBE versus Mystery afterwards. A lot of people have been asking in the chat, John. Honest opinion, do 496
mhm.
have a chance?
It's hard to say. I love 496. I think their aggressive style can throw people off. They haven't been in the best of form, and I mean they've had so many roster shakeups from BTS Pro Series 4 even going into 5, then going to DPC Season 1, and then DPC
Oh, good
Season 2.
news. Sorry, John. Good news. We do have a lobby coming up.
Yeah, I saw it. The issue is I have my coordinator being updated. So the lobby
It's true.
stuff, but I can't
It's true.
join.
Look. I'll show you
Uh,
guys. Just because some people won't believe us. Here, I'll show them. Here you go. There's the coordinator. It's currently logging in. So there is a lobby up now, but we can't access the lobby at the moment because our coordinators are down. Uh, so there you go. Anyway, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to interrupt. What were you
uh,
saying?
Yeah, no, it's 496. I think it's a tough team in MG.Trust. They've looked really hot across not just their DPC games, but games outside as well. Historically, this is something MG.Trust has won over them. I think we still need to see a lot more improvement out from 496. And thankfully we're in the lobby. Thank you,
We in?
Mike,
No
for
worries.
for
We're in the
fixing that.
lobby,
But
ladies and gentlemen. Just so everyone's aware, we are in the lobby now.
oh yeah, so just a little bit more for weight. But yeah, 496. It's a very tough opponent they're facing off against. I think they're gonna have to bring their not just A game, but I'd say A plus plus game. They're gonna need to really step up to the plate. Um, I mean, the addition of Drew has sort of made him stable. I think you recall the time when they were still the full Vietnamese stack with 458. They kept shifting around roles because 458, there were some issues there, personal issues or health issues, let's say. that prevented them from playing at their full roster. So they were always swapping roles around. We saw Bombi play +1 Wind Ranger in BTS Pro Series 4 or 5. And there was no stability. So now I think with Drew, they've got a foundation to build off of. And we just need more time for them to cook up. Every single series counts, though. So you really don't want to drop series wherever possible. But again, MG.Trust, they just look really darn good across different tournaments. And it's a tough one for a team like 496 to go up against. Motivate Trust just has their number ever since BTS Pro Series 3, I think.
Yeah. On a different note, John, someone of the Chonky boy in the chat apparently thinks I look like the Hound, which I'm aware that you probably won't be aware of what the Hound means, but it's from, unless I'm incorrect and I'm misassuming, I believe he means from Game of Thrones. John, do you mind Googling the Hound just to see what the Hound looks like before we go on? Apparently I look like the Hound, John. Can you confirm or deny this, please?
Yeah, I can see something there. Sure.
Don't agree with him.
Minus the scarring. Yeah, like the beard is majestic. The lower half of the face is, nice and angular. It's, yeah, I can see it. I can see it. Very good eye. Now people keep asking me if I'm siblings with Mickey. I am not. I am not. I am Blitz.
You are Blitz. That's where the confusion comes from, is because you're coaching Team Liquid. So some people assume that you might be related to Mickey, but you're not really. You're simply coaching Mickey.
Yeah.
Speaking of, by the way, just so everyone's aware, we did confirm this a long time ago. It is actually pronounced Mickey, if I'm not correct, John. You and I did ask the man in lobby once, and he did say his name was Mickey. Yeah. But everyone says Mickey because everyone's too afraid to mispronounce it.
Yeah. I think I have it on a screenshot buried somewhere deep, but I do remember asking Mick-E, and he was like, yeah, Mick-E. It's like, oh, all right, sure. Maybe he meant Mick-short E, so there could still be confusion there, but no complaints yet, so holding out there. And still holding out for that lobby. I think right now we're waiting for a couple players to join in. Again, the issues are still there. I just see the players with their actual team tags on, so that took a while. There's still some server issues, so Dota as a game teaches you some important life lessons, Mike. One of them is that patience is a virtue, so this is a great time to appreciate that and learn the value of patience, Mike. All zen, all calm and waiting.
I've never learned any of those things in Dota, John. I just learned to be angry and just tell people off, tell them I hate them, and swear at their families and things like that. That's all I learned, John, over the How many years has it been now since I've been playing Dota? It's scary to think how long you've been playing, because you and I have been here since Dota 1. Well, in Dota 1, by the way. It wasn't like the tail end for me. For me, I was well and truly in Dota 1 for a solid few years minimum before Dota 2 came out.
Oh, yeah.
How long has it been?
I have no clue. I think the first time I played it was probably 4th grade. I think 4th or 5th grade.
When was Gambler? I remember Gambler being in the game. How long ago was that?
I have no clue. Like, my first game was in 4th or 5th grade, but I didn't really play it until 6th grade or 1st year high school. So I played early, but I played, so, it's like a Warcraft free custom map back in the day, right? I played it. I had no one else in my lobby. So I was like confused as to what to do. I was like, all right, this is a Warcraft map. I only have one unit. I chose Dragon Knight because I was a beginner, and that's why Dragon Knight's a perfect choice for the anime. Yep. But I chose DK. I ran down lane, and I found it boring. I think that was like 5.84 or something. I don't even know. But it's a long time ago, and there was no other enemy heroes. I left, and I was like, why do people find Dota fun? It wasn't until I played with friends in a full lobby when it actually clicked, because I was solo with no bot, so there it is. That's the dumb start to my Dota gaming career, I guess.
Yeah. We did about the same. I think, by the way, just so everyone's aware, I feel like I should keep updating people. We are 10 out of 10 in the lobby. It is about to begin. I believe one of the broadcasters needs a few minutes, but we should be starting in approximately 2 to 3 minutes from now. So back to the I guess where we were. I'm guessing you also, during Dota 1, just spammed Perseverance, because it seemed like the most value item. It really was, though, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah, who needs regen, man? Like you'd go out to your lane without tangos, because
Nope.
why would you want a tango?
Ring
Why
of
would you want to
Health.
eat a tree? Yeah, just rush the ring of health. Who cares?
Absolutely.
You
And
know,
that
it's
was
like
normal for offlaners too, right? That was just the thing.
yeah,
It's like, what? Why would you buy tangos? What are
everyone.
you, an idiot?
Yeah,
Ring of Health, dude. What are you doing?
exactly it. And remember, it wasn't just Perseverance every hero; it was SNY every hero. It was Vanguard every hero, if I
Double
recall right
Vanguard.
as well.
Double
Double
Vanguard, John.
Vanguard. Those were the days. Dota 1 were the innocent days where no one knew what they were doing.
There was
I think
nothing.
I
Yes.
remember a screenshot from, I think someone scouted out OD Pixel's first match. He had like 5
Yeah.
perseverances
That's
at
what
the
you
end of his
did.
Dota 2 match.
That's what you did. That's how you learnt the game.
Yeah. Yeah.
There was nothing scarier in Dota. Dota All Stars, that is. Nothing in this world was scarier than going up against a troll with double basher. A troll double basher, there was no way you were getting. It was impossible. It was absolutely impossible to get away. He hit you once, he got one bash. It was all over. You were never moving again. And that was before Battle Trance existed. Remember, I don't even remember what his ultimate was back then. It may have actually been the attack speed aura, unless I'm misremembering now. I really can't remember, but if he ever bashed you once with double basher, you were never getting away. That was it. You were done. Just AFK for a few minutes. Go have a break. Maybe make yourself a coffee. You have plenty of time.
Yeah. Oh man, takes me back to some of those more broken times as well in Dota as well. Remember when Necrophos, you'd get Reaper's Sight through spell immunity, like the damage would go through, and the respawn time was so much longer, and you couldn't buy back. Remember that? Like that was the actual cancer Necrophos phase, where you'd actually just go on Facebook or something else. Because you'd have nothing for like a solid 2 minutes, man. I miss that. I don't miss going against it, but I do miss that.
Absolutely. With that, by the way, ladies and gentlemen, we are getting closer, slowly but surely. So we will be there very, very soon. Apparently, we've got about 30 seconds to a minute before the game starts, hopefully, is what I'm being told. But I do miss that old Necrophos, John, now that you bring it up. I do miss the added respawn timer, because that made it so you really didn't want to get ulted by Necrophos. That Reaper's Scythe, when it hit you and you know you were going to die, it was the worst feeling ever. Seeing plus, what was it even, like plus 30 seconds, plus 40 seconds on the timer? It was something ridiculous.
Like oh yeah, it is really dumb.
And you couldn't buy back.
Nope.
You couldn't buy back either.
Nope, you were just stuck. You were done. You get one Reaper off in the middle of a fight and you're being high grounded, you were done. That was it. You end the game. So I missed that, but then again, that was pretty busted. Very busted.
Could you imagine that was in the game now? Like when teams finally understand how to play the game properly, right? Because I think we can all admit earlier on in Dota, nobody knew what was really happening. From TI1 to maybe TI4, TI5, it's like teams were progressively starting to really understand the game. Before that, it was more so about who's mechanically stronger, maybe who has the better drafts, but I feel like now teams know exactly what they're meant to do throughout the game, assuming the patch doesn't come out the day before. But Necrophos with respawn added timer and no buyback once you get Reaper's Scythe, that would be the most broken ability in Dota if it was still here. Now that teams understand how important those buybacks are and how important respawn timers are, it would be absolutely insane. Almost there, by the way. FYI, ladies and gentlemen. Still just a little bit longer before the draft does begin.
Yeah. Looking forward.
Can I just say...
It's a bit of a surprise. Yeah.
Go on, John. What were you going to say?
I was just going to say it's a bit of a surprise because, Southeast Asia, we get disconnects. The lobby issues tend to come out and when we're casting other regions. So this is like the first time we've had a major coordinator issue in SEA. It's just outstanding. It's first time for everything, I guess.
I mean, it's one of those things, right? Even SCA's got to have its first. And we're having lobby issues with SCA. And hopefully there's no internet issues for the players. We'll see as we do get into the game shortly. We are still waiting on, I believe, just one of the broadcasters right now. As every player is here. Can I just say, by the way, to the viewers watching, I think we did politely ask on the first day, I believe it was, we were casting on this stream. We did ask people to not spoil scores and things while the game's been going on. Now, I haven't had the chance to look at the chat very much, so I haven't been able to see what's going on, but you've been telling me that, in fact, there's not really any spoilers going on in the chat, which is, I guess I just wanted to say thank you for that, so we don't have to waste our time banning people when we don't want to ban anyone. So thank you very much for all being so polite to each other.
Yeah, it's a great time. Y'all are perfect out there in chat. Keeping it civil as well, not too much. I don't see too many automod pop-ups, and it's pretty hard trying to moderate and cast at the same time. I don't even try. I just take a look if there's an issue, and if it's fine, I just ride through. So yeah, thanks for being real nice, guys. You guys are the best, and looks like we might be ready. I see our fellow caster saying they're ready. So we are about to go in, only about 20 minutes late. Classic Southeast Asia. This is definitely very Filipino time.
It's fine.
Yeah, should be set.
All
soon.
according to plan. All according to plan. It's fine. Anything else before we get into the draft and have to be serious, John? Did you want to get anything off your chest?
Is there anything in my chest? Not really. No, I'm trying to think of something. No, I every time. Okay, one thing that's kind of hilarious to me. Every single time.
No. How dare you? Someone gifted you a sub today, by the way.
Oh,
John.
I didn't even notice. Thank you. I think it's the same guy. It's Wafa88 again.
Yes,
yeah.
I'd like
you to
give his name out, please. You know, he's done a great job. He's given you a sub, Jonathan. You couldn't even thank him. Where's your manners?
I didn't notice. Thank you, Wafa88, for the sub, and thank you for the 13 subs overall. Yeah, that's
13.
That's quite a lot. Yeah, he remember Wafa was the guy who gave 10 subs yesterday as well.
I remember. Yeah.
Yeah.
And there's 13 now though. Where did the other 3 come from?
I don't know. He just probably gave them out today. Me being one of them, I guess. Thank you.
Wow. Well, thank you very much for that, sir. I guess I may as well repeat that any kind of donation, subs, whatever else is going to just improving casting equipment. I promise we aren't gonna go spending it on random garbage. John's not gonna buy any weeboo stuff. Don't you worry. I'll force him to buy a new microphone or something or whatever. Don't you worry. No weeboo stuff for you, Jonathan. No Wind Ranger Arcana little statues. In fact, I think you've already got one anyway, haven't you?
Yeah, I've got one. I can show it here. I don't think I've shown it here. Here you go. I've got a little Wind Ranger Figma. Is it showing? There you go.
That's not an Arcana.
It's not the Arcana. It's an older one. It's just a base model.
It sucks, John. Yeah,
it's good. What do you mean it sucks? How dare you? It's a very good quality Figma. There's no Arcana yet. It's it's these things are made by, I think, a Japanese company. So we got to get Dota 2 bigger in Japan for more demand for that. I want that.
I would love a Japanese team, by the way. If there's any Japanese viewers watching, which I'm sure there's a couple out there, I'd love a Japanese team. I reckon that'd be sick. How crazy would that be? A Japanese team in the SEA region. We've kind of got a Korean team. They're not really Koreans, but T1 Korean organization. It'd be kind of cool though, right? Get a Japanese team going. Of course, MG.Trust, Thai team coming in. We've been seeing Mongolian teams. We've been seeing... what else is there? A lot of smaller regions.
Vietnamese,
right. How great is it though? Seeing all these smaller... I don't want to say smaller countries because they're not really that much smaller, but countries that you didn't really used to see in Dota coming in SEA. Great news for the region. Yeah, I would argue.
It's always very good news. Now, even better news, Mike. Lobby is up. We're just waiting for the initial bans, but we finally got the game. Patience is a virtue. It only took 20 minutes. You're kind of used to that wait time. If you're from the Philippines, you would know Filipino time. 20 minutes late is actually on time. So here we are on time. We're not late. Everyone else is just early. We were just extra early, but the game's actually on now.
Thank you very much for that, Jonathan. The game is indeed on. We'll see the bans coming out. 496, they get rid of the Beastmaster, which is absolutely fair enough. Puck also being removed. MG.Trust so far getting rid of the Troll. See what else they get rid of. But 496 in general, John, I mean, first of all, to go back to that question I asked you earlier, and one of the viewers in chat was asking, yes, I do believe 496 has a chance in this game. In fact, I'd say the game isn't going to be as one-sided as people would think. In fact, when I think back to BTS Pro Series last year, a lot of the 496 vs Motivate.Trust games were a lot of the better games that we were getting to see. Because both teams are so aggressive that it was always very entertaining to watch their games. And even though Motivate.Trust was generally coming out on top, they definitely weren't that one-sided.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, it's a back and forth. I think most of the series did go 2-0, but the games themselves were very close. Like, it would drag on to 30, 40 minutes, which is pretty darn long for an MG.Trust game against, most teams. They tend to play really fast. So 496 does have that power in them. We're going to have to see what they bring out. Whether or not we see something silly from Bombi. Of course, this guy loves techies. They love Wind Rangers, so we'll see what the options are. 496 do start with the Earth Spirit on top of the aforementioned bands. As you would say, the best hero in the game. I would disagree, but it's a really strong hero. Good rotation potential there, and lots of presence early on.
What is the best hero in the game, John, in your opinion?
I was about to say Warlock off the top of my head. I don't know why Warlock popped in, but I like Warlock. I don't think he's the best hero. What the best hero? Beastmaster, hands down, right now. Right? Like, nothing beats it except for Rubik with Ags. So I think Beastmaster easily takes the cake in this patch for now. You see MG.Trust going on with the ET, the Elder Titan, and the Lion. So they've got some pretty good hold. Magic resist on the Astral Spirit plus a Lion sounds pretty wicked. You get the Astral Spirit out, you have a blink on the Lion, you blink in, you finger and Hex. You could easily burst someone down, and 496 picks the Void Spirit into Lion. So you're already going into Hex here. You're already going into here with lots of control for something like the Void Spirit. Of course, for 496, they've got a lot of mobility on hand. Earth Spirit and Void Spirit can jump in at the same time, catch a hero out as two, and find some kills that way. So it's already a really aggressive start. For 496, they keep the rest of their draft open because they haven't locked in a support duo. Whereas for MG.Trust, I mean, there's flexibility here for perhaps a Masaros Elder Titan core offlane, and looking for something else on your support duo with the POS 5 to come out next. But we haven't seen too much offlane ET, although it also isn't too rare. So the possibility is still there for MG.Trust to kind of flex that around.
Yeah, certainly so. I gotta be honest, I'd prefer to see Masaros in something other than an ET, because I feel like ET is one of those heroes where it's very good to be in the back lines, just spamming out those Astral Spirits and Stomps, but it does feel more of a position 5 if anything. I don't think the hero is required in the off lane, but I suppose it can still be very good if you get the Aghanim Scepter build up and get the free BKBs going. That can be a little bit ridiculous, but apart from that, a few more bans to come out before we get to see the drafts continue. I do like the fact that 496 is already looking very aggressive with their draft with the Earth Spirit and Void Spirit. Got to see just a little bit more though. What are they going to kind of combo these heroes with? And speaking of the Void Spirit, John, do you feel like this hero's become a little bit weak in the meta? We haven't seen it very much, as we used to in the previous patch, and every time we do see it, it does feel like it's struggling a little bit.
It's not as potent. I feel like the issue with Void Spirits that if you don't have rotations down mid, or if you don't get side lane rotations early, you kind of lose out. Like, you don't necessarily dominate mid now with your early, say, mobility and harassment because of water and bounty runes. The mid matchup can bounce back in terms of regen just fine with an early bottle. So you take away that aspect of Void Spirit just completely controlling a lane, takes away some of his potency, takes away his early rise to level 6, and it feels like his build-up into Euls is just way too slow. Like, compare Ember Spirit coming out here from MG.Trust. We've seen Ember Spirits go for the build-up of Phase and Orb of Corrosion. Just with that alone, you can get so many kills in the side lane. It's much cheaper as well. It definitely is, and so much cheaper than Euls. Euls is like 2.2 or 2.4, whereas Orb of Corrosion and Phase Boots would be like 2k, maybe 1.8 if my numbers are a bit iffy, around that price range. So it's a lot cheaper. It doesn't have a 1,000 gold item you have to save up for first. You can buy it in slow tranches, slow batches there. So it's a bit slower for pace for the Void Spirit in the 10 to 15 minute mark, and that's really key for mid laners to get the aggression on the side lane. So we'll see if 496 can fix that up. I think one thing we've been lacking from teams with Void Spirit is rotations to mid. With the Earth Spirit, you really don't want to just camp the side lane here. try to grab away the 2-minute water rune to ensure that the enemy laner is not going to have a refill for a while, or at least for a minute, and then just try to look for the kill setup before the Ember Spirit hits 6.
No, I agree. With the Earth Spirit, you never really want to be kind of sitting stable. 496, they continue the aggression. They get the Snapfire pickup. I like this for 2 reasons. One, you're denying it away from the Elder Titan, because Elder Titan Snapfire is actually a very broken combination, as Astral Spirit does remove a lot of magic resist with the aura. So assuming you wanted to run a pos 3 Elder Titan, if that was the case, the Snapfire as a position 5 would be very dangerous. Still, MG.Trust, of course, they went back to the Ember, who's been looking very strong. Like you said, it doesn't really take much anymore for the Ember to feel very good, especially with that Orb of Corrosion. And now the Bristleback comes out, which is something I have been seeing a little bit of from MG.Trust. And I still don't know how to feel about this hero. So I feel like it does its job, it's quite tanky, it's a nice frontliner, it makes it very hard to lane against. But it does feel like there are a lot of answers to the Bristle these days. There's just too many items that kind of solve the issue of the Bristleback. So I don't know what to think about it, and now 496, they have a Slark against it. So you get an early magic stick, you steal some stats away from the Bristle, and you just stay healthy the whole laning phase, unless they make a mistake. But even with the Nasal Goo, you just Dark Pact it off. It's very hard to die when you're playing Slark into Bristleback, assuming you keep your distance so you don't take too many quill sprays.
Yep, it's one lane that the Bristleback doesn't really dominate as much. I mean, early on, I think level 1 to 3 is still really nice for the Bristle there. Slark might start to build up by the time you hit level 5 to 6. Of course, 6, he can just heal himself up.
Yep.
So you want to play really fast here for MG.Trust in the lane of the Bristle. And I think the Bristleback in general has some options for scaling. I think the Ag Shard, as I've talked to other offlaners, the Ag Shard is actually a nice value pick, simply because it gives you something to do besides standing in front. So you have a spell to cast in range to get an initial slow and some initial damage off. It does give a little bit more utility to Bristle, but as you mentioned, there's just so many ways to stop him from being an issue. At least you don't have the natural counter picks here. For 496, they banned out the Viper themselves, but they're not going to be able to just break him off the bat. We'll have to see what the last picks will be. 496 do have to pick first. MG.Trust has last pick overall, so they can kind of pocket that, decide whether they want that pause 1 or pause 3, and maybe consider giving Master something that can set bigger team fights for them, or just flex around a bit more. They do have that flexibility on hand for MG.Trust.
Absolutely. 496. Final pickup, they are lacking an offlane, it looks like, and they're going to go for the Mars pickup, which is pretty standard for 496, but MG.Trust Gaming going to turn right back around with the Bloodseeker. And I believe that is going to be a pos 1 Bloodseeker here for Jackie. Very interesting stuff, but a very kind of mid-game orientated draft here from MG.Trust. 496 Gaming also having a very mid-game orientated draft. And you know what that means, John? We're about to see a bloodbath, excuse the pun.
Yeah, definitely should be one. The Bloodseeker going to be enjoying the rain of blood in this game, as the back and forth is going to be really great. That BB Mars comes out, a special of his that we've seen a ton of in the past year, really.
Hold on, John. We got to turn on the predictions, John. I'm not going to forget. I'll do the predict. Keep talking. I'll do the predictions in the chat.
Yeah, that's closing out the Bloodseeker. Of course, makes it hard for Hung to maximize the Void Spirit. You can try dodging the Blood Right with Dissimilate. You can try to Astral Step around, but once you're ruptured up, you might be in a dangerous spot. The team fight for MG.Trust is pretty decent. You've got some good combos. Sleep into Blood Right's the big one. So Leona X is going to have to work very closely with Jackie to land that combination out. And as mentioned, like, you've got some pretty early spikes for both sides. Should make for a really strong showing from game 1, and it's what we know from both of these teams, right? Both teams love to fight. 496 is just really aggressive, so is MG.Trust. And this draft just kind of complements that playstyle. Both sides will want to play really quick. There's no downtime to farm. Maybe you just wait for 1 or 2 items on your safe lane cores. Beyond that, the Bloodseeker and the Slark will be looking for each other. And it's quite interesting to see that Bloodseeker last pick, right? Like, it works well against the Void Spirit, but it also really makes it hard for the Slark to just regen up. If you don't commit Shadow Dance, you're just not proccing your ult passive, because the Bloodseeker does technically have vision over you. even though it doesn't give like area vision anymore, it still stops your passive, or at least helps them kite you around. So you've got some answers there in MG.Trust and 496. Well, you've got to be a bit careful about that matchup in the end, but this, again, should make for a very strong game number 1 from both sides.
Tell me, John, ignoring both teams, we act as if you don't know what teams are here. Who had the better draft?
I would still stick with... that's actually difficult. I'd say 496 has the better draft. Like,
Okay.
they've got the Arena Kisses combo, they've got the Slark into Bristle, which isn't too bad for Bristle, but, you know, it's a natural little Silver Edge carrier. It just likes fighting against these tanky heroes. There is a timing for MG.Trust to play stronger, like before the Silver Edge comes out, and before some of the bigger items fly through here for your Morris, perhaps even a Snapfire if it gets space. But MG.Trust really has to play perfectly on their timing, has to play perfectly with their combos, whereas it's more forgiving for 496. You just drop the arena in the general area of MG.Trust, then you just have your Snapfire kissing from a mile away. There's nothing to stop it, except for Fearless. And Fearless more than likely wouldn't really want to focus down a Snapfire first. You'd really want to catch perhaps a Void Spirit out or the Earth Spirit. Those are higher priority targets. So there's a lot of leeway here for 496 to get that team fight going. And when it just comes down to a draft being stronger, if it's easier to execute, it tends to be easier to win with.
Certainly so. I'm kind of leaning towards the same sort of mind frame here. I do feel like 496's draft is much easier to execute. But then again, it's still Motivate Trust, so we're going to have to just wait and see what happens. As they do go on for the bounties, but it should be just a normal kind of even 2-for-2 trade. And it will be. Very even start. And I suppose we'll start off with the mid lane matchup. John, Fearless on the Ember up against Hung on the Void Spirit. I feel like this is going to be Ember favored. Obviously, the Void Spirit still has a lot of attack damage, can CS very nicely, but the Ember has a little bit more. I'd say being able to lock down the Void Spirit with the chains is also very effective, and well, a lot of the damage that the Void Spirit can do is going to be blocked off by the Flame Guard of Fearless. So I'd say Hung is going to be at the hero disadvantage.
Yeah, I mean, there is a back and forth there for the Void Spirit. I think most mids consider this to be fairly even. There's some ways for the Void Spirit to also play around, but it's definitely just a bit easier nowadays for the Ember, especially considering the item build-up. So there's a nice early spike for Fearless to play with. Hung's going to have to watch that spacing. Again, a lot on this mid matchup relies on the Pause Force.
Top lane, Yassi might be dead. Leona X, he's going to keep going. He has another Astral Spirit to speed him up a bit. He won't use it yet. He might just try to secure FB with it. With those brown boots, Leona, he's just going to continue chasing me. Yassi gets the roll in time, but a nice self-cancellation. Leona reads him like a book. Yassi going to lose his salve, and that's a very, very poor start for an Earth Spirit, John, let me tell you. Yassi might just want to die here, honestly. And Leona, he's going to give him his wish. He'll kill him off. That BB going to try and get a trade going, and might just get a bit Leona. With those brown boots again, might just be able to outrun him. One more hit would do it, but it's not going to be enough. Leona, he'll run all the way back to the fountain? No, he'll salve up. He'll be just fine, and that's a great start for Motivate Trust.
Yeah, just unfortunate for Yassi, trying to force the issue against the ET. You gotta respect that Astral Spirit. You just do so much damage, and all Yassi has is really the roll option. The dual lane of Earth Spirit and Mars isn't the most potent. It's not like a Rubik Mars or anything else to set up for the spear. You can try to roll in and force something out, but two melee heroes against Bloodseeker is a dangerous proposition. If you overcommit, the Blood Rite flies out, and of course we have seen Leona X already punish with just the Astral Spirit. Now you've got the Echo Stomp on top, so the Blood Rite combination's there. All you really want here for 496, maybe hold out, get some levels up, and again, look for Yassi to try and help mid down the line. That's really the best you can hope for here.
Naturally, of course, bot lane as well. You've got Drew there on the Slark. He'll be there with Bombi. Q and Masaros are going to be up against him. And well, for now, Drew does seem to be suffering just a little bit, especially in terms of HP. But he does have the magic wand up with 15 charges right now, so he should be just fine. In terms of CS, Drew is having a very nice time. 14 and 2. Bombi will even salve him up. This is kind of what we talked about. Masaros on the Bristle. He can only do so much up against the Slark before Drew's just going to be able to sustain himself in the lane. And especially like you mentioned, as the levels go up on Drew, he's going to have a much less harder time.
Yeah, it's It's a really good start for the Slark already, and you're getting some steady EXP onto Bombi as well. That's a big one. The Snapfire on even on the 5 doesn't want to be lagging behind in EXP. So level 3 in Bombi means there's more laning presence. They do manage to catch out Drew though, but they don't have enough follow-up damage just yet.
Yeah, still 18 charges in the Magic Wand. He hasn't committed it yet. Bombi will just keep throwing regen over to the Slark to just let him keep those Magic Stick charges, because they are very valuable, of course. So every lane so far going quite smoothly for both teams, but mid lane, Hung, Aether Remnant did connect on Fearless, but he's going to be able to back off. Meanwhile, bottom lane, there is going to be a bit of a chase, Drew. He got a nice pounce off onto Q. Q's going to try and make a run for it, but Drew's got him. And well, Masaros, he will get a trade onto Bombi, but Drew might be able to keep going here. It's going to be a little bit risky, but Masaros is falling low, and now Yassi has showed up on the Earth Spirit with a Boulder Smash to connect, and Drew, he's going to find a secondary kill. 2 stacks of permanent agility for himself now, and a double kill to get his laning stage started.
Yeah, really good punishment coming out from 496. Just a bit of an overextension there from MG.Trust. I get that they're trying to play aggressive with Bristle. This is really not the best lane to do it, and they kind of got split up. You need the Bristle to work with the line in this case. Very good 496 to kind of split them apart, and you're really happy with the trade. 2-2, 1k lead still running here for MG.Trust, but it's not massive by any means. You do manage to get more space around the map.
Hung goes for an Aether Remnant mid lane. Fearless was dropping low, and it looks like he was hoping Yassi would be able to break the gap in time to help him out with the kill. Before Fearless does hit level 6, of course, in which case it's going to be kind of impossible to get him. Nice Aether Remnant there by Hung, but the chains around by Fearless still roll. Yassi off the mark.
What did you learn?
Fearless will let him know about it too.
That is pretty tight from Fearless. He got the deny off while the rock was flying through, so I think you're pretty happy about wasting that time, taking the EXP away as well on the Ember, and you hit that level 6 mark, so if Fearless feels pressured, you can just TP home, Remnant back in, fully topped up. You can see Yasido eyeing bot.
He's got Q. Drew would love a bit more agility, and looks like he doesn't get his Agi, but they get a kill. Yassi will take that one on the Earth Spirit. Even throws an Urn Charge over to Drew to keep him healthy, and well, Drew's about to hit that level 6 mark, and once that's there, this bottom lane kind of just becomes useless, for Masaros at least. So you can't do anything once the Dark Pact is up.
Yeah, it's just difficult. Like, you're getting a lot more in the Slark now. You're not slowing down that farm. The Bristle is still somewhat finding farm, though. So you're not completely falling behind for Masteros. The EXP difference is definitely going to hurt a bit, as you do have level 6 up on Drew, so it's nearly impossible to
Oh, look at this. Mid lane, the fight over that Arcane Rune. Hung will eventually get it, but I'm going to tell you, John, Fearless and Hung have really been going at it as bot lane. Masaros dying again, or rather for the first time. No, it was the second. Drew gets more permanent agi, and they'll get another kill.
Yeah, it's just major wins coming through here for 496. This bot lane for MG.Trust is just very hard to work with. Again, you need your line and Bristleback to play together, but even then, there's not much you can do. You get the stun off, it just gets purged off if you're not timing it right. And Drew's at 6, so even if you try to apply that pressure, you have to worry about the Shadow Dance. I think it's time to maybe consider just building up stacks in the jungle here. You already see Leona lining up on the top camps, trying to build up something. So this is something Masters can use to recover. And the good news here for MG.Trust is that you're off to a really good start with Jackie. He can be left alone. The stacks can be given to the Bristle. So there's no need to worry about your pause one needing that injection of farm. And that does mean the farm distribution for MG.Trust coming out of laning should still stay relatively even. And side of 496 right now, I mean, it feels like they're getting strong. But this is the point where you need to wait for Hung to maybe get a couple of items up. He does have the 2 nulls up, so he hits a little bit harder, has more mana regen on hand. But at the same time, the Orb of Corrosion's already up on Fearless, and he's actually taking the stack. So power treads will be up. His right clicks will be that much more impactful in these fights.
Certainly will be. Meanwhile, Jackie at the top side, he's gone for a Falcon Blade, interestingly enough. And it's one of those items, the Falcon Blade, where it's either really good on somebody or really bad. Yeah, it does feel like one of those very niche items, and I suppose for the Bloodseeker, you do enjoy that mana regen, you do enjoy the HP. Even the bit of bonus damage you get is quite nice, and it makes enough sense for a hero like the Bloodseeker to have that Falcon Blade up early on.
Yeah, it's gonna help a lot with all the stats you need and just help you sustain yourself. And for the most part here, you're not being contested in the jungle. You do see the lane swap out here from Azeroth.
Azeroth gonna die again. Drew on a killing spree now as he goes into the shadow. However, Stomp is gonna cancel the TP. Drew forced to fight back, maybe punished for it. And he's gonna eventually die. No, stick charges out, but he does eventually go down. Meanwhile, Fearless ended up killing off Bombi on the Snapfire. It was a nice rupture out from Jackie, and of course a nice stomp from Leona to make sure that Drew could not get out of there scot-free.
Yeah, that's where the counter of the Slark does come in with that Bloodseeker, and even the Elder Titan just does so much work because you don't need to target with your stun. So they managed to get the punishment off. It's time for the lane swap. Masaros takes the top lane to kind of defend and get his own farm up, while they can start pressuring the bot lane if you want to. Although the defense is coming out here. More TPs down bot from 496.
They are. Jackie going to be very careful. It's not his side of the map yet, and they are going to make the jump in. Aether Remnant is down into the Spear and Arena, and Jackie is going to die. Bit of a mistake there from Jackie. Generally speaking, you want that bottom tier 1 dead before you farm that area if you are on the dire side, but Jackie, he got a little bit greedy there, and well, he will be punished immediately by 496.
Yeah, good move out from 496. Rather curious why MG.Trust kind of left Jackie alone anyway. Maybe they were being pressured down mid. The lane was shoving in just a bit. And they are keeping that pace up. Hung is just confident enough with the steps up to go in and out, farm the jungle a bit, steal some camps away. And that will slow down the pace for MG.Trust just a bit, although they catch one out.
They do catch Bombi. Fearless is going to make the jump in. Yassi will slow them down. A nice stun out there into the silence now, but Fearless should eventually be able to catch him. Bombi's still going to waste a bit of time, but eventually should tie. And will. Fearless takes the kill. And that'll mean MG.Trust can go back down towards that bot side of the map and just try to get that tier 1 tower dead so Jackie can keep farming up. And he'll need to start farming a bit faster because Drew is ahead in terms of net worth. Currently at 4.7k. So a very good Slark game so far for Drew.
Yep, he's going to hit these spikes really nicely, build up into the S and Y. It's going to be really quick. Once you have that up and running, the stat resist makes it very annoying to try to hold down a Slark. You can see how much dedication 496 has in keeping that bot lane safe. They TP back in, they've got that BB here. Arena's back up. They can definitely look to force another fight out. And they have a lot of good vision. They know where Q is. They know where everyone else is because of this nice forward ward. They should have a general idea of how to approach this next fight.
Hung tries to pressure mid lane. Now that they know Fearless is TP'd mid, they might fight bot. 496, they are waiting for somebody to try and go on that BB, but Yassi and Bombi, they're going to smoke up instead. Fearless can still join in this team fight though. He has a Remnant down. So even without the TP, he can be there. 496, I'm not sure if they're aware of that Remnant. But they are being very patient in waiting for MG.Trust to go to them. And so far, nobody's taken the bait yet. But Fearless now is going to Remnant down. That BB going to be targeted. Bloodrite is there and should lock him down long enough. Do they have the damage though with the Earth Spirit? It's going to be a lot and they do get him. Onto Yassi now. The Earth Spirit is not going to survive the damage output. And Hung, he TP'd in, but it may be too late. He'll try into Leona X, but Leona still has help around. Into the stomp now. Hung going to astral step away into Q, but he's going to be surrounded. The chain's around and he has no mana left. He'll have to run the old-fashioned way, but Jackie is going to chase him down and should eventually just kill him off as they get more damage out on Aether Remnant. Jackie is still going to get the kill, but here comes Drew. Jackie now, just going to have to run the best he can. Can they catch him? Yassi, roll is not going to be on the mark, but rolling boulder is going to connect Jackie. Blood right down, but they got the pounce. And that'll make it worth it. You lose Hung, but you kill off Jackie and you get some more permanent agi for Drew. I'd be quite happy if I was 496.
That's a fairly even trade overall. The respawns are low enough that they can re-engage, although they're going back in.
Yeah, Drew went a bit too far. He's going to use the ulti to try and run, but the Remnant forward from Fearless and the chains is going to lock him down. Roll in from Yassi, kick away. It's not going to be enough. They got the Hex out. Drew's still trying to pounce, can't get it off. Hung now, going to try and turn back around onto Leona X. Meanwhile, Yassi is going to die. Leona's still alive, just trying to run. There's an Earth Spike out from Q and Hung. He just can't kill him. Now Masaros is back with the Nasal Goose to really annoy Hung. So he can't step away right now. They'll kill Leona. But here comes Jackie with the Rupture out. They have caught the Mars now. DPC going to try and survive. Spear out on the Bristle is not going to be enough. They will kill off one as Hung. He jumped back in onto Masaros, but he is going to get punished for it. MG.Trust will and truly come out on top of that one. And unfortunately, that was all off the back of Drew trying to be a little bit too aggressive with his positioning. And moving up past the tier 1 tower like that, right into MG.Trust.
Yeah, I mean, respawns are low. You have really low cooldown spells on 496, but you have to also respect the spike on MG.Trust. So this time around, a lot more favorable for MG.Trust. All of a sudden, they've got a 4K lead on top of that, and they can get back to it. Jackie is saving up for what looks to be his Maelstrom, flying out now. So your Bloodseeker is going to hit a lot harder here. You've got so much durability on Masaros, although he is caught out top.
And he is. Masaros is really healthy, though. He's taking no damage, John. Fearless in onto Bombi now. They've let Drew go. But Bombi, he may not be so safe. He'll try to turn around again with the little Shredder. And it looks like Fearless is going to be a little bit too low on mana to be able to really keep going. But Masaros does stay alive.
Yeah, it's the buildup of Vanguard and Hood of Defiance. Like, we see this on Centaurs. It's coming back in for a lot of offlaners that just want to live. It's so hard to deal with him early on. And you have to remember one thing with a Slark. You can dispel off the goo, you cannot dispel off quill stacks. So the damage keeps racking up the longer the fight goes for Masaros, and that's just something Drew has to remember. He has good damage, but that's as the fight prolongs. As you build up agi stacks from your Essence Shift. And if it takes too long to do that, of course, the Bristle also builds up the Quilt Spray stacks, and the damage amplifies from that too. So it's a back and forth one. Bristle's a lot tankier, so he tends to win out, and that just means Drew has to look for different targets to jump. He's got the Echo Saber up to get that initial slow off. You really want to punish perhaps the Squisher backline here, try to catch her with maybe Lion. Heckering the Bloodseeker I don't think is too bad if you have the numbers advantage and isolate Jackie. Issue is right now, MG.Trust are just playing perfectly. They're hiding away from the top jungle. 496 is just playing in that top area, trying to get a shove in. They do scan out MG.Trust. They should know to walk away from the mid as they're going to focus on this objective.
They are, but 496 are going to pressure that top tier 2 tower a little bit. And will force the rotation in from Fearless. Try and defend this tier 2 as the mid lane is still being forced in by Masaros. All they've got to do is keep that siege creep alive, and that tier 1 is sure to die. Slowly but surely, 496 is going to make their way in to try and defend this. But Masaros has got the tier 1. Yassi. No sentry. Oh no, he walked into the sentry on the cliff. And that'll be Yassi. He might just go down here as the chains do fly out, and Masaros going to be able to take the kill on the Bristle. Bit unfortunate there for Yassi. Still Hung now is going to come in from the backside. Bombi there as well. But they are under vision. They smoke up now, but I believe that may have been spotted. Perhaps not, as Jackie is going to continue farming that bot lane, but does eventually back off. And this smoke is going to lead to nothing.
Yeah, and a really nice counter smoke here from MG.Trust. They even got the back end of that scan, so you should have a general idea where they're walking to.
Fearless going to have his smoke broken. That's the Observer Ward. We'll get rid of that, but now Hung needs to be careful. Jackie's around. If he connects that Rupture, oh, Hung's going to TP anyway. He'll be fine now. That's the one thing we never really talked about either, John. This Bloodseeker pickup into the Void Spirit makes Void Spirit so useless. And the same could be said for the Earth Spirit. If either one gets ruptured, they are just stuck.
Yeah, they can't do anything. You want to be highly mobile with both. They're just punished. There is some movement up top, that BD.
He's going to be alright. Fearless just being annoying. Cancels the TP. Into the mid lane, though, this may pay off. Cookie is there onto the Lion Q, going to survive for now as Hung needs to find a way out, but he'll go back in. Now the Rupture's there, though. Jackie holds him down and Hung will die. A 2-for-1 trade already is now Yassi's going to try and run away, but Fearless is on the chase. Yassi probably about to get chained up underneath this tier 2 tower. No, the Sleight of Fist will do it. Fearless takes another. 10-16 now, 4k net worth lead for MG.Trust. And you know what, John? That was all off the back of that TP cancellation up at the top lane on DPC. Had the Mars been there in that team fight, that could have been completely different. But a very nice TP cancellation will set MG.Trust up for a very easy kind of team fight.
And that's just clean coming up from Fearless. He sees the opportunity across the map. He abuses the mobility that the Ember has. And I love the build-up here from Fearless as well. Like, going for the Orb of Corrosion and the Phase Boot Stipple, but the Blade Mail coming through instead of a Maelstrom, like, it amps up his damage so much. You can play with the Goo, just get all the minus armor off. You even have a Medallion up on Masaros. So with the Goo stacks building up, with the Solar Crest fully done now, you can just really burst heroes down.
In court, Arena going to be committed, but that BB does secure the kill for himself. Arena, pretty low cooldown anyway. Won't really bother that BB too much unless MG.Trust want to start fighting again, which it looks like they do. They run into Hung. Hex is going to connect from Q, and now the Earthspike follow-up should also connect. Fearless has the chains, and the finger is going to come out from Q. Funnily enough, Fearless still gets the kill, even with the finger out.
Yeah, it's not too bad. I think you really just want to build up these Finger of Death kills to count on Q. He's got 80 bonus damage, not particularly big, but it's a start and very on point. And Fearless is just all over the map. He goes from mid, up to top, back to mid, back to top, and now Drew's just forced to go away. So there's no part of the map that's safe for 496 to farm in. And that's just going to mean MG.Trust will hold on to this 5k lead for a lot longer. They do get to start the Roche as well. You've got Bristleback, all the minus armor in the world with a Solar Crest up. This is not going to stand for long.
No, it is not. Very, very easy, quick Roshan here for MG.Trust. Aegis is going to be there onto Jackie now, and Jackie is so farmed up. SNY Falcon Blade Maelstrom Phase Boots with an Aegis now at 20 minutes into the game. He did overtake Drew, who is looks like he's lacking one core item here on the Slark. And with that, mid lane, Jackie's going to start applying pressure towards that tier 2 tower. Meanwhile, the rest of MG.Trust going to move up top, and Fearless looks like he was in trouble down at bot lane, but he remnants out.
Yeah, it's really awkward. 496 couldn't decide if they wanted to start with a Remnant or the Spear, and they start with the Spear instead. Fearless is just too quick. So he bails out, he forces the rotation bot, forces them to camp, clears out the space to take out that top tier 1, and it's just rinse and repeat. All they're doing here is being disruptive with Fearless and playing elsewhere on the map, and there's really no punishment from 496. Their hold is just not good enough to lock in a mobile hero like an Ember.
Top lane, Jackie rotating from behind. Hung cannot afford to be ruptured, but he has no choice. Blood right there. Into the Hex, the Earthspike, everything perfect. That BB gonna TP in. Drew now gonna be in danger. He needs to probably Shadow Dance away, but he's not gonna yet as the chains do fly in. But there's your Shadow Dance now. He'll try to turn around. The Mortimer's Kisses to fly in, but it will do nothing as Bombi, he came into the team fight. Uh-oh, a bit of coordination there, I think, from 496. That'll be the tier 2 top tower now going down.
Yeah, they're just kind of handing a couple of these kills now from 496. I don't think it's their fault. It's more of that MG.Trust. You don't know where to be right now for 496. You don't know where Fearless is. You don't know where they want to push next. You're just all over the map trying to chase one guy. You know Fearless is going to be the one guy who's alone. But you just don't have the control, and they're just forced to respond in every single lane. It's a hard time for 496. They are still getting some decent farm up. You're stalling out on Drew, though. He needs to finish up the Silver Edge.
Gonna roll in. They do kill off Q, but a nice stomp out is gonna lock down Yassi so they can at least trade. With the Blood Right follow-up, it might just be enough. As even Masaros, he kills off Hung. That BB gonna be chased down. Fearless should have more than enough. Blood Right is going to connect it with the Nasal Goo. That will be enough as Fearless caught another. It's almost like MG.Trust are going fishing here, John, just one by one. They just keep hooking up. And I don't know what to tell you. 496, they just don't seem to be able to deal with the kind of team fight coordination that MG has.
Yeah, it's just too much. Like they make use of the disruptiveness very well here in MG.Trust. I loved what Leona did here. He managed to get that long-range Earth Splitter off to help secure that kill for Masaros. And now they just clear another tier 2. Mid just gonna melt fast. They still have the bot tier 2 here, so they can't get megged if the high ground starts. But now you have a BKB on Jack. How are you gonna stop this guy? Like, he's already very hard to pin down. You don't have anything that pierces BKB control. So Jackie's just gonna be free to run around here. Drew.
He has the Shadow Blade. Masaros. No sentries around to scout him out. Bombi, look at the damage output from Masaros, but it won't matter. Hung's going to jump in. Masaros is a tanky boy, though, and he's going to try and run. In fact, he'll go right back after Bombi. Bombi's gone. That BB will commit the arena, but the spear does not connect. Yassi's going to die, and Masaros, after running into basically 5 heroes, John, he just won't die. Fearless? Oh, he's got the chains off. That BB gonna cop the stun. The stomp is there. The blood right. Look at the coordination. Look at the timing from MG.Trust. Does this not bring memories back to you from BTS Pro Series 5, John? Or rather 4? Oh. Just the coordination with these guys is just so on point.
It's beautiful. They just play so well, although they're not giving up here.
Oh, Hung always tries to go in and get some damage off. You've got to respect that. Doing a great job on that Void Spirit, but Masaros, look how comfortable he is on the high ground, but now they might punish. Bombi's in. The disarm is there. Bombi, look at the damage output, but now Jackie is dropping low, but he has the Aegis. Fearless is in as well. Onto Yassi. The Earth Spirit not going to be able to get away. They'll get another. Not really many buybacks, it seems, on 496, and, well, that'll be your melee barracks going down, it looks like, as MG.Trust I'm going to try and keep going, but Drew now will go for a bit of a fight, but Jackie gets the Rupture off. Now the Earth Spike is there, onto that BB, that'll be the Mars gone. Shadow Dance, not doing enough because Drew has been ruptured and is going to die. Godlike for Jackie, as he might just get another. Hung, he's going to try and run for his life. He'll Astral Step away, they call the GG, but Hung, he is still not safe. Jackie, he will finish with a triple kill before the game does end. And what a game it was. Game 1 between 496 and MG.Trust. 43 kills in 25 minutes and 10 seconds. And MG.Trust, it was a bit of an even start there. But they just looked too good once they hit the mid-game, as the coordinator's also down again.
Yeah, it's a spectacular performance coming out from MG.Trust. As you said, this is the MG.Trust we were missing for a season and one tournament. You know, they were gone. They got a bit dissected. They went their own ways for a while. Now they're back, and the magic's still there. This patch, as well, favors them so much. The aggression coming through, the timings they have to hit. Now, 496, it felt like they had some answers. They had the Arena Kisses combo, never really flew out as much. Slark was just counteracted by the Bloodseeker, and to even a certain extent, the Bristleback. Like, you did have a decent lane there for Drew, but Masaros was still allowed to farm into Vanguard, Hood of Defiance by a 15-minute mark, and at that point, he was unkillable. So you have to play around your spikes here for 496. They were trying to bring out some fights, and it was a bit back and forth for the first 15 minutes, but at some point, you know, they just kept trying to chase Fearless without a really solid stun. They kept trying to start with Spear or Remnant instead of maybe trying to just target him with Yassi. Although probably the Remnant was your best bet. We didn't have a Yules here on Hung, so he didn't have self-setup.
I gotta show you something. This is always quite impressive to me. I don't know if it's not really that big of a deal, but you look at the damage values on MG.Trust on the after game screen. Look how even they are. Mm-hmm. I mean, both supports 7.8k. They're 30 damage off. You look at all the cores, basically within 1k of each other. And that's where we go back to the coordination from these guys. It's always one goes in, cooldowns are there now for the skills, back out, we'll throw Fearless in now. It's like Masaros goes in first, then throw in Fearless, then Jackie will come in to kill off the Purse. It's just great play already. And we'll see how they do in Game 2, as it looks like, as you can see, the lobby is getting quite full now. So we'll go to a very short break, and after that break, we are going to be right back for game number 2 between MG.Trust and the side of 496. We'll see you then.
it up.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for our second game of this best of 3 series between Motivate.Trust and 496 Gaming. And it is MLP Dota and John Xfire joining you once again. John, welcome back, sir. A very exciting game number 1 between these two. But straight off the bat, I've got to ask you the hard question. What do you think 496 need to change to try and force this to a game number 3?
They've got to fix their coordination. I think you were talking about how even the damage was coming out from even the supports here in MG.Trust. We need to see the same thing come out from 496. They had a specific lineup that had to play with combinations. Arena Kisses had to fly through every single time. We weren't seeing that from 496 last time. So again, just work on that coordination, work on how to get the initiation. They do have the first picks coming through. But before that, I was requested to do this, so I've got to do it. Shout out to Brian Ocampo on Facebook. Thank you for all the support throughout this time. And shout out to Mr. Jong, the one guy I bounce offline ideas with and talk about theory with as well. Thank you for your help. But game number 2 here, 496 again.
Hold
Fix
on
that
a minute,
coordination
John.
up. Yeah.
I know Brian as well. Brian sends me messages on Facebook. He's a good guy. I like Brian. Shout out to Brian and Crest. You know, Crest is doing a great job too out there. Shout out to all the viewers, John. One of them did ask you what you had for lunch today, Jonathan. I didn't see you respond. I'd like a response on air now, please. What did you have for lunch before we did get started?
All right. I did have a penne pesto pasta.
Wow.
And my mom makes something. We get like a Hungarian sausage or a spicy Hungarian sausage. We chop it up, kind of stir fry it with some bell peppers and some onions. So that was it. It's very good. We had a poached egg on top. My mom was feeling fancy. She cooked some really good stuff today. It was a very good lunch. But that means, sadly, when I have a heavy lunch like that, Mike, no merienda. So I'm not going to have any merienda. If you're going to ask, I'm sure you will have something good, but I'm probably just going to have a cup of coffee waiting for that second series afterwards.
Fair enough. Shout out to your mother, by the way, John, in case she is watching. Hi, Mum. Nice to see you here. You never give a shout out to your parents, so I'll do it for you, sir. We should talk about the draft. The draft has begun. Puck Clockwork is there for Motivate.Trust Gaming. 496 Gaming, they go for the Grimstroke Nyx Assassin opening. Both pretty strong openings, but I would have to say Motivate.Trust's opening to me is a little bit stronger. At least for now, considering they do have the core Puck there already. And even after the patch, core Puck is just... It's too much. It really is. Like, they buff Witch's Blade, which made Puck even stronger. And the hero just does the exact same thing. In fact, I'd say it does even more now, considering it's more of a fighting meta than it used to be.
Definitely. It has really good timings to play with for the aggression as well. Love the combination with Clockwork, because you've got 2 long-range patch-up kind of initiating sort of heroes. You can follow up on the Puck's initiation, or you can follow up on the Clockwork quite nicely. 496 kind of getting some responses. Grimstroke Silence is going to cause some initial issues for the Puck, along with the Nyx Assassin. Of course, Spike Carapace can break off the Puck's mobility as well. Really curious to see 496 go for a Centaur. Like, you're picking Centaur into Puck, right? So in some cases where you get Dream Coiled, Stampede is not going to save you. And we're going to have to see what they do kind of figure out with the Centaur in this game. Of course, it's a very durable offlaner. We saw the Bristleback do a lot of work with just Vanguard and Hood of Defiance. Same thing happens with Centaur. It's the same buildup. You want a Hood of Defiance, you want a Vanguard on top, you're going to be unkillable. We'll just have to see if the utility works itself out. You do have a strong combo with the Inkswell as well, but now MG.Trust do pick up the Monkey King. So they've got Monkey into Centaur, which is a matchup Center doesn't enjoy because the Monkey King's a bit longer ranged in melee for some reason. And of course, he loves tanky offlaners. You get 4 hits off, you get Jingu, suddenly you're very happy to be in that lane. 496 will have to watch that. Of course, they do get the Ember on their side, so they've got mobility on their end. You don't have the best lockdowns yet from MG.Trust to deal with that, at least on the sports. They do get the Oracle combination with the Monkey King. There is a decent route there, but it should still be a better Ember game for Hung to play with. Much easier for him to zip in and out and get the damage off this time.
Certainly so. But this is, going back to the Monkey King, this is a Jackie Monkey King. Especially during the last patch when Monkey King was extremely popular. He was basically playing this every game he could, and he was completely destroying people with it. So this does scare me a lot for 496 because, again, it's Jackie Monkey King. On top of that, you've got an Oracle there, so you have a way of locking people down with the Fortune's End. Especially if you do proc the Jingu Mastery, it is going to be rather painful for the Centaur. Not to mention with the Oracle, John, you're not going to be able to kill this Puck as long as False Promise is up. It's not going to happen. Fearless should have a very good game, assuming Leona X or alternatively Q can get the False Promise off on the Puck. If he is in danger, there's not really much of a way to kill him off. And I think this is just a very strong draft altogether for MG.Trust. Hell, even having Fortune's End into the hookshot of the Clockwork can be quite devastating to play into. In fact, there's a lot of Fortune's End combinations. You've got the Puck, you've got the Monkey King Primal Spring. It's a very solid draft. It's a very solid draft from Motivate already.
Yeah, I'm curious how 496 closes out here. Looks like we're waiting for the safe lane hero coming through. So we'll see what Drew gets to play this time around. Didn't have the best time in the Slark. I think you're going to have to watch yourself here as MG.Trust will pick first. So you will see your off-lane matchup. There's a possibility for Masaro's Puck, but I don't think off-lane Puck's been all too hot. But the flexibility is still there on hand. So we'll have to see how it closes out. MG.Trust taking their time in getting that next ban out. So really trying to figure out what they want to pop out here on the off lane. And they do take care of the anti-mage. So just one of those high mobility heroes that, again, your lockdown isn't exactly instantaneous. You don't have a source of hex here until you get a Sight of Vice down the line on your Puck, perhaps. So no option for that. Just don't want to have to deal with the AM jumping in and out and trying to burst down the Puck with Man Void. So safe enough pick to ban out 496. I guess there are some options here. Ranged heroes don't feel particularly amazing, mainly because Clockwork and Monkey King solve the gap closing issue. So a Drow would still be exposed. A Luna might be okay, but it also still has that initial issue of once you're jumped, you're kind of dead. Maybe something like... No, Terrorblade's not good as well, just because Puck and Monkey King can kind of cause issues for you in terms of raw damage. So... not sure what you'd really want here in the pause one. All the highly mobile ones were banned out. Even the Weaver was taken out by 496.
I think Terrorblade's not too bad of an option. Could be a little bit annoying into the Oracle because you do have the Fate's Edict to disarm, but Terrorblade eventually maybe you get Manta, maybe you get BKB, and suddenly it's not that big of an issue. What else does Drew like playing? He hasn't got the Troll, which we know he really enjoys playing. Drew is more of a melee pos 1 kind of guy, right? Like we see him playing the Lifestealers, the Jugs, the PAs. I still think Terrorblade might fit quite nicely here for them. Personally, up for 496, but that's because I don't really see any better options.
Yeah, exactly it. Like Terrorblade sounds like the best hero on the pool, but I don't.
What about
doesn't
Peel?
Feel easy. Peel could be nice. Yeah, I mean Monkey King will have to go for. I mean, he tends to go Battle Fury anyway, but even then, it's not a great feeling against a Phantom Lancer. Like Cleave doesn't solve all your issues. You need AoE spells. Your Puck is there. They might be able to counterpick on the last pick, but I think 496 might be clearing out for that. They take out Legion Commander, take out Sand King. These are heroes that can deal with PL.
Ooh,
MG.Trust kind of set themselves
smart.
up. They go Lush. Yeah.
Very smart.
So it's a natural PL counter, even if it comes out here.
They're predicting it too, because you ban the LC and Sand King, which are direct counters towards the Phantom Lancer. In fact, you look at all the bans from 496, a lot of them are just direct counters towards PL. MG.Trust, very smart to go for the Leshrac preemptively. And now 496, they are in a very difficult position, because even if you go for the Terrorblade now, that high armor doesn't matter, because you're up against Leshrac. So a lot of the heroes that 496 could have gone for Drew this game are automatically just not as good anymore, because Leshrac is there, as well as the Puck for that matter, which is also quite frustrating for the TB and PL. We'll see what 496 do about it. What else do you see here? Are there any other options? I suppose you could go back to Slark if you want, but it doesn't feel great. Again, I'm kind of grasping at straws here, John, trying to find an answer. They're going to go for the Spectre. We've seen this a lot, though. Spectre has felt very weak every time we've casted it personally, John.
Yeah, it's not amazing. I think you've got the answer here to deal with a Spectre. Like, the Blade Mail comes through, it could hurt Masaros a lot to deal that damage out on the Lush, but I don't think you worry about it too much. We'll have to see what 496 takes out. There is some combinations in hand you could play with. Maybe Haunt with Spectre already Inkswell close by to the Grimstroke could be one way to kind of build the aggression up. You have to be really aggressive on the Stampede here with that BB. You cannot really save it for defensive use. In a big team fight, if you are caught, like 2 heroes in Dream Coil, Stampede will do nothing. So again, you just have to watch your time with your spells, watch the coordination. The same issues we saw in Game 1 have to disappear. 496 has to work better as a whole unit, because MG.Trust, well, they play nearly perfectly with each other, and it does make it a lot easier for them to approach these games. So we'll see. I think the big thing with the Spectre is you have to stall the game out. Like, you get Blade Mail, you're not ready to fight. You need a Manta, you need a Heart, you need a Basher, you need your level 20 talent for plus 400 HP. There's a lot of time 496 has to stall out with her 4 other heroes, and they also have to kind of always be aware of Haunt. They have to use it every single time it's up because it's such a long cooldown spell. You need to maximize that whenever it's up just to get something going for your Spectre as well.
Okay, fair enough. Well, we are about to go into game number 2 here. Motivate.Trust, 1 game away from pulling off a 2-0 victory. And of course, 496, they're going to try and force it to a game number 3. Hopefully, for our sakes, John, they do make that happen. And you are a bit early, by the way, in turning off the camera. Sir, FYI. No, you don't need to turn it back on now. It's too late. There's no fixing that mistake, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry.
It's all right, John.
Still...
We'll forgive you.
Yeah. We're into the game, so it should be an interesting one to see. I think one thing we've been missing as well is like the level 1 bounty rune fights, right? Like, sometimes teams just kind of clump around. They don't really force the issue. This time around, it's looking like the same story. MG.Trust just kind of sticking around their mid-tier 1. They got a nice, really aggressive forward ward onto the cliff. That could have been spotted out here. There were pings flying out. I do believe the MG.Trust ward went first. So they spotted out the ward from 496. And they should be able to get the D ward down the line. Just need to invest in the sentry. There you go. Leona was ready. So Q should get a nice, easy D ward. That should mean his ward will be taken out later on. But you're just kind of burning your resources here.
G.Trust hanging around the Roshan pit for now. It looks like they want to try and secure first blood at that top rune spot, but if you're 496, you really probably want to avoid a fight right now. Like, your draft, in terms of these really early bounty rune fights, is not good. So you need to just avoid fighting, go into the lane without giving any kills away. At least Yassi will spot out the Observer ward there, so he should be able to get a D ward on the next assassin. And they indeed do not give anything away here. As Bomby's going to try and D-ward Leona. He was around for the D-ward, but he wanted to try and deny off the obs, but he could not quite. Very nice from 496 to get the early D-ward off.
Yep, just taking away the wards. In fact, both sides don't have a ward standing, Mike. So the D-ward up top and deny, then the D-ward here. No vision except for this forward ward down bot, so we'll see if 496 can maximize that vision advantage. Still mid lane, Puck versus Ember. A matchup we saw a lot in the last patch, right? Like, you'd see this a ton, and Fearless should have a really good time here early on, but Hong Hong's not going to be completely shut out, so the Ember should still be able to get its spikes. Really want to see more activity from Claws Force to kind of get an advantage in that mid lane down line.
Q doing a great job already up at that top lane. John Bomby taking so much damage from that level 1 battery assault, and Q's going to get a courier now. This is very smart positioning here from our Clockwork. Just getting pretty much everything he can early on, and Bomby is going to lose his sentry ward, which is going to be a little bit frustrating for him because he can't block off the large camp here to stop the pulls happening. And I think that's going to be very important for this top lane for 496. They can't allow the large camp to be pulled by Q. Because if you do, then Drew's going to get no farm.
Yeah, you can't afford to starve out his Spectre early on. We'll see if they can regain that control, of course. It looks like a fairly good start for Drew already, though. 6-1, slightly ahead of Masaros, not really being slowed down too much. Have to watch the level spikes. I think when you get Leshrac at level 3 and even Q at level 2, once you have power cogs to play with the combinations, there's a lot of damage that can fly out, and you have to be very careful of when you use the Spectral Dagger to farm, because if it's down when you're caught out, you're not going to have a way to run out of those cogs there.
Look at Q, though. Look how... I mean, it's just fundamental play, right? This is nothing special, but the fact that he's blocking the small camp, he comes back over to the large camp, you position yourself around this area between the tree line, and it makes sure that Bombi cannot pull the large camp. I really do enjoy the way Q's playing this in the Clockwork. I think this is very... It's very basic, but it's also very clean. And it'll allow Masaros, as levels go up, to start being aggressive, but now Q's going to get stunned up by the Inkswell, but no. Drew backs off. Q's going to be fine. And with that, we'll have a look at the last lane, which is the bot lane where you'll see DPC and Yassi up against Jackie and Leona X. And for now, Jackie, kind of as to be expected, is having a pretty nice time on the Monkey King. 14-4, top of the CS board. Not much that DPC can do about it right now with Yassi to slow him down.
Yep, they can't really stop him. It's dual melee against Monkey. You're always going to enjoy the matchup. Yassi can kind of stun combo. He needs some levels up, though. He did go just for the mana burn to annoy out Leona X, but that means you're not really lining up for any aggression in your end here from 496. So Jackie gets free farm, and you know, if you allow this Monkey King to ride into the battlefield really quick, you're going to have issues because the Spectre doesn't go battlefield anymore. The Blade Mail just doesn't have the same impact, even though you get it slightly earlier. So you really want to try and punish the Monkey King early on, but again, they just can't quite get spacing, and I think it's just really difficult to run a dual melee lane against Monkey. You just don't have a range advantage, you don't have harassment, that can be easy to apply, so Jackie's just very free to just keep farming like this.
Nice pull here from Bombi. Makes it work, Q. Was a little bit distracted. Trying to annoy Drew. Uh-oh, wait a minute, Bombi. In fact, never mind that, because bot lane, Yassi, is going to go down. First blood achieved by Leona X. Not going to be a great start for 496's, or even that top lane. A lot of harassment being dealt onto Bombi. He's going to be able to salve up. And even the mid lane, there is a bit of a chase on these water runes right now, and 496 will be able to secure both water runes. Fearless unable to get one as there's no support rotations coming in. And that's a bit surprising as well, right? Because on the puck, as long as Hung isn't level 6, you would assume he would be able to get the water runes, but ooh, he even misses that range creep there with the orb. But eventually does get it, but now it's going to cost him his life. Yassi came in for the impale, and a couple of mistakes made there by Fearless in the mid lane eventually does cost him his life.
Yeah, just kind of focusing on something else. He was trying to get the stacks up in the jungle, and he does manage to build a little one while killing off one creep, but it's not worthwhile with that kind of change. Hung was slightly behind the mid lane, now bounces back in, so the Ember should match the level 6 timing, if not be faster on hitting that level spike, and you have to watch the Ember once he has that mobility up.
Well, Bombi does go down to the Grimstroke. Drew gonna try and chase Q, but understands he can't chase too far, otherwise Masaros might be able to get the Diabolic Edict back up and could just chase the Spectre down. So I'd say things are going all right for 496, especially in that mid lane. We kind of already talked about it, but Fearless has been struggling a little bit. I say that though, in terms of CS he is still ahead. Even in terms of XP, somehow Fearless is still ahead. But at least Hung is trying to keep up as Masaros top lane now, may just drop. He's going to try and win with the Fairy Fire, but the Spectral Dagger is going to be enough. That'll be a very important kill there for Drew and the Spectre.
Yeah, I love this coming out from 496. They realize they've got pretty strong combo with Inkswell on a Spectre. You can just run up and isolate. They are looking for punishment mid-o. Q rotates.
He does rotate the Dream Coil. Cogs could push him out of the coil if he wants, but he's waiting for the right moment. Eventually not going to get it off. He waited too long. Hung does get himself out. Fearless, he will at least be able to get an Arcane Rune for himself, but they definitely wanted to try and kill off the Ember there.
Yeah, it's a missed opportunity. Q's still hanging around the area, though. There's no relief here from the side of 496. Yassi's sort of close by. is just kind of playing tag around, trying to hunt down Leona X, and both supports are camping mid. Looks like they really want to commit for that kill, and Hung.
Hung is caught now. He still has remnants. He's not going to die. Impale is also out by Yassi. Make sure Fearless cannot follow up with the silence. Hung is getting a lot of damage off. Fearless, he's going to have to go for a reset.
Yeah, just going back to farming, and this is where some of that item buildup really starts to come into play. The Ember, again, already has Wraith Band, is just going into Power Treads, more than likely into the Orb of Corrosion, whereas Fearless, he's trying to go for the Travels, the buildup of Witchblade is also a bit slower, so Hung's going to have a moment where he just feels so much stronger than Puck, and you really have to temper yourself back from that Ember early on until you get some items up in the top.
Oh, Q, he's getting punished here. Nice play from Bombi, but now Fearless going to rotate in. Silence will wear off. Fearless needs to be careful. He'll get the Silence in, and the Orb Drew! Oh no!
Thanks for playing Dota 2. Double kill.
Drew, why?
Ooh,
Why did he come in,
Yeah.
John? Hung? Might be able to punish. Courier at least? No, not even that. Fearless is going to chase him down a little bit as Q's rotated and Hung. He has no mana for remnants. But he does have stick charges, so he should be alright. He'll be fine. In fact, he's faster than Q anyway. Going back to that top fight, though, I mean, I thought Fearless was overextending on the puck, but that orb was enough damage, and well, for Drew, that's going to feel a bit rough.
Yeah, I think Drew overestimated how tanky he was. He has a Blade Mail. I think he wanted to reflect some damage back to Fearless because he was fairly low. Tried to punish, but a bit of a gambit that doesn't pay off. For MG.Trust going to feel a lot happier now. 4-3, very even on kill board. But a 2k lead up for MG.Trust. They've got basically free farm for Jackie bot once more. And he is pulling ahead of Drew's hero once more. The Battle Fury is not quite up. The Blade Mail's up on Drew, so he needs to maximize that time in the jungle. 496 for their part will have to really protect that Spectre. They could look to play with the first Haunt here. You don't tend to see that prioritized by Spectre players anymore, but it is available for Drew if he wants to join in. For now, though, MG.Trust, knowing that they've got space here with one here in the jungle, they're going to shove in some towers, and Masaros and Leshrac can make that make these towers melt really fast.
Yeah, I might add, it was quite nice of Drew to get the very early Blade Mail there. I believe he even rushed it before the Brown Boots, and of course up against the Leshrac with Diabolic Edict and Pulse Nova, having the Blade Mail means he just can't kill you off, as long as you've got the Blade Mail active. We did see Masaros earlier on trying to chase down Drew. In fact, now Masaros might get punished for trying to push this tier 1 tower down. Stampede is out. Fortune's End going to be there. Q going to try and save Masaros. He's running out of there, Drew. He's the one going down as Jackie now has rotated. They will kill off Drew for the sake of Masaros. Oh, it's not worth it. 496, they are not going to be happy with that. Hung, can he get a bit more for their trouble? Leona dropping low. Cox pushback. Q could not push him out of the coil. Hung, he's going to be alright for now. They do at least get an Oracle on top. So it's not quite as bad for 496. But again, you don't want to see a Spectre die like that. Not ever.
No, it's just, again, really aggressive plays coming out from Drew. I appreciate the aggression now. Opportunity to rotate and punch that BB bot.
That they are. Masaros getting the damage off that BB. Fortune's then going to land. Jackie, meanwhile, kills off Bombi at the top lane. And that BB goes down to the bot lane. This is where it begins for Motivate Trust. You can almost feel it when they've got that momentum behind them. And they're starting to get just a little bit excited. For 496, the game plan should be very clear. Protect the Spectre. Eventually, he's going to be a bit of a powerhouse, but you've got to protect him for a while.
Yep, just buy that space out for Drew. Give him stacks, give him space to farm, and try not to drag him into fights. If he keeps trying to set up for his team, he cannot be the initiator. He does not want to be the initiator. It needs to be someone else up front. Probably need to see that BB be more active on the map. He's been farming bot lane really nicely. Does have the Hood of Defiance up, waiting for the blink. Maybe they just wait out for the blink timing here before they can start to play around the Centaur. But you really don't want the Spectre anywhere up front. They've got level 6 up in Yassi. They can start hunting around here.
Oh, you'd love to get Fearless. Oh, Spy Carapace off the mark. Oh, the Impale as well misses. Hung. Chains, not going to land either. No, he gets the Remnant Chains in. Hung will fix up the mistakes. Very nice kill there on Fearless. Slow down the puck even more, and Fearless has still been ahead in net worth in accordance to the Ember Spirit, but Hung is eventually going to be able to catch up if this keeps on.
Yeah, it's not too big of a difference here. 4.5 up against 4.6. So Hung's starting to bounce back in. Again, it's down to the build-up. It's a lot easier for Ember to apply that damage out with Orb of Corrosion and Power Treads, although right now Hung's just holding on to Power Treads and Wraithband, not quite committing for a full Orb. We'll see what he builds up. I think when you see Corrosion, you tend to want Phase Boots instead, but we'll see what the final closeout here is for Hung. You can see Masaros making his way mid. He wants to apply pressure in that mid-tier 1. The rest of his team are sort of hanging around the ramp area as well. They do have Hook ready on cue. They can make some plays happen here.
There goes Masaros. Yassi, he knows. He goes into the Spike Carapace, into the Impale, and now Masaros going to be in big danger. But Hung did not jump in with the Inkswell. So the heals are going to fly out from Leona X. That's going to be enough. 496, they know how important it is to protect that mid-tier 1, because you've got a Spectre and you need the jungle to be available. So they can't really afford to allow that mid-tier 1 to drop very quick. Otherwise, Drew's going to have a lot less farming space, and that's never going to feel good.
No, certainly not what you want there. You can see Q sort of keeping track, though. Like, he's hanging right outside vision, trying to figure out an angle for mid if they set up, or maybe looking at top. They do walk under. Bombi, smoke pops.
Could be an easy kill here for Q. Just hook shot into the battery assault and Cogs should be enough. Stampede, he's going to try and duke this one out, but Q, he sees the angle. Nice easy angle there for the clockwork, and Jackie will happily take the kill himself. And that should mean they go back for the mid-tier 1 now, as you haven't got the Stroke of Fate to worry about anymore. Masaros, he's going to go in. Yassi's going to try and block out some of the damage again. Another Impale, but now Fearless. He's in with a Dream Coil, locking down the Ember, but there's your Horn Town. True, he wants to try and fight back, but Jackie's coming in. Hung's already dead. Leona is still alive, but does barely go down as that baby now with the hoof stomp onto Jackie, but it isn't going to matter. They've lost the mid-tier 1. And they lost the Ember. And that is going to be exceptionally bad news for 496. Because now Drew is going to have to be very careful where he farms. MG.Trust, they have plenty of roaming potential with their draft.
Yeah, they can just really open up the top jungle, expand on the wards they already have there, and just keep trying to invade. That'll limit Drew to the triangle. And the timing's here really nice for MG.Trust. The Battle Fury's up for Jack. So he's going to be able to flash farm this Ancient Stacks, no contestion, no vision, and
nice hook shot, Q. Gonna make sure the Bombi cannot follow up onto Masaros and Jackie. He's quote-unquote kill securing here on the Monkey King jump. He's doing a great job of it. Finding his 4th kill of the game with that Boundless Strike, and well, he has come ahead of Drew now in terms of net worth.
Yeah, and the flash farm is just going to get even faster. Again, with the Battle Fury up, it's just more efficient than a Spectre with Blade Mail. Like, Drew can still clear out camps, but not at the same pace a Monkey King can with his mobility and with his damage. So you have to find a way to stop that here. On the side of 496, keep playing with Vendetta. They are trying to be aggressive. Another smoke out from 496. We'll see if they can find that big target. Again, ideally you catch Jackie out here.
Absolutely, Yassi. Gonna move in with the Vendetta now. Into the triangle. Jackie, be a massive target. Fearless gonna be around. Remnants forward. Dream Coil is there, but they've caught the Monkey King. Jackie surely has no way out. He's gonna try and get the Jingu Mastery. Yassi, no, the Spike Carapace. He waited. As Q is going to kill off Yassi, but it's still looking great for 496. They even found Fearless now. Chains is out. Phase shift. Orb jaunt. Not going to work. The chains last long enough for Q. Gets a double kill, and now Masaros will chase down that BB on the Centaur and should eventually be able to burst him down unless that baby lands a stun like that. Leona is going to chase with the False Promise and Fortune's End, but will not be able to connect the Fortune's End. A 2-for-2 trade, but a very favorable trade for 496.
Yeah, they find the big target they want. They manage to punish out Jackie. He is going to be very vulnerable until a BKB comes through. So this is the time to hunt the Monkey King down. This is the time to stall out that S and Y timing Jackie's trying to save up for. They're buying a ton of space out for Drew. He manages to stay number 1 in that for it. 8.8k now. Flying out the full Manta, it looks like. So he's going to be ready to go. He can actually do something in the Haunt. He's got a lot more durability with a lot more HP to play with his Dispersion. And he can Dispel off the Silences. So Drew's got some angles to go in now if he wants to. And the side of MG.Trust, well, they haven't really built a big enough of a lead to really overcome that. So you need to be cautious going in. They need to factor in the Spectre and try to protect Jackie more. They've been really good at it so far, but they haven't really respected the Nyx Assassin initiation with the Emperor. Like, they've got sentries down, but they need to maybe have someone else follow Jackie around to just keep him safe.
Nice rotation in from Yassi. He spots out the Oracle and realizes he has to kill off Leona first. Does catch him out. Stampede is there. Fate's Edict is going to heal him up with the mech, but not enough. As Q now going to hook shot in onto the Nyx Assassin. A big Dream Coil. Masseros, he's been trapped up, however. He's going to die. And Q is still trying to go into Yassi. Now Wukong's command Boundless Strike. It does finally get the Nyx Assassin. Can they at least kill Drew though? That's the big one. Fearless going to get chased down. Now Hung with a double kill. Jackie has to run. Oh, just very unfortunate there. I'm not sure if you saw it, John, but Masseros, he got Warcraft 3 blocked by the Spectre illusions, I believe it was. So Drew actually blocked him in with the Manta illusions and the Horn illusion, and he could not move.
Yeah, it's a tricky time, and 496 are just playing it right this time. They're hunting down Leona X first. We haven't seen big false promises come true from the Oracle, so you're missing out the potency of the saving support. It's not able to keep Masseros alive long enough to really do the damage he needs to do. They should know with Haunt down, though, that they can maybe go around a map, make something happen. And this is the time for MG.Trust to force initial, though.
Masseros is quite out of position here, unless his team can punish. Hookshot Q right on the edge, does catch the Centaur. They're going to get something. Hung will move in. Jackie, Boundless Strike is going to connect, but Hung is going to be able to back off. Bombi still moving forward. But no, they aren't going to be able to get anything out of this. MG.Trust are going to be fine. Hung still sticking around. Fortune's End going to connect. Chains is out. Fearless, he's got the coil. Locking down the Ember. Soulbind, double silence is there. Still the Cox pushback. No Hung. He's going to be alright. Again, the coil does not snap in time. But Jackie is not going to be able to lock him down. Still, they'll keep going. Hung, Fearless, very low. Will orb away towards the north. Yassi, Impel does land. He'll get the puck. But it is going to cost him his own life. The Nyx Assassin will drop it. Here comes Drew now. Starting to move into the team fight. Hung, still kiting. Another nice chains out. Jackie, going to stick around. He has the SNY up now, and Hung is going to try and back. Fortune's End. He's going to be on Jackie, but he does not Primal Spring in. Boundless Strike, though, hook shot. They do get the kill, but now that BB with the hoof stomp in onto Q. Should be able to get the clockwork. Cogs is out. They are trying to go into Drew instead, but Drew's going to turn now on Leona X and try to at least get an Oracle for his trouble, but the Split Earth does land. He might need to run. Jackie is still around with Wukong's command. Drew is still manning up. He still wants to fight. The illusion's around that BB. He'll be the one to claim the kill, and now they waste the Wukong's command, but Oracle has brought back. Here comes Fearless. The stuns are out. They get that BB into another. They want Bombi, and Bombi's going to try and run to the south, but it does not look like he has a way out. He'll ink swell, but he's gone. And I'll tell you what, John, this is one thing I really missed about Southeast Asian Dota, is the very long, prolonged team fights that we used to see all the time. It's not over. It's still going. They're chasing down the Nyx Assassin now. Fearless after Yassi. Jackie will even join the fray. Fortune's End not going to land. Yassi's still running, but a big Boundless Strike out. Jackie going to secure the kill. I miss that so much about SEA Dota, John. I miss it so much.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful to watch. Both sides just constantly keeping the aggression up. 496 definitely staying in this game. It feels like the trades have been working in their favor for the most part. The side of MG.Trust are not quite finding the angles. They're kind of being disrupted around. They get caught off guard by Drew when he comes in, so they're forced to retreat. It does open up the opportunity to go into the Roche. They did expand the buyback in Leona X, so they want to get more out of it, and the Roche is going to melt fast, but 496, they know what's up. They're smoked up as two.
Bombi, Stampede. They're going to move in now. Chains, big hoof stomp out that BB. He caught the Monkey King. Jackie in big trouble. He's going to die, and so did Leona X. Now Masseros is gone. Fearless is going to try and blink his way out. That BB is going to be on the chase. They won't get him. But man, a big hoof stomp with the Soulbind is going to turn the team fight right around, and now 496 might be the ones to get the Roshan.
Yeah, it doesn't quite melt the same way here. They don't really have
Yassi.
the same amount of damage.
Yassi's still going. Fearless. He was caught out for a second, but now he'll be punished. Roshan's still alive. Q might be able to go for a hookshot. Aegis still. He's got to try here. I don't think you give it away to the Spectre. Hookshot? No, it's off the mark. Drew, he takes the Aegis, he runs. And meanwhile, the team fight has broken up again because Q has been caught on the clockwork and is going to die as that BB does get the stun off. And suddenly 496 are putting up a real nice fight here in this game number 2. As we are 21 to 20. But there is a 3k net worth lead for 496.
Yep, they're starting to really pull ahead here. You're constantly ahead with Drew. He hasn't been punished at all for sitting back and farming up, whereas Jackie's been forced to really be active on the Monkey. The fights have not paved off to be really clean for Jackie as well, so he's not getting as much here. And MG.Trust, they need to get some key items up. You need more on Fearless. Like, he has Travels, that's it. No Witch's Blade up yet. Nothing, just the Blink. He needs some damage on this puck to really start getting the follow-up. And this is one issue with MG.Trust draft as well. They don't have a tanky frontliner. Like, who jumps in first? It's either the Monkey or the puck. Neither are tanky enough to sustain damage like the Centaur can. Like, that BB could just jump in, not care too much about the counter initiation, and get some work done.
Oh, bot lane, Fearless gonna try and fight this out. Bombi not gonna connect with the Inkswell. It's gonna be all right. Yassi, he's been looking around for this puck quite a lot. Fearless, I believe they know where he is. He'll be all right.
Yeah, he did throw out the Dream Coil in that attempt, so he's not going to have that up for a few seconds. It's not the longest cooldown in the world, but it's another opportunity for 496. They take over the bot jungle. Yassi with Vendetta is just all over the map. It's forcing the economy game for MG.Trust to drain out from these supports. They have to get so many sentries to keep themselves safe. And it just stops the progression coming out from Q and from Leona X. You'd really want the Glimmer Cape up here on your Oracle just to defend yourself better, but there's just no room to get that farm up. So MG.Trust, the economy is not quite lining up their way. 496 now, 2k up, not massive by any means, but it's big enough to be noticeable at this point. And Drew is just very close to finishing up the Scotty to catch one out.
Oh, Jackie, that's a big pick off again. 496 doing a great job. Into Q now. They found the clockwork. They'll get him.
I guess.
Oh, Drew, he's feeling very strong now on the Spectre. That's one thing we never really mentioned, John, is the haunt to find Jackie in the tree line is always going to be very effective.
Yeah, it's just working out well. Like 496 play with that haunt timing, and have been really good with forcing out aggression with a haunt. So they're just maximizing the potential of the Spectre. They're not being too passive with it, and it's just the right mix of farm and aggression. And it's lining up really nicely. MG.Trust now are the ones running out of map space. They need much more farm on their Monkey. They need so much more farm on their puck as well, and they're going to be forced to defend here.
Coil was there. Fearless going to jump in. Hung already with the BKB. Drew, he's man fighting here. Masteros, it's going to be all right. Remnants forward. Fearless going to go for a run, but Hung, I believe he might have got the chains off there, but no. Fearless is going to be all right. Hung isn't giving up though. He really wants the kill. He's out of Remnants now, but he is close to Fearless, but does not connect the Sleight of Fist. Fearless is going to be all right. For now, Drew is still around. Fearless, that is a dangerous position to farm, as the dagger is going to fly out. Fearless. No, he is going to make it, I think. He'll TP. Pings her out, but it's too late.
Yeah, it's a really long chase Fearless gives him, so it's some space, some pressure relief from the mid-tier 2. Very low HP, 149.
BB, Masaros, it's been caught. They have the damage. Hook shot, great from Q, right in onto the Grimstroke. They found one, and there goes Yassi. On the next assassin, that BB forced the Stampede away. Bit overly confident there without Hung and without Haunt to go in like that. That BB, not safe either. The coil does land. He knows he's dead. And that's something you don't want to do if you're 496. You want to wait for Horn, and you want to make sure Hung is behind you if you're going to initiate by a tier 2 mid tower.
Yeah, it's a bit keen coming up from 496. They're the ones to underestimate MG.Trust this time. They find themselves some really good pickups.
Hung, not like this, Hung. What are you up to, sir? They can perma-stun you, but he gets the KP off. My god. That's risky. I mean, he was 0.1 of a second off from getting stunned by that split earth. That would have meant his death.
Yeah, 100%. He's not the one carrying the Aegis as well, so very risky spot for that to happen, but does drag his BKB down to 7 seconds as well.
Oh, nice setup, Yassi. On the Nyx Assassin. He has been the bane of Fearless's existence this game. And you see how easy it is to set up once he gets the Impale off. Drew just comes in for a free kill every time.
Yeah, it's the next counter pick to Puck. It's just so good in setting up. The Vendetta just makes it so hard for the Puck to really figure out what's a safe spot to try and split push, what's a safe spot to camp in and get some farm up while trying to give Jackie some space. And you're just constantly being punished. Fearless now is behind Hung's net worth, which is not what you want to see. They might be able to punish Bombi at the least here.
Yeah, hook shot in. They found Bombi. Grimstroke is going to die. Net worth still remains at 3k advantage to 496. It hasn't really moved too much recently. Oh, actually, Jackie. I have Scotty suddenly up on the Monkey King. Drew, how's the save?
Yeah, he's been allowed to save up. Drew's still ahead by 1k. He already has a Basher flying in here on the Spectre, which is a lot better. Like, you're one item up now in the Spectre. You're always going to have more presence early on. We've got potential to stun Tree now as well.
Drew just found like 3 different items from one ancient camp. Yassi, underneath the sentry ward, hookshot's going to be there from Q. A nice by Carapace, but it's not going to matter. Yassi should be dead. It does go down. They do deny off that mid-tier 2 tower, but I think for MG.Trust, if they just keep holding out and punishing 496 like that, the game will look a lot more even pretty darn quick. As mid lane now, they're looking at Hung. He will be able to remnant away. But I think 496 do need to be awfully careful not to give too much away here to motivate.
Yeah, MG.Trust are about to hit some item spikes. Fearless, one part away from the Agnimps. So you're going to have the BKB piercing Dream Coil next. That's going to stop the effectiveness of this BKB on Hung. You're going to have Lockdown to hold him true and help you to control the Ember. It's been a while since we've seen Hung punish. He's only died twice. You really need to prevent that Ember from taking complete control in these fights. 496 though, again, with that slight lead, are still doing well. The Abyssal, it's being saved up for by Drew. Once you've got that Abyssal, I think you're going to feel really nice about your chances to just play around the Haunt timings and Leona.
Leona's been caught. You don't really want to lose the Oracle this early on. He's going to try and survive, but Drew's damage output is a little bit too high. Get another nice kill here. Hookshot. It's going to be in. They found the Grimstroke Bombi, but now the Horde comes out. They know the Oracle's dead, so they can go for the team fight. Soulbind does connect. The Oracle will buy back Leona. He'll come back into the team fight, but 496, they're looking good so far as they try to smoke away. But Jackie, he's looking for a way in. They stun up the Nyx Assassin. Hung looking to go in himself. Wukong's has been thrown out. Hung still trying to fight up against Leona to get the tie back. They will lose Yassi, but Hung should have the Oracle. Still trying to heal himself up. Leona does die, and now the Remnant away will mean a tie back as Fearless now has been caught. There goes Drew to get another kill on the Spectre. Balances out though. They get Bombi back, but now Masseros is in trouble. Dat BB with the follow-up stun. Kong's pushback, not going to be enough. And 496 once again approving. Oh, wait a minute, Drew. He'll be alright. They did not have a stun.
Oh.
In fact, never mind, they do. A hookshot is in. Q found him. Drew does not want to die like this. There's a remnant in from Hung, but he's going to be punished. Uh-oh. Hung is going to remnant out.
Boom, there it goes.
Rocket Flare is there. They still have the vision. Jackie waiting for the Primal Spring to be able to bounce back in. Hung, I think he's safe. He still has one remnant. And I love the fact that Drew immediately pinged out that there's a ward on that high ground. It's like, oh, hold on, Drew. Maybe you shouldn't have been there in the first place, Drew. It's always the support's fault. Every time.
Yeah, it definitely is. Good punishment coming out from MG.Trust. It did cost them a buyback. Fights are shaky for the side of MG.Trust. They're only winning because 496 have, overextended once or twice. They're at the point now where you really worry about the Spectre now. Drew is just too big. He's level 24, level 20 talent up with the HP. Abyssal's pretty much done here as well for Drew, unless he wants to hold out for the buyback. There is a Roshop for both sides to take, and I think this is going to be the big objective you're going to be eyeing out. Haunt's going to be up in 20, though, so once the Spectre respawns, Haunt will be ready, and they get a good scan. So they know the Rosh is going to be forced here. They can look for the angle and fight. Like, they've got this beautiful Blink Inkswell stun combo, and that MG.Trust keep getting caught out by. If they aren't careful, this is a really tight spot to be in.
Nice rocket flare though, will give vision. Now the Stampede. Jackie has a BKB Q. That's a great hook shot. He's got the backlines. Bombi still gets a soulbind off into the double silence. Fearless barely alive. The false promise came out in time, and that BB. The dream coil's there. They even found Hung, but no, he gets away just barely. On the Ember, here comes the Haunt though. Drew gonna join the team fight now. Onto Leona, they get the Oracle. Meanwhile, Fearless, he does kill off Bombi in the backlines, but Drew is still going onto Masaros. They will get the Leshrac. Onto Q. Clockwork is going to try and run. They won't be able to catch him. His Fearless now does have the Aghanim Scepter up, but he needs 15 seconds for that Dream Coil, and Drew is going to start the Roshan again. They do have Hookshot. That's about all they have until that coil's back up in 4 seconds. Q's trying to find a nice angle. Drew, Roshan getting low. They hookshot Hung instead. They want the Ember, but the Roshan does go down. Drew, he picks everything up, and now he needs to run. Looks like he's probably going to be alright. And in the end, you'd still have to call that a win for 496, unless Drew ends up dying here. Jackie's going to try and make that happen. He doesn't have the damage output, Drew. A bit too tanky on the Spectre is going to be just fine. And who do you give those shots to, John?
This game, I'd say, it's a bit tricky. I would personally lean towards just giving it. Well, Bombi already has one, unless that was handed over by Drew. So you don't need to give it to the Grimstroke. Perhaps the Nyx would be nice. Just having even more move speed around, having more burst on hand with Nyx is always good. And it is dropped, so it's Yasi who's going to take it up. Going to have the upgraded Vendetta there again. Faster speed on hand, and more.
Wait, did he take it?
No, they passed it again. They sent it to that BB instead. All right, so it's a double edge with strength per hero hit, and you're just gonna be tankier in the front line. It's gonna be really hard to burst down that BB. Yeah.
Hold on. So every time you double edge someone, your strength goes up by 15% for 15 seconds.
Yeah.
What?
It
That
refreshes
seems-
per stack and stacks 5 times.
That sounds a bit ridiculous. Yassi caught out. Nice hook shot Q. Catches both supports there. Bombi could not run away, and now Masaros with the Yule Scepter would love to catch out Drew. Or even that BB. Instead, they're going to go on the Centaur. A nice Dream Coil. Hung is running in to try and help out, but now the Wukong's command is there. They've got the Centaur down. That BB is going to die, but now the Horn back into the team fight onto Leona. They want the Oracle dead first. He needs to go down, but the False Promise is going to be there in time. And now Hung, he can still go after Leona, but it's not going to mean much as he needs to run. But Q's on the chase. Hookshot, no! Oh, sometimes you've got to remember there is a camp there now. Bit unfortunate there for Q with that hook shot, but still a good team fight for MG.Trust. At least for 496, they still hold on to the Aegis. So they can still look to make a big play. They'll have time to make it later on.
They're starting to bounce back in here for MG.Trust. They're doing the right thing. They pick off the supports. Suddenly, the side of 496 will not have the follow-up stun. They're not going to have the control they need to get the follow-up in these fights. And the damage coming through from Jackie starting to build up. And Hung, ooh, they just miss out.
They might know soon. Leona, smoke broken. Q's going to see him. He has the hook shot again. Bombi's going to cancel the TP. Now they might be able to go as Yassi has overextended and is going to die. Hung, he's still in danger here. Q is not going to hook shot. Wukong's commands are second off. They might have just been waiting for that. Gotta be careful about Drew. Even without the Horn, he does a hell of a lot of damage right now on that Spectre. Mind you, Jackie's about to finish off a full Daedalus. Once that Daedalus is there, correct me if I'm wrong, but do the statues crit? I feel like I read recently the Wukong's command statues actually crit with Daedalus. Unless I'm wrong there.
I feel like they do. They don't copy Basher or Abyssal, but they get everything else. So theoretically, they should crit. We'll see. As there has been, again, a damage issue coming out from MG.Trust, even in full duration Wukongs. Oh?
No, he's going to be alright. He has the backup. That baby's going for an Aghanim Septujon. That's going to make life very hard for Motivate Trust, right? With what is it, plus 40% damage reduction on a Spectre, of all things? Could you imagine?
Yeah, it's going to be really silly. You're just not going to be able to burst down Drew as long as, you know, the save is there from the side of 496. MG.Trust need to... I think they need to pivot on the build-up on Fearless. He's trying to go for the Silver Edge, which is great. Having break against the Spectre, even the Centaur, it's pretty nice. Of course, you're probably focused on the Spec to try and make it softer. And I think you need more damage flying through from your puck at this point. You've got the phase shift attack talent. You can go really silly with maybe a Daedalus here, taking the slot of the Null Talisman. I think just having minus armor and a nice big AoE with a phase shift attack can really help your Monkey King's cause. And just, again, prevent the damage from being an issue. Still, 496 are the ones supplying pressure on the map. They're lined up bot. Yasi was cutting them off on the triangle. And they're going to go for that tier 2. Top is being shoved in, but it's only Q, and he doesn't really push towers well by himself.
Well, they found a double damage rune. That rocket flare did scout it out, so Motivate could make a rush for it. And yeah, Jackie, he's got the bottle up. He's going to rush with a Daedalus up now. This could be very dangerous timing if 496 get caught with their pants down, because they have no idea that was a DD rune up at that top rune spot. And Masaros and Fearless are kind of baiting them into the mid lane right now. Even though they are smoked, they're making it very obvious that they're here. 496, do they take the bait? Fearless, still trying to play around. Hung, we'll see him. Does go for the chains out, but the coil was there, right onto the Ember, and now they'll go in. Soulbind is there, but Wukong's command, it's going to be a big Wukong's command, right on Hung. He will end up healing up a little bit, but it's not going to be enough. Jackie gets a Mega onto Drew now. The Spectre needs to run, at least for now. This is not the team fight unless that BB can set up onto Fearless, but the Invis is going to save the day as now they go right back in. The buyback on Bombi not going to mean much unless, well, maybe they do catch Q. But he's pretty tanky. He has a BKB up on the clockwork. He has hookshot in 1 second to boot. He gets one as well. Bombi, he just bought back on that Grimstroke, and he's going to die back immediately. Now Fearless can move in. Drew's going to go for a TP out, and he's going to make it. Yassi does run towards the right. That's a big team fight there for Motivate. And it's looking like they have become the stronger team in this game number 2 now.
Yeah, they've got massive spikes on hand. Right now for 496, it's really the Spectre show. Yeah, Hung is, you know, the moment he gets caught out like that, he's just gone.
Yes,
even with BKB, it's just so hard.
They've got a gem.
Ooh.
Fearless has a gem now. And I gotta tell you, John, I like the Silver Edge on Fearless as well, because I believe just breaking the Spectre might solve most of their issues.
It has. It really has. Like, it's made it very hard for Drew to approach these fights.
Coil.
And speaking of...
Yep. Here we go again. Look at the damage with the Wukong's command. It is a very painful sight. And by the way, John, that's it. GG well placed call. Motivate Trust. They make the comeback work. And by the way, I did confirm that the statues do crit. So,
beautiful.
They were critting for about 700 damage each statue, which is
very nice.
A little bit ridiculous if you ask me.
Definitely is, but a very well played game coming out from MG.Trust and 496. You know, they had a lot of shining moments there. They managed to get Drew farmed up a lot more, and he had so much more impact. They had a really good ramp up. The combination Bombi and that BB were doing there, Blink with a hoof stomp and Inkswell, were causing massive issues for MG.Trust in that mid game. They managed to ride it out. A few overextension from 496 really gave the openings here to MG.Trust, and I'm just surprised Drew kind of bought out at the end there and didn't have buyback. Like, that was a costly mistake and pretty much secured the game for the side of MG.Trust, but a very close one. And it's like we said at the start, right? Like MG.Trust might have won 2-0 every single time they met up, but those games are always kind of tight. Game 1, not so much. Game 2, definitely a lot closer. MG.Trust still managed to take that win in the end, though.
That they do, and I mean, it was one of those things, right? Like, these games between these two, like you said, it might end up in a 2-0, but the entertainment value that these two teams provide is always a hell of a show for us, and yeah, it's always very, very fun to watch. Still with that, John, do we have a winner's interview?
Yes, we should have one soon. We're just waiting for our boy to come in. It should be Mr. Masaros, I was told by our admin. Let me just give him the heads up. And yeah, we're just gonna wait for that to come in. So I believe he does have a webcam if that's set up as well, Mike. So
I'm gonna try, John. I can't promise anything, but I'll give it my
fair enough.
My best shot. See what happens.
No problem. But yeah, just a spectacular showing. Love to see that Southeast Asian Dota. It's one thing with 496. I think a lot of people look down on them. Like the results have been kind of mixed, but when they win, you see a certain magic in them. Like we were sort of seeing in game 2. There was a moment where they were just looking pretty strong, and the coordination towards the end just kind of fell flat. So I think there's a lot of room for improvement for them still going forward. We'll just have to wait. It's still week number 2 here. Still 4 weeks to go. Still a lot of games for them to play. I'm sure they're going to keep working together as a team to improve and try to climb up. You know, like we're approaching majors time, of course, and then of course the big one's TI. So you've got to get a good showing in if you want a shot at, I think, regional qualifiers at the very least.
Yep, absolutely. Let me know when we do have Masteros here, John.
Yeah, still waiting for a response from Le Manager, I believe. So
No problem.
gonna be on standby for a bit. We can maybe just tease about the next game before we go on.
Sure.
Like we do have Southbuilt Esports up against Team Mystery. So that should be a fun one to watch. Southbuilt has been doing great, and I remember last time on Beyond the Sea, I kept hyping up Vice, and they fell flat. This is them showing up. This is the Vice I was looking for an entire season, and of course they swapped out their Pause 1. It's a bot inside now. They are performing well, so that's one to watch out for. Just really good series still coming up, and yeah, that should be one to watch out for. It's great. I think Team Mystery had their debut yesterday. It wasn't the best showing, so we're gonna have to see if they've kind of shaken that off here and get themselves a win. Of course, you really do want to start climbing up, even though it's still week 2. But yeah, it's like that should be fairly good. Filipinos versus Malaysians. Now, that is not something you see too often now. Like full Malaysian stack. It's been a while since we've seen that, so this should be really good for the national team fans as well.
I do agree. I mean, I'm always a big fan of different countries getting involved, and that's one thing, right? With Dota, that I think is missed a lot is getting more countries involved in Dota, more different regions, and just trying to make it truly international. Because a lot of regions aren't involved in different esports, which is kind of sad to see, right? And this goes for pretty much every MOBA out there. It's just one of those things where it's kind of hard to get the whole world involved in it, but I hope over time, as the years go on, we'll have more different regions, more different countries getting involved, and hopefully it just means more competition for us to enjoy. Do we have an interview yet, John, by the way?
Currently still waiting. I think it might not end up happening. No response yet, so
fair enough.
Considering the short break, I think we might have to go.
No, that is fair. I do believe we are probably going to have to just go to break, and maybe next time we'll have just a quick chat with MG.Trust. Make sure somebody's ready to do an interview. Hopefully next time, if we don't get one today. I know Fearless always tells us how afraid he is of interviews, so so maybe he caught the Fearless bug, Masaros, and just doesn't want to have a chat with us. Maybe he's just too nervous, or maybe he just hates us, John. Maybe he just hates us and he doesn't want to talk to us.
No. I have photo evidence of these boys.
Do you
not
really?
not blackmail, but I know. I think we go along well. So
Fair
Probably
enough.
just miscommunication down the line. But yeah, next time.
We do have to go to a break. I mean, the next series is about to get
Oh, wait.
underway.
We've got him. Let's do this quick. Masaros is here. I'm going to drag him up right now, Mike.
Drag him in.
He's here.
Go on. Hello, Masaros.
Hello, Masaros.
Can you hear us, sir?
Yeah, hello.
Hello, sir. Congratulations on your win. Straight off the bat, I just want to ask you how you're feeling after this victory today.
Today,
Yes.
I feel, normally because we just keep winning every team, so
Yeah.
so it yeah it it did me nothing.
Oh, wow. I love it. A lot of confidence here, John. Questions, please.
Yeah, Masaros, how are you feeling back? You know, like the team's back together. I'm sure you're asked this a lot. How's it like to be with your bros again on MG.Trust for the most part?
Pardon me.
How is it like to be back together with the team? You know, you were away for a while. The team kind of went their own ways for a bit, but the grand reunions here, it's looking great. How are you feeling about it? How's the atmosphere like for the team?
I really feel so good about it because it's like this team make me like being myself, and yeah, I can be myself, and I play with some comfortable, yeah, something
That's
like
fair.
that.
Now, I've got to ask you guys. You guys have been playing like a lot of Dota. Like we see you guys in the OEDL Fall Invitationals. I know there are a couple of small tournaments going around as well. A tournament in Thailand. How are you guys finding the patch? Like you guys are winning so far. Do you think the patch will adapt? Are you guys ready to adapt as well as it goes on?
Yeah, you mean how we fight the patch? Like I think we just play what we like and what we wanna play, and we know our strong, yeah, and we play with comfortable, yeah.
Nice. Masaros, final question before we let you go. Obviously, you had a bit of a stint with Fnatic there. Do you feel like
Yeah.
you grew over your time with Fnatic? Like, do you feel like it was a good experience for you, or would you have rather just stayed in Motivate.Trust?
I think I just got some experience, but I feel better with playing with Motivate Task because I don't know the how Fnatic play Dota. I think it's different, and it's make me like not being myself. And
I see.
yeah, I
see.
just got some experience from Major and
Okay.
just playing with TI player.
But you enjoy being with back with Motivate, where you feel like you can really just be yourself and be the best Masaros you can be.
Yeah, something like that.
All right. Awesome.
Well, congratulations on your victory, sir. I think everyone knows that you guys are probably the favorites to go to the upper division this season, but I don't want to jinx anything. We're going to wait to see what happens, and I do wish you the best of luck throughout the rest of the lower division.
Thank you.
Thank you, Masaros. Have a good day, sir.
Okay, bye.
Bye-bye. That was the lovely Masaros, of course, one of my favorite players, John. I mean, I feel like no bias here, but we get very excited when we hear from Masaros, and obviously a very nice guy, very honest as well, which is good to see. Not very early though, which is one thing. We'll have a chat with him about that, but very good to see. What is it, John? What are you laughing at? We gotta go to a break, John.
Jackie was in chat and he just had to say Masa lose. So, shout out to you, Jackie. Thanks for dropping in as well. Thank you for making fun of your teammate as well.
Absolutely. Love me, Jackie. Love me, Fearless. Q-Leo, everything's just looking good for this team. It makes me so happy. It makes me so happy to see them back, just playing good quality Dota. It helps me sleep at night, John, knowing that the boys are back in town. Still with that, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to head to a short break. After that short break, we will be back with our second series of the day between the side of Team Mystery and SBE. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back just shortly for that next series. We'll see you soon. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. Apologies for the extended break, but we are back for our second series of the night between Team Mystery and South Built Esports. And it's MLP Dota and X Fire again. John, welcome back, sir. Second series of the day. How are you feeling?
I'm really excited for this one, actually. Team Mystery versus South Built Esports, formerly known as Vice. This was the old Vice roster. They came from Upper Div. They did not have a great time. No way to pad ad. Upper Div run for them was not great. But their Lower Div run right now, Mike, it's going great. 3-0 so far. They've had a really good run. They have made one roster swap. They've got Abat in now on pause 1. And that's the only change I think they went through. I'm not sure if they still have Coach CTY around. I'll have to check with him. But they've been playing really well. Of course, Team Mystery, we just saw them play yesterday up against SMG. It was a back and forth one, but SMG did win out. So no wins yet for Mystery, but that was their first series. We'll see if they can put a dent in the favorites so far in Lower Div outside of MG.Trust. South Built are up there. So we'll see if they can bring a fight out. Do have the initial picks flying through. Puck for South Built Esports, which leads right into a Lion from Mystery, as is typical. You see a Puck, you take the Lion for the Hex Impale combo, Earth Spike combo, sorry, and you know, you just kind of build up. It's a counter pick. It's a stable wave counteracting the Puck. We'll see what else comes out. Still very open.
Ah, so you've improved, Jonathan. You're not saying Impale anymore, you're saying Earth Spike. I found quite embarrassing for you, sir, the fact that you keep claiming you're a Lion player, but you kept saying Impale. And I was, well, hold on a minute.
It was that one day. It was that one day.
No,
Mike.
it wasn't,
Every
John.
other time
You were doing
I've
it
been saying Earth Spike.
You've been doing it for a long time. I haven't said anything. I've been a good husband. I've kept my mouth shut. I haven't upset you, but you know, a time comes where I have to come in and tell you how it is. Still, the draft has gone on. Mars is there for Mystery. South Built Esports, I like this pickup. They go for the Abaddon. We talk about it with the Puck, right? But when you've got an Abaddon, you've got an LC, you've got an Oracle. Anyone with a Dispel just makes it that much harder to kill off a Puck in the middle of a team fight. And it's going to kind of make you second guess as the Mars or the Lion if the initiation's going to work out, because one Aphotic Shield and suddenly the Puck's fine.
Yeah, it's going to be that much harder to lock in the Puck, even with the Lion. So Team Mystery is going to have to watch themselves, maybe consider trying to space out the Abaddon, split up the team fight, isolate that hero out so the Dispel doesn't come through. Of course, Mystery are building up their own combinations here. Mars plus Lion in a dual lane, considering a pause 4 line here, is pretty strong. You've got a nice ranged support to help you out. You've got setup with the Earth Spike, and you've got Mana Drain to spam out as well. So it's not going to be easy for the opposing laner to run away from the Mars chasing you with that slow on top. The Hex is, of course, really strong as well. So you're just building up on the synergies here for Team Mystery on the off lane. It's looking really good. Just have to worry about the Abaddon overall. Still really open for both sides. We've seen Snapfire pop back in. That could be something Mystery goes into, going for a Mars Snapfire combo. No option for the Phoenix, as SBE has banned that out first. So you're not going to see Mars Arena plus Phoenix Egg here. But, Snapfire's in the pool. That could still be an option. If you do go Snap, you have to worry about the puck jumping the Snapfire kisses, though, and just taking out the silence. So there's a back and forth option there. As, we're looking at the bans right now. Morphling and Monkey King taken out from Mystery. South Belt have taken care of the Ursa and Lifestealer. So just taking care of the cores that can go through Arena freely. And for the side of Mystery, they're just removing some combos with Dream Coil with the Monkey King. And, just preventing any silly shenanigans with the Morphling coming through.
Absolutely. One more ban out before we get to see some more heroes being picked up. Wonder where either draft's going to head. Looks like Team Mystery might just continue focusing in on those Position 1 ban outs. Just make sure South Build Esports don't get everything they want. What else do you want to ban, though? Anything else particularly broken right now that nobody wants to play against?
Jug would be pretty strong for South Built if they do pick it up, and it has been left in the pool. So you've still got a natural spin here to get out of the arena. Even the spin into line is pretty good because he loses all his control. Mystery do take the Tusk. So options there for flexing between line and Tusk on the 4 and 5. You have an option to save now for Mystery's end. And you've got some great ways of cutting off the map with the arena and the shards from the Tusk. So some really fast timings here for Mystery to play with just with these 3 heroes. South Built have to be a bit careful. There's a lot of burst damage on hand here. And they only really have the Abaddon to help. But Gyrocopter coming through. That's the aggressive pause 1 that we've been seeing a lot of. And it's just really nice. The timings are so good. Laning is just amazing. You've got a lot of early fight to go on. You've got scaling into late game. Very tight here to have, and it just really fits this meta right now.
Yeah, it's somewhat clever as well into the Mystery draft because you're going to have a Mars and a Tusk that want to be close by. But Gyrocopter, Max Rocket Barrage in the laning phase, and now pick up an Alchemist. Alright, so Mystery went for the Jug, and SBE were like, well, that's fair enough, but we're going to pick up this Alchemist and just kind of outrun you, out-momentum you, out-snowball you, ironically enough, considering Mystery are the ones with the Tusk. I'm not sure if this Alchemist is a bit too greedy, though. I feel like with the Gyro, it does feel like maybe it's a bit over the top. And where are you laning these heroes now? Like, is this a support puck? Because
I don't think so.
For the Alchemist, the way I can see it working is if they throw the Gyro mid and make the Gyro kind of fighting core in the mid lane to set a tempo, they could kind of work the opposite way and run the Alchemist mid Gyrocopter safe lane, but the problem there is then you, for 20 minutes straight, you're kind of stuck, not doing much while the Alchemist is farming. And even then, the Gyrocopter is going to be farming for the next 20 minutes after that.
I'm more worried about the potential of it being an offlane Alch. Like, that's what we tend to see when you go with these kind of openings, right? Like, offlane Alch for the Gyrocopter to have a free Ags might be what they're eyeing here. It definitely is too slow if you go that route. So I'm hoping something else happens. Maybe a Gyrocopter support. Bob does love his puck. I don't think you're going to be able to divorce that from him. So it should still be a Bob puck. Although again, it's still flex, as you mentioned. You could run a puck support, you could run puck off lane, you could run the Gyrocopter mid, Alchemist safe. Very open, but I don't like how open it is. I'm scared for the Alchemist to go off because it's such a greedy hero, it's such a greedy draft. There are ways to play fast regardless, like with Gyrocopter puck, you do have good team fight. Dream Coil and the call down can be quite strong. It's just that Team Mystery does have that snowball save, so your combination might be broken up just by the Tusk. We'll have to see. They don't have last pick overall as well for SBE, so they're going to show their hand first. And Team Mystery is going to be able to kind of plan around it with their own last pick there.
Absolutely. I have to apologize to you, Jonathan. I'm trying to start the prediction up for all the lovely people in chat. Trying to get that going, sir, if you don't mind.
Yeah, I can't because it's blocked in the Philippines for whatever reason, so I can't even start predictions as a mod.
That's a bit of a weird one. Why?
I don't know. Like,
is it?
I don't know why. Like, I remember when I first saw it on one of our DPC channels, and I was like, I want to bet. I want to see what points I get, so I had to use a VPN. Not a pleasant experience. So
Okay.
yeah, it's blocked in some parts of Southeast. It gives me a warning when I try to make a prediction bet. Like I can't even start, but when I try to join, it tells me not allowed in your region. It's like, okay, I guess
Okay.
no big points for me. Can't show off.
I guess it must be. Maybe they consider it like they consider it gambling, even though you're not really.
I think so.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm guessing.
I think so.
Yeah, I can't imagine
It's a
another
logical
reason.
explanation.
Yeah.
Nah, that's the most logical one. So we get it's a bit boring for anyone in the region, but hey, it is what it is. We can watch everyone else have fun. We'll just watch you guys. Have fun for us. That's it.
Don't sound so bitter, John. You always sound so upset when you don't get something. That's one thing
That
the
I do.
viewers, the viewers that love you, that always spam John X via love heart. Just so you know, this man is very bitter. He's a very bitter man. If somebody gets something
Hey.
and he doesn't get the same thing, he gets very upset. Very
I'm
upset.
a realist. I've got reasons to doubt certain things coming true. SBE closing out with Rubik kind of keeps it spicy as well, Mike. I don't know. This is a strange draft. Like it naturally feels like should be a Rubik 4, Abaddon 5, with Gyro, Alk, and Puck kind of playing musical lanes until someone picks it up. But there's a potential for Gyrocopter support, Rubik core mid, Alchemist safe, Puck off. That's one of the stranger ways to run the draft, but it's kind of open in terms of what you want to do here. Mystery close out with the DK, very simple, nothing complex. Anime hero coming through. No complications there. Straightforward. Mercury's going to be in mid. Ghost is on the jug. After and Mars. So Enryu, Alk. Oh, it's the offlane Alk.
Oh,
I wish I
no.
was wrong, but it's the offlane Alk. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh boy. I don't feel good about it. Like, again, the possibilities there. Like, you could actually have impact if you go maybe SNY, Soul Ring for mana sustain, run around, force fights, play with your stun, unstable concoction.
Yeah.
But if you play slow, farm up Ags for the gyro, and then farm into what you need, you've got 2 farming cores. It's something that Team Mystery can punish. They've got a really good lineup to run and gun with Tusk Lion. They can melt towers with the DK. They've got a lot to play with. So South Build have to be very careful with playing a slower pace because once you start falling behind on the Alk, it really doesn't feel like a hero.
Well, I think that's why we saw the Dragon Knight come out, and I think this was a very smart pick by Mystery, is having a hero that can push early, get rid of that mid tower, get rid of the bot tower, and open up the map for Mystery. We all know up against an Alchemist, or any kind of really farming core, getting rid of the mid tier 1 is extremely important in being able to invade their farming positions. So with the DK being able to just get that T1 mid tower down so easily without a siege creep, I think it might pay off here for Mystery. But South Built Esports, if they can get this Alchemist going in the off lane, you never know. Maybe they just run over the side of Mystery.
Yeah, I mean, again, on paper, South Build has had a better run 3-0 in the lower div so far. A bit of a typo there from Abat. JF. No, it's have fun. There you go.
Very good to see, very polite.
Yeah, well, was having a quick chat in lobby as well with the boys. Just there was an offhand comment that from BenQ that there wouldn't be an interview from SBE, and Zenki came in and said, "Well, we're all kind of sick, so if we go on mics, it's dangerous." It's like, okay, get well, bros. Hopefully they're doing fine. Hopefully that doesn't play in to what comes out here, but they've got a lot to play for, Mike. I mean, off lane out.
Don't make excuses for them, John. I know they're afraid to do the interview. It's fine, boys. Don't you worry.
I could translate. Come on, if you guys
we
watch
have
this,
a-
remember, I can translate.
We
for you.
have a Filipino here. We don't have to speak in English. We can speak in Filipino and John can translate. Nothing to be
Yeah.
afraid of, boys. Don't you worry.
Yeah, it's a lot comfier. Of course, my Filipino is terrible. They're probably gonna have a giggle about the accent, but
Yeah, but that's more embarrassing
worries.
for you than it is them, and I'd rather you be embarrassed.
exactly it. So next time around, remind boys, still clump up around the bounty runes as you expect. No counter clumps though, so they're just gonna go for an easy, even 2-2 start. No shenanigans here, Mike. Just a straightforward start for both sides.
Wayne, he's going to have a bit of shenanigans onto
Oh.
Enryu, but there's your stun out, and of course with the Alchemist, you always want to try and secure bounties. He doesn't have the Grievil's Greed anyway, but it is going to end up being a 2-for-2 trade. Nice little try there from Wayne. He even said it. He did try. it was worth trying.
He forces out the unstable concoction level 1. We normally see acid spray, so it's going
Sure.
to be a slower start for Enryu on the first level. He's going to have to get some EXP, hit his level 2 faster, and even then, you know, you're going to want your level 3 for Greevil. So his farm rate is going to be slower because of this move from Wayne. I think that's definitely worthwhile. You've got a really good lane here for Mystery to play with. Ghost on the Chug. Once he hit level 2, would say shards up along with the tag team, you can really start to zone out the Alchemist. Enryu's not that tanky at all.
And Wayne really giving it to Enryu. Because the Alchemist not really starting with that high of an armor, right? Like, you've got two armor, fairly average, but obviously for Wayne and even Ghost, you can abuse that, especially when you've got the tag team up and available. And even Samael, you can see on the Rubik, kind of struggling there just with the right clicks out from Wayne. Even as the Pos 5 Tusk, he does go for the brown boots to ensure that he can abuse the right clicks of that Tusk. Still, we'll look at the other lanes too. Mid lane, you'll see Mercury there up against Bob. I'd say this is going to be a very even kind of trading lane. Not expecting too much. It is mostly just going to be about CS between these two. And, well, for now it is a very even matchup. Mercury just 1 CS ahead right now, but it should even out rather soon.
Yeah, it's not going to be too bad of lane for both sides. The one thing Bob has on top is superior mobility with Illusory Orb, so if a support comes in, he can maybe look to play greedy, secure both water runes, take it away from Mercury, but DK is not a natural bottle carrier, so it doesn't matter for him. He's just going to hold steady anyway. We're going to have to see who gets level 6 first. That's the big spike in this matchup. That's going to take some time, so we can take a look at the other lanes up top.
After Rain, yeah, he's gone. First blood will go to a bat, and that's a great start for Southfield Esports. As now Zenki even chases down the line for a little bit. Ohio, he's going to be just fine. But you see the danger there with the gyrocopter in the laning stage. You can't underestimate the damage output off that Rocket Barrage. I feel like that spell in particular just never got nerfed. Everything else about the hero got nerfed, but Rocket Barrage, perfectly balanced.
Yeah, and it even gets a shard upgrade if you want it down the line. An additional target and 1 second. Very nice way of sustaining damage. Of course, magic damage kind of tapers off by the 20-minute mark, but it can be impactful. And, you know, South built up top. You can see Zenki. Ohio's trying to contest, but once he gets hits out from Zenki, you don't want this.
He might
get
be dead.
silenced up.
TP. No, he's not going to make it. Very nice. Zenki gives him the tip, and that is devastating for Ohio now. He's going to have to make the walk of shame back up towards the top lane. He can't even TP refill the bottle of his mid laner. And Zenki, he's going to pull away this creep wave. After Rain, he gets the range creep. That's about it, but a bat is going to be there to secure the CS anyway. And right now, SBE are really outplaying them, at least in this top lane. Zenki's just doing too good of a job.
It's so much to play against. Like, you've got a level up on Zenki over Afterward. Like, he's got a little bit more EXP on the Abaddon. That's never good news for the opposing offlaner. And it's just a slower start for Mystery. They got to kind of regroup, try to get their heads in the game a bit, watch the spacing, maybe try to land the Earth Spike spear combo. They can try to pick off Zenki if he overextends, but they're always cut off. Look at Zenki's position. He's always moving in when Afterrain's too far out to follow up, and that just means they can't stop him from just getting harassment off.
Well, how do you stop this if you're Ohio now? Like, you're 1 level behind Zenki. He could just run you down over and over again. As soon as you're split away from After Rain, he could just chase the line down. And in fact, Ohio, he's given up on that top lane, which I think is the right choice. Gets the water rune, is going to come back now. I question what he's going to be able to get done.
Yeah, it's just way too slow. Look at how far After Rain is from the creeps. He can't soak EXP. He just wants levels now. And his farm is just way slowing down, 13-1. Now that's pretty much tied up with Enryu, and for an Alchemist, that's also not good news, but at least the Alch's got Greevil's Greed to play with. He's going to have a little bit more farm. Whereas for the side of Mystery, After Rain's timings are going to be stalled out, and you really want Lion to get some EXP as well. This is not the best lane up top, so they're going to have to find a way to recover. So far, every single lane looking pretty darn good for SBE. The cores of Mystery are on top, like Mercury's slightly ahead, and Ghost is ahead, and now they're jumping Enryu.
Yeah, Unstable Concoction does land. Wayne is still in the acid spray, so a lot of damage is being taken. And even with the tag team spin combo, they don't have the damage output. Meanwhile, mid now, Bob, gonna fall quite low himself on the puck. Mercury doing a great job of really keeping Bob low in terms of HP. And bot lane, they're going again. Samael, he's rotated, so is Ghost, Ohio, and Wayne. But the Lion now going to be in danger. Henry, you're going to chase him down. Samael, he will drop. So Ghost gets something, Ohio will survive, and now Enryu's going to be in danger as Ghost chases him down. There's your spin out, Enryu, how do you survive this? He'll go after Ohio and try to get a kill for his trouble. Ohio, one more hit might do it, but Enryu, he cannot keep up, and Ghost will be able to take a double kill on the Jug. And suddenly now that bot lane is looking even worse for SBE than the top lane is looking for the side of Mystery.
Yeah, they just had to split out the lanes. They can play so aggressively with just the Tusk and Jug. Having to follow up helps them massively. There's a level 6 spike now in both Mercury and Bobs. They're going to fight over these runes.
Lift up, Wayne. He's going to be alright towards the top side. Looks like they found the DK. He's trying to run, but with the Curse of Avernus, is just so much slow coming out from Zenki. And even a Bat showing up on the Gyro, which I really like from a Bat. Understanding with that level 6, he can rotate, he can fight with his team. And the cooldown is a lot of damage now.
Yeah, it's just what you want to see from a Gyro. You don't necessarily want to just farm nowadays. You really want that early aggression to fly through, and Gyro just has so much impact when he shows up. He managed to kill off the DK before the first Dragon form can fly out, so there's no lane pressure being applied here yet for Mercury, but he respawns in. He's got the Dragon form he wants to shove out. He needs a creep wave, though. And Bob's just going to be happy about this. Like, he's just going to be able to go back, keep that lane even, and as long as it's even, the DK is not melting your tower, and you're perfectly fine with that situation.
Wayne. Samael looking for a lift up. Should be able to get in range, and does, into the unstable concoction. Wayne can waste some time with Snowball, but that's about all he can do. He'll try to... Oh, that's a nice shards block, but it won't matter. Samael does manage to get the final last hit off onto Wayne, and, well, unluckily for Wayne, the uphill did not make him miss.
Yeah, it's just a nice 50-50 there coming out from SBE, and Bob gets to rotate back to mid from that. Just go back to farming. 2 to 4. All lanes still going rather evenly. You're starting to see Ghost pull ahead from all these rotations, and Mercury as well still keeping up there. But Afterrain has not managed to get as much from being left alone.
Snowball.
He does have 6 though.
Yeah, they got Bob. Mercury setting up with the Dragon's Tail. Ohio and Wayne there with the rotations. Do make sure he does die. And, of course, that was one thing you were mentioning in the draft, John. That's why you choose the line into the puck. You get the Hex off and he's dead. And even top lane now, Afterrain gets a bit of revenge there on Zenki. Zenki's still at level 4 now, has kind of slowed down in terms of his XP progression. Afterrain can finally punish him on that Abaddon. Like Samael now. Bot lane, he's going to die to Wayne. Enryu, going to get the stun off. Bob is going to wait out the snowball. Wayne is trapped up in the tree line. He's going to try and run, but Bob does eventually get him. So it does feel like Mystery are coming out on top in these engagements.
Yeah, they're winning out a lot more. They're finding some really clean kills. They're giving them to their big cores. They've gotten basically free farm in their lanes. Like, Ghost is going to be able to farm up into the Battle Fury uncontested now. They're going to have to be aware that Enryu is working that jungle, though. And this is where the Alk really starts to play catch-up quite nicely. The farm up for Enryu should start to escalate. Of course, that does mean there's going to be less camps for a bot to farm, but he's got a free lane up top, so it's a matter of, are you really confident in this off lane out? Enryu, what's the build-up here? He's not queuing anything up yet, so we don't know if this is going to be an Ags Rush Alchemist for the Gyrocopter. It feels like it might be, and it is. He's queuing it up. So that's the game plan. Get really big on the Gyro, and have Enryu transition later on. We'll see if Team Mystery can kind of punish that. They've already got very good farm to keep up with. Ghost with the Battle Fury is going to scale really nicely. The issue is, you don't really need a farming item on a bot. Like, he's going for Maelstrom. That's enough to help him clear out camp. Still smoke out here from Mystery.
He's free farming now. Afterrain's going to find him. Snowball is there. He's going to try and run out of range, but a very nice arena out from Afterrain. Right on target. A bat, though, now going to move in. Dream Coil is there on 2. The call down going to go and land freely right onto the head of Afterrain. Does at least allow them to trade position 3s, but while that's happening, Mercury's pushing in the mid-tier 1 tower. They need to defend this ASAP. And a bat is going to move in. Won't allow too much chip damage over from Mercury. Will force him to back just a little bit. And that's what we did talk about this again earlier on in this game, John. That mid-tier 1 tower, at least for SBE, is not allowed to drop yet.
Yeah, they have to constantly react to the pressure Mercury can apply by himself. No siege creep needed, as you mentioned. Just stands there with a dragon form, power melts. So SB has to be very disciplined in the response. They're still trying to get a running start with Enryu. Farm of our Alchemist is really stalled out, which is what you expect from Offlane Alch. And what Mystery need to do now, they're almost at the point where the supports get level 6. Like Ohio's about to hit that mark, and you're also about to hit it on Wayne. Once you have that Tusk punch and the finger, look for kills. Just run around, keep doing what you've been doing. Stack up the finger stacks and punish Enryu for playing such a slow game with such a greedy hero.
Mercury, he just gets it anyway. No denial from that tier 1 mid, and now you can see Mystery. They immediately start moving into the jungle of the Dire. And Ryu's going to have to go back to the triangle. Just keep farming up there. Meanwhile, while that's happening, Zenki. Ohio just gets a D-ward off and TP's out. He's left his courier behind, and Zenki's going to wait for it. There it is, Zenki. Can he catch it? How good is Ohio with his micro? Not good enough. Zenki gets it. Very nice.
It's a good amount of gold, 50 gold for everyone. And they do start to make moves down bot.
After rain, he's stunned up, but he's so deep in his tier 1 tower that now Mercury, he shows up on the DK. Dragon form is going to be popped. Dreamcore, though, is very nice, but there's a big arena. Catching out multiple. Abat's still going to try and fight this one out of the gyrocopter. He's doing a great job of it, but now Ghost is here on the jug, right onto Abat. They will kill off Wayne, but Abat is going to die, and Mystery should be very satisfied, as now they'll go for more Zenki, but no, the Omni Slash bounces the wrong way. It won't matter, though. They get the other onto the Rubik now. Samael needs the back, but Bob is waiting to reinitiate. Back in after rain, but no. Doesn't jaunt in. Is going to leave it at that, and Mystery should be pretty satisfied with that team fight.
They managed to get the gyrocopter, get the punishment off. They defend their tier 1 bot. Doesn't really take too much damage. All SB is getting from this is really space out for Enryu. The Ags is one part away, so I guess that's a good sign here for the side of SBE. Once the Ags is up, gyrocopter is going to hit a lot harder. I think you're going to be compensating for the slower start, but you know, you need to find a use for the Alchemist after that. Like, we have to see what Enryu goes for next, whether the space will be worthwhile. The Battle Fury is up and running here on Ghost, so his farm's about to keep up. Even though he's been fighting a lot more, he can start clearing out camps very nicely as well. They're getting some good progression on the support build. Like, Ohio is just 1,000 gold away from Blink, and once he has that, it's going to be scary.
Oh, they found him, Mercury, with the Blink in. That's a big one. Abat, he's going to die. And this is the reason why you hate seeing the offlane Alch, right? Because Abat should be where Enryu is right now, farming Triangle. But he can't, because he's got to wait for Enryu to farm up the Aghanim Scepter for him. And because the mid-tier 1 tower's gone, they have no other option but to farm this area. But Abat has nothing to farm. Like, he can't. He can't farm. There's nowhere to farm for him.
Yeah, it's just not safe. They're trying to clear out the bot tier 1 here from the side of SBE, so they can maybe take control of this bot jungle. They already lost their top tier 1, so Mystery can now just fully overtake the top. And they're also getting a good shove in onto the tier 2. Mercury just pops his dragon form. Going to be able to get some good damage after the fortify. They catch one out, though.
Ohio got caught, but with the pressure being applied at top lane, I really don't think they're too upset about Ohio dying there. Like, yeah, he wants the Blink Dagger up on the Lion, but the pressure being applied across the map, it kind of makes you not really care about the Lion's life.
No, you really don't. And at the least, Enryu's managed to give that first Ags out to a bot, so there it is. Ags upgrade Gyrocopter with Maelstrom at 14 minutes. On paper, that's a lot of network. Look at a bot just shoot up 11k in network. Right? It's so inflated because of that, but we'll see if it's worthwhile. Abat now needs to really maximize this and make something work for his team, as Enryu is just going to keep farming.
I mean, this is the time to make it work. He is well and truly ahead in terms of net worth now, Abat. The Alchemist pick, we'll see if it pays off now. As the team fight's about to start, Mystery, they have not seen the Aghanim Scepter on Abat yet. So they do not know. There's going to be a smoke out. Wayne, not going to catch anyone with the shards, and SBE not looking for the team fight. No, they will turn around. But no, they're just going to farm up instead.
Yeah, just back to building up. I don't think you're still too unhappy here if you're Mystery. Like, you're forcing SBE to kind of second guess themselves. They're not comfy enough to keep forcing fights. They know there's really good control out from Mystery. Ghost is just free farming the triangle with no contestation. SBE are still sharing farm with Enryu and with and they're going all the way, Mike. It's another axe being queued up by Enryu. Just for, I guess this time's
The
Bob.
puck.
Just yeah, it should be Bob. But that's 8k gold your Alk is eating just to buy ags for someone else.
Meanwhile, Ghost does kill off Zenki, and it looks like they did find the Alchemist. Mercury gonna move in, Enryu. He's changed his farming position now to the left side of the map, because you've got to give a bat the primary farm, now that the Aghanim Scepter's there. But Mystery are still going to try and apply pressure as Mercury moves in onto the puck, and they get the Earth Spike off into the Snowball. Wayne does not have the Walrus Punch available, so they could not follow up, and now the Coil's there, so Wayne's going to die. Arena is still available, but you can't drop it near the Tier 2 tower. Not this early on. SBE, they may want to fight. Unstable Concoction. Henry's going to stun himself instead. SBE, they get the Wayne Tusk kill. They're still farming. That's certainly good news, but here comes Mystery again. Zenki, not quite the target they want. They'd rather Samael, and there's your inner drop, but they get the Abaddon instead. Samael still going to be alive. Bob coming in with the orb, does not have Dream Coil, but they are going to go in onto the line, so Ohio does go down. Samael, he'll drop as well, with a great Omni Slash there from Ghost, but Wayne has also been caught. He's going to drop. Ghost is going to spin his way out, and after rain, he'll have to run the old-fashioned way. Stable. Should not reach. But still another successful team fight for SBE.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah, they are managing to make it work. They're finding their angles. I guess Abat is really strong with his right clicks. I mean, Maelstrom plus, again, Ags upgrade for free is actually really nice. You don't have the stats of the Ags, but you don't really care. The side gunner is in and of itself enough. They're going to be eyeing Roche now. There's no ward here for Mystery to watch it. So it's going to be a bit blind for them. They do have scan available. They're going to have to make their way fast, as the Roche is not going to be up for too long. It's not the fastest Roche as well, but it still does fall fast. There's a lot of DPS here on Abat, and this is really great because Enryu could use some more time to keep farming. The Axe is going to help them, the Aegis is going to help them stall out a bit, so going to be a big win for SBE.
Wayne, oh, that's some nice shots in, blocking them. Snowball is there, Abat, he's got the Aegis. They do get the Aegis and the Gyrocopter. Wayne, he's going to drop immediately. Ghost, Dream Coil? No. He was spinning. He's going to be alright. They're still going to try and chase maybe Ohio instead. They should get the Lion Ghost. He has no Omni. A big arena down defensively, but there's no follow-up damage. Mystery may have messed up here, as instead of giving away Ohio, they are going to give away After Rain. Without that Omni Slash, you really can't fight back right now.
No, it's one thing with the Jug early on. Without the Ags up, you really are constrained towards Omni Slash to get burst damage off. And it's such a long cooldown. It's 140 seconds across all levels, so there's a lot of downtime you have to be aware of. And, you know, it will take some time to compensate for that. You can see Ghost saving up for the Sanj, so the SNY is going to be up soon. They do know that Mercury's up top. I think they're going to need some form of initiation to catch out the DK with the Blink. Davion's a bit too slippery with that, so just back to farming, and I don't think they mind too much. Have to respect Ohio. He's got finger up if he wants to.
He does, but he's also about 200 gold away from the Blink, John, and he does not want to die like this with the homing missile. He will have to watch it slowly walk over to him. On Ohio, he was getting a bit greedy for that creep wave. He wanted it real bad, but he does get punished, and now he's even further behind for his Blink.
Yeah, and you really need that line. Like you want someone to be able to jump in with the DK. You don't have that yet. You could maybe snowball. You don't have a blink and after rain, so mobility's sort of lacking here for the side of Mystery. The top tier 1 gonna be pressured a bit, and they still hold Aegis and BKB on Abat. I think they can easily just look to keep forcing fights here.
I mean, at least you do have the SNY now up on your Jug, and he does have the Omni, so if you get a nice arena off, you could really melt some heroes here on SBE. But Ghost is actually all the way down at the bot lane. He can still TP up, but he might need to soon, as Wayne is going to drop, spear in, Dream Coil is out, catching 2 by Bob. Here comes Ghost. He does TP now, but Abat, he gets the call down. He might be in trouble though. Ghost holding on to the Omni for now as the creep wave has made its way over, so he can't even throw it out. SBE get out scot-free. They were even going to buy back out from Wayne.
Yeah, it's a messy fight for Mystery. Just trying to force issues into the Aegis here on Abat. Like, Abat still has it. He still has it for like 2 minutes, so it's just not the time to fight here for Mystery.
Oh, Wayne, that's a dieback. On the task, Ohio going to try and run, but look at the damage output. He's going to run for now. And Abat's not going to bother chasing. But John, the SBE does have a double damage rune on their gyrocopter, and they're going to pop it. They're going for the tier 2 top tower. They want to keep
Look
fighting.
at this. They've also got the Ags upgraded Dream Coil when it's off cooldown. There you go. 2 Ags now. And Ryu allowed to actually do this. We normally only see one, and then the Alchemist is forced to go into SNY and join fights. He's actually been allowed to get double Ags. So Dream Coil piercing BKB, and you have some fresh BKBs on the side of Mystery. That's going to cause some issues in the next big engagement. They take a tier 2 for free, and Aegis still up for a minute and a half. You're very happy right now on the side of SBE. They smoke up.
If they do, I think Bob's going to head down to the bot lane and see if he can find anyone. In fact, never mind finding someone. They found Mercury. He's going to blink away.
Dire are scanning for enemies.
Scan out going to be off the mark. They thought he blinked to the right of the map, but SBE are still going to be able to cut him off. The pings are out.
Oh.
They know where he is. Mercury going to run right into them. And with the acid spray, Mercury, he'll BKB up. Abat has a lot of damage output. He can keep up the chase and even the coil now up, but the arena has been dropped after rain. Gonna try and help out. It is a bit too late to help though. SBE apparently more than happy to just keep going. The homing missile will land underneath the tier 3 tower. Rain is going to be able to survive, but in terms of how their game's going, it's just looking so reliant on Ghost. I suppose when Ghost has the Aghanim Scepter up, maybe that'll be about the time where they can evenly fight, but not a second beforehand.
Yeah, they have to be patient now. They're lagging behind enough for it. This is a bit inflated out from SBE, I'll admit. This is because they've got 2 synthesized Ags. So that's up by 8,400 more than it should be, in my opinion. But you're still behind, regardless for Mystery. Like, they need to keep stalling the game out. They're losing some map space. The tier 2s are melting. Tier 2 bot can be shoved in. No response coming through from Mystery. So even more of the map being cleared out. Aegis does expire on a bot. And they're at the point where it doesn't matter. A bot's level 17. Still has 8 seconds on the BKB. And now they can just keep taking control. Keep getting that farm through. They could maybe stall out for the next Roche if they want. That's going to be Aegis Cheese and Ag Shard. And the Shard's going to be massive for anyone who picks it up. So it's going to be very important objectives for both sides if they do take their time here. But I think SBE, they just feel strong. They're going to eye all the outer towers, and Mystery has to execute a really clean team fight to counteract that.
They do. You still don't have the Aghanim Scepter on Ghost, but he is farming quite fast on that jug, I've got to say. Almost up to Bob now, and they're going to smoke up right behind Ghost. So they're going to try without the Swift Slash, but rather just the Omni. SBE, though, seem to be well aware of what's going on and do back off. Bob. They get caught. Ohio. Hex. Oh, he's not fast enough to phase shift. Bob. He gets himself out of there.
Dire's top
A
tower.
little bit unfortunate. Counter smoke is out. They want to fight now. They know exactly where Mystery are, and Samael, he's going to find the Mars. After rain, going to try and run, but the stun is there. The regen even left for Bob. So he'll bottle it up, and he found Wayne. Chance is there, but it will not save a bat. He'll get a double. In fact, they see Ghost mid lane, but they aren't going to be able to keep up with the jug. He'll run away.
Under attack.
No, those are just 2 big freebies for the side of SBE. The split out from Mystery was really awkward. They were in the opposing jungle. Their smoke sort of failed, and then they split out 1 by 1 instead of moving as a team. Very easy to punish coming out from South Built Esports, and now they can line up for the tier 2 mid. They can look for that push. They've got the Solar Crest up as well on Enryu, so it's all about buffing a bot. It's going to be standing in front, hitting away, and it's going to be really hard to stop this push without the Mars.
Almost up to that Iron Scardy now, and the Gyrocopter looking even scarier.
Attacks middle tower.
Ghost desperately trying to finish off the Ags, but he's just about 1.5k gold off it. By the time he has the Ags, Abat's going to have the full Eye of Scardy up, and I mean, it's starting to look very scary now. Even Enryu, he stopped with the Aghanim Scepters, so no support's getting Ags. Enryu's just going for the Lotus Orb after the Solar Crest. I think that is the right way to play it, though. You don't really need the Rubik Axe this game. Not that many spells to steal for the Rubik. And even the Abaddon, he's buying an Aghanim Scepter himself. So Zenki, he doesn't need Enryu to help him. He'll do it his damn self in the Abaddon.
Yeah, I think it's, getting some utility out on the Alec is always good. And now, after Rain.
Oh, that's a big kill after Rain. Immediately just bursted down. Abat now with the call down and the Dream Coil on the DK. It's just so much damage output. He's going to try and fight. He's doing no damage, but now the Omni Slash flies through. Zenki already gone. Abat taking so much damage, but he gets stunned up as soon as he gets out of the Omni. Now the turnaround. They can try on the junk. Ghost lifted up. Wayne trying to help. Maybe Abat still drops. Mercury trying to go. They will get them. Ghost. He's on a double, and they'll turn right back around now on the puck. He'll blink out of there. Bob. Looks like he's going to be okay. That's a great turnaround, though, from Mystery. It looked so bad to start, but once the Omni flew out and once Abat died, they knew they could take the team fight.
Yeah, this time it's an issue of spacing for SBE. They were very split up, and it's kind of counterintuitive compared to other sort of spells you fight against, but you have to clump up for SBE. You need to be together, you need to land your spells together. All of you need to tank the Omni Slash or spread the damage out as much as possible, although with a Battle of Fury, that can be a bit dicey as well. But Mystery does manage to find a punishment. They're going to be able to shove tier 2s themselves, get some aggressive wards. Ohio is already ready. So they've got some vision on the triangle and on the ramp area of that top jungle. And that does mean they've got more opportunities to fight in. Now, they do not have Omni for a minute. They do have the Ags up on Ghost, so the Swift Slash is there. You can still have some impact on the Jug if an issue is forced out. They're going to have to get ready, though. Roche is going to be up in a minute. And again, Aegis Cheese plus Ag Shard is such a big spike, and no one wants to give that away. Zenki?
Oh, Zenki caught out early. Still has borrowed time, but is dropping rather quick. He'll get it off. Now the coil's there. Bob, he's got two Abat. He's got the call down as well. Onto After Rain. In fact, no, they'll go on to the DK instead, trying to get Mercury. But he has the BKB, and he's going to TP out. But After Rain will not have the same option. Bob still wants Wayne, but gets stunned by the snowball, but is still in danger as Wayne is going to drop. Bob is all over it with another regen rune on the puck. And unluckily for SBE, John, no Roshan yet, but it is up in 5 seconds.
And that's going to be big. They'd really want to fight in there, get the Ag Shard up on someone, have that massive impact that you'd expect. And perfectly timed. Zenki checks at the right time. There it is. Freshly respawned. A fresh Roche served at their plate. And this shouldn't take too long. Again, Solar Crest up, right-click damage coming out from a bot is huge. He's got the Scotty up and running. The Satanic is also not going to take too long. And once you've got that on the Gyro, of course, with a free Axe, you pop the Satanic. Even if you're stunned up, you're going to be healing a massive amount. So you have to be careful there. And a free Roche comes out. Mystery's on their way, but it's just too late.
That it is. Oh, and Enryu's got the shards now. So he's got the the Dispel, right? The Berserk
Oh my
potion.
god, yes.
Basic
Oh my
Dispel,
God.
plus 50 attack speed, and 40 HP regen for 10 seconds. On a Gyrocopter is going to be kind of stupid to watch.
That is dumb. Like, you've got pretty much, what is this? What kind of Dispel is it? It's a basic Dispel, but you've also got the Abaddon with a strong Dispel. So you can stagger out your saves here onto Abat. And the Gyrocopter is looking mighty scary here, Mike. Damage output might not be bursty, but in a long fight, it really adds up. And you have to be careful now. High ground's going to be under threat. Arena is back up. All your ults are up here for Mystery. But they really have to kind of pull off what they did in that last high ground defense. Split up SBE, bait them in, and pick them off when they're split apart.
You know what Berserk Potion reminds me of, John? Reminds me of Ragnarok Online. In fact, hold that thought, because we are going to go into a bat right now. The DK in trouble. BKB's going to be popping a bat. He's right in with the Berserk Potion. Look at the attack speed. Look at the damage output. Ghost is still going to be alright. They might be able to turn. A bat is dropping, or maybe not as they go onto Mercury. The DK going to drop. Omni Slash not out from Ghost yet. He's holding on to it. Now gets it out onto the gyro, but no, it bounces to Bob. It's not going to be enough. Ohio, he's gone. So is Mercury. Now goes to Swift Slash to try and get to the fountain, but they're going to lose after him. But Noah Snowball is there. A bat in trouble again, but not quite enough. A bat is still out healing them. Into the fountain. He'll lose the Aegis. He will lose the Aegis. Do they want to try for a fountain dive? Have we got some Ana fans here from SBE?
They tried for a moment. They're going to go back to the objectives as they haven't taken any. So, you know, maybe clear out those racks first before going too ham. They will finally manage to take it out. No Omni, no Arena, no Dragon Form. There is a finger on the respawn, but no buybacks. So it should still be a nice set of objectives coming out here for SBE. Looks like a bot is going to go for more. Again, no safety of Aegis. They also pop cheese, so have to be a bit cautious. But I guess they just feel confident knowing Omni Slash is down. They finally do pull back. They've got some time to sit back here.
This is so stupid. I mean, Solar Crest plus Berserk Potion on a bat. His Flat Cannon like disappears in 2 seconds. It's not fair.
It really isn't. Oh, you even have the Ags now on Zenki. This is beautiful. Borrow time with flying out miscoils when people drop low. That is insane. So if you had trouble killing off people before, now you're really going to have trouble killing them off with Zenki around to help get some burst heal off in the middle of a fight. And a Satanic stuff. So I don't know how you kill a bot. Like, you don't have a Spirit Vessel on hand. No Scotty up yet. No Shiva's Guard. This should be a really very, very sustainable, tanky Gyrocopter up front. And yeah, beautiful.
One.
What is that? Tree?
Mid lane. After rain. He's saved, but Mercury may have given his own life away. Wayne Snowball gonna save after rain. He is not saved. A bat is just hitting way too hard. Mercury, he's trying to run, but it's making it really hard with that Eye of Scotty, and now the coil out. They found the jug. Can he turn around and fight? Does he have Omni? Not for another 7 seconds. He needs to buy out some time, but where's he gonna get that time from? There's too much to Sable. They will get the kill, and the GG has been called. SBE, they make the draft work, and look at the tips coming out. Poor old Ghost, just copping it. But I do believe these guys are friends. So it is all in, you know, just friendly tips flying out from SBE. And Mystery, they'll have to go back to the drawing board and see what they can get done for game number 2.
You know, I feel like if you're a team that can actually make offlane Alk work, then you have very little to be scared of, because you're playing 4v5 for the first 10 minutes, and you still managed to find a win. They were never too far behind SBE. They were, actually in the lead for 1k now. That was with an Alk, but it's an offlane now. There are many opportunities for Team Mystery to keep bullying that out, try to build a network lead themselves. And there were some moments early on where it looked like, you know, Enryu was maybe a sunken gold asset, not really doing much. Then the Ags came out back to back. That's a big one. They managed to get the first Ags, which is typical. Most offlane Alks can. But the second Ags coming out timely, that's when you knew Team Mystery wasn't punishing enough. And I think they've got to be very careful about allowing these greedy drafts to go through. They tried to play greedy as well by just having Ghost farm up. It doesn't work when you're up against an offlane Alk that just scales.
Back to my initial point, by the way. Do you remember Berserk Potions from Ragnarok Online?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I actually do, yeah.
I remember, just so you're all aware, I knew Filipinos before I even knew the race existed. Because I joined Ragnarok Online. And my mate introduced me. RO, right? And my mate introduced me. And I remember I was in a private server, and I saw people in the middle of Prontera. I still remember the city names. Prontera, just spamming J-A. And I'm like, what does that mean? And my mate said it. Those guys are Filipinos. Just stay away from them. Stay away from those guys. And I'm like, what's wrong with them? I don't know what they're doing. They're just spamming And that was my first experience with the Filipino culture. Just so you're aware, John.
Yeah, it's okay. Before we go on a break, I want to let you know, if you've got time, and all the Filipino fans will know this, listen to something called a classic song called Chiksilog. It's about someone doing something in Ragnarok. You know, back before it's the bait and switch.
Yeah.
It's a song about that. It's a really good song, and I think the fans will love it if you can actually sing that at the point. Yeah, so
Alright.
listen to that. But that's it for game 1 for now.
Okay. We'll stop talking about Ragnarok. Back to Dota. It's MLP Dota and .xfire. We're going to head to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with Game 2's draft. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for game number 2 between Built Esports, and Team Mystery. It is, of course, MLP, Dota, and Dronix Fire. John, quick update. I have looked up the song. I believe you said Chixie Log by Kamikaze, if I am correct.
Yes. Yes.
I gotta tell you, I've never been into Filipino music. Personally, I've never had the chance to listen to it, but it reminded me of anime openings. It was very Japanese almost. I enjoyed it. It was kind of nice. Even seeing the video of Ragnarok being played, and it brought back some memories. You know, just seeing the archers and the assassins, and I was a champion myself, John. Just FYI, I went through the grind of having to train an acolyte and turn it into a monk and suffer for the next year trying to make a champ. I did it though. I did it. With that though, we are going to ignore that now and go into the draft. One moment, ladies and gentlemen. Apart from that, John, how you doing?
Yeah, I'm doing great. You know, game 1 was a really good showing from SBE. They bounced back after a slower start. Double Ags actually paying off from Enryu. He was allowed to do it in a timely manner. So it pays off. We'll see if they change up the plan here. Team Mystery. It looked like they had it from early on. You know, they took mid tower fast. They invaded the jungle. It felt like they were getting enough punishment out, but some fights just came through that weren't lining up, and it kind of fell flat. So we'll see if Mystery can reel in their coordination. I think it was just down to their macro game plan. Like their micro was fine, their micro plan was fine, but the macro, the game sense, in terms of pushing certain timings, going for objectives faster, contesting Roche a bit better, didn't quite line up. So they have to be careful about giving objectives like that away. We do have the draft on hand, as you mentioned, Tusk Mirana taken here by SBE. So this should be, you know, our support duo off the bat. Zenki Tusk, I'm thinking, and our Pause for Mirana coming through. Really early life stealer for Mystery. I guess with a Grimstroke, it's nice. They might be looking for a vessel down the line. Like we could see a Storm being a priority pick here for Mystery. Puck's out of the table. Storm Ember, maybe something like a Clockwork 5 for the life stealer could also be nice. Although then you're stuck with a dual lane, which can be dicey. We'll have to see. It's so early on. And Lifestealer is not a priority pick. It comes out here and there, but specifically against, say, Mars or certain hero combos, but not like this. And it's so easy for SBE. They just ban out that Storm. They know that's probably what they're looking for on mid. They just take it out.
I like it. Smart ban by SBE. I mean, in some sense, the Lifestealer pickup, if you were going up against the Tusk, would feel quite nice, but I guess against the Mirana, you can kind of avoid being arrowed, but we've seen a bit of Lifestealer. That's the thing, John. It just doesn't feel good right now. I realize it got a little bit stronger in the new patch, but quite frankly, it still kind of feels bad. For me, personally. Yeah. I don't know if Team Mystery have got some draft that's going to make it look really good this game, but it does feel like there are better carries out there right now.
Yeah, it definitely falls a bit flat. It's only really strong against high HP heroes. You don't have that yet coming out from SBE. Maybe this is a way to soft ban a Mars, because you don't want Mars into Lifestealer. He just kind of rages through arena as well. So you're taking away a very big Enri hero on the offlane if you're worried about that. We'll have to see how it develops. I have to say this to calm down, chat. Mr. Darude, we can't stream the song. Even though it's a banger, we can't stream Chixie Log right now because obviously copyright.
I'll sing it one day. Don't worry.
Mike will sing it. Yeah, there you go. That's the goal.
Because God knows we can't rely on John to know how to sing Filipino. He can
I can sing. I can sing it. I can sing it. I swear. At one point, I'm gonna bring that guitar up, restring it, and play some harana for you. We'll have a harana session, inuman session, as we'd say. Still. Someone else was asking to grow a beard. You've seen me with a beard, Mike. It's not pretty. So I just want to clarify. I can't grow a beard.
No. Let's clarify, John. I've seen you with hair on your face. I would don't insult people by saying it's a beard. He doesn't have the capability to grow a beard, ladies and gentlemen. He's a young man.
I do not.
He's a young man. He's always going to be baby faced.
Yeah, it's them Asian genes for some people, you know. Like some people it works out really well. Some it doesn't. I'm on the other side. Still, draft goes on. Finally, SBE do get the DK. So anime draft on hand, Mike. Miranda DK. Easy
Uh-oh.
arrow setup with Dragon Tail. Very nice combo for SBE. Power of anime is very hard to play against.
It is very hard to play against. Now, mind you, Mirana won't have Marcy around to help out John, which could be a big disadvantage, but hopefully we will see Marcy in maybe next TI. I feel like that's the one way you can cross the battle pass, the prize pool again. Just add Marcy. Just put her there somewhere in the back, and everyone will just end up spending thousands of dollars. FYI, Valve,
Money, take it.
In case you're watching Valve, it's a very easy strategy. Apart from that, though, of course, if you want to offer an Earth Spirit Arcana, I'd say that's even easier, John. Everyone would buy it.
Everyone, literally 1% of the player base probably would go out for that.
all
Not
two
many
of us.
people play it, Yeah, all two of you. You and Jerax, that's it.
Team Mystery, they go for the Phoenix. So it started to come together, right? Because now you've got the Soul Bind. It does tend to lock you in a little bit. It can make it a little bit difficult to get to the Phoenix Egg or run away from the Phoenix Egg. That being said, though, you've got a Mirana who is already a pretty good Phoenix counter. You're going to get that bonus attack speed from Leap, and you're going to be able to just kind of get that Phoenix Egg down ASAP. Not really much in the way of countering the Mirana around in the middle of a team fight right now either, because she will be able to just leap right back out after the team fight. And you've also got the DK there. The Dragon form, hit the egg, kind of works.
Yeah, I think the thing they're trying to get here from Mystery with the Phoenix is more of trying to heal up the Life Stealer. So because of the changes to his Feast or his passive, he does have a lot of healing. Like we've seen Life Stealers go one-on-one and actually live a lot longer than you'd want. With a Phoenix to back him up with Sunray, you can really keep this guy alive for long. And it's somewhat of a vehicle for Life Stealer. You can go inside, Icarus dive, and jump out and try to play like that. Not the best combination, but it can work out. So there's some synergy there. You can try and run and gun with Inkswell dive, Inkswell and your Life Stealer run up in front, and kind of play aggressive that way. I want to see something mid that can give them more mobility though. And Southfield, seeing these picks, Troll, this is so
Very
good.
Very good pick.
Like against the Phoenix, you don't care about Fire Spirits. You don't care for Life Stealer. Now he has to consider probably going for MKB, which isn't too strange for Life Stealer, but we don't really see it. We haven't seen him build that in a long time. So usually only against a PA, but you have to consider that with the missed chances coming up from Troll. And even your Rage is not going to keep you safe because of the Entangle coming up from Troll. He can just root you up if he's lucky. So it's a lot now for SBE to play with. And Mystery have to pull something out that really ties this draft up. They lack control. There's no natural stuns outside of Inkswell and the Silence. And the Egg, none of that is enough to keep these heroes down.
No, I do agree with you on that, John. I think this is going to be a very good kind of troll game here for South Build Esports. And, well, Mystery, they pick up an LC. Why? Is what I'm wondering. I don't see it yet. I mean, you can purge off the Whirling Axes with Press the Attack, so your Life Stealer won't miss, assuming you use the Press the Attack in the middle of a team fight. Jewel is kind of nice into Mirana. I'm still trying to find the reason as to why you'd go LC here. Maybe I'm a little bit blind, John. Do you see it?
More healing? That's the only thing that comes into mind. Like Press the Attack Life Stealer with Sunray on top probably is going to take a long time to die, but that doesn't sound like very strong synergy. I guess you've got double duel with Soulbind, so you can try to play around with that control. Again, not ideal. It's not an easy LC game as well. Like, you get a dual target off. If it's not Tusk, he can come in, snowball, save. That's it. You're not going to get damage. You're not going to get a kill. So it's a tricky one for Team Mystery to pull off. I know. I'm not feeling this draft. There's no control. The team fight is there with Phoenix, but there's no follow-up. There's no Ravage to set up for it. No Arena coming through. No stuns to even set up. It's a hard game to maximize these heroes, and for Mystery and SBE just have a very straightforward draft this time.
Yep, I do agree. OD ban, Void Spirit ban, so just getting rid of those mid laners for South Build Esports. Could still run the DK mid if you really want, but it's more than likely the DK will go off lane into the Life Stealer. I'm really curious though as to what the LC is, and I'm sure somebody in chat already has an answer, and they're gonna think we're completely stupid for not knowing what it is. But It doesn't do too badly into the troll, but range axes, you could just CS like that. What is it? What are you smiling about, John? What have you seen?
I saw someone comment. It was Darude again,
Uh-oh.
saying, because someone asked if I'm Eternal Envy, and he replies, John Xfire, Divisoria Eternal Envy. Divisoria is like a wet mark with like a really open shopping area in Manila. So I've never heard that, but it's just very creative. Divisoria Eternal Envy. That's nice. Nice, Darude, man. Very
Shout
good.
out to Eternal. I miss Eternal Envy. He's back in
I
NA,
miss
which is
him.
very good to see, by the way. In
Yeah.
case you weren't aware, John. Team Mystery, go for the Pangolier to finish things off. How are they laning all this? Is this a mid Pango I'm looking at?
Potentially, I think they might be expecting DK mid. DK's not going to enjoy that lane. Wash is such long range. You can't apply your harassment with Breed Fire. Disarm's going to annoy you. That could be one way. Maybe a mid LC as well, depending on matchup. So there's some flexibility for Mystery to shift things around, find a favorable way of doing it. TA comes out though. So this is Bob TA. It's a special of Bob.
It's a
love
really-
Bob TA.
I feel like it's a complete outdraft by South Built. Now, mind you, the lucky shot from Mystery could be very annoying this game because you have TA Troll and both of them rely on the right clicks to make it work. Even the DK just purely relies on right clicks to make the heroes work. But when you think about killing the draft of South Built Esports, when you look at the core lineup of South Built Esports, I struggle to see how you're going to consistently kill them off and you're going to be able to get objectives. That's what I'm struggling with right now here for Team Mystery. Could be completely wrong, but that's what I'm seeing personally, John.
I mean, it's a simple reason why we feel this way, Mike, right? Like, stuns gets you kills, and kills win you games. You don't have many stunts in Mystery. You have Egg, you have Inkswell after a delay, you have Duel on 1, and you have Rolling Thunder, which isn't reliable. So all of their controls really not reliable at all. The Egg has no guaranteed setup. There's no Chrono, no Ravage, no Arena to protect the Egg. It's a hard game for Mystery to really flex this draft. Now, they can play really fast. They need to play with Egg timing. They need to play with Rolling Thunder, play with everything you have, and run around as 5 forced team fights. That could be one way to punish SBE. They also have this interesting lane matchup. Pangolier against TA actually doesn't sound very fun for TA, especially once you get level 3 on the Pango, swatch from a million miles away, and then just keep getting the disarms. You can rip through her refraction early on. So despite this being Bob's special, if Mercury plays his cards right, he can actually win out for himself there. So we're going to have to watch that. But beyond that one specific lane, Mystery's draft definitely is one of the more awkward ones. So we're going to have to see how they work it out. And they have to find that win if they want to force a game 3 and have a shot at winning the series. I'm sure SBE, though, they're probably feeling confident just from the draft alone.
So your boy in the chat, Darude, pointed out that he thinks it's the shards of LC that they've picked it up for. You get the free BKB, 1.75 seconds, and it reduces cooldown by 2. Good shards, but against the troll TA, I don't think they care if you have a 1.77 second BKB. And let's just see how obviously we can't pick up on what the game plan is here, so I'm very curious to see what Afterrain does do with this hero, and let's let the man, use his actions to speak for the pick.
Yeah, we'll have to watch what Mystery does do in the end, as there is an early smoke out from both sides, so looking like they want to play aggressive. Really nice line drawn here by SBE, wanting to jump into the triangle, but Mystery's already on the other side of the map, so we'll see if someone kind of turns around for that bounty rune and gets punished for it.
Wayne, going to try and get in to place a quick sentry ward down. Smokes are going to be broken, just based off duration. They do hold the high ground now, and looks like the pings are already out. It seems like they are well aware that that rotation was made. Mystery not going to fall for it. Not going to back.
30 seconds to battle.
Except Mercury, who needs to be a little bit cautious. But it looks like he's going to stick by that tier 1 mid tower. Wayne, going to spot out a bat now. Sees some IL and immediately runs the other way. And that'll be enough. Mystery definitely won't fall for this little trap now by SB Esports. Wayne might still go for a steal attempt on the bounty. Zenki, he's going to zone him out.
One and all to the
It'll be at a 2-for-2 start, very even between the two teams again. They'll all go back to their respective lanes.
Yeah, we're gonna have to see just how much they can get out from these lanes, especially for Mystery. Of course, the mid matchup is just gonna be Bob on TA, a special of his. I think every single time we see him do this, he turns from Bob the Builder into Bob the Wrecker in TA. We'll see if he can get that start. Up against a Pangolier. Again, you're talking about Swash. The slashes will rip through Refraction. You can get your spacing out even as a melee core, but Swash does have a cooldown, and Cyblades do not. So Bob can still apply that harassment, still try to melt through the Pango early on, so Mercury's still going to have to watch that spacing here.
Certainly, and you can already see Mercury taking a lot of damage, but once the lucky shot is up, it should become a lot easier for him to be able to lane in this lane, at least for the Pango. Of course, having a look down at the bot lane, you will see After Rain there being harassed out right now by a bat on Zenki, and he's already forced the TP away. And it is going to be a hard lane, I think, for the LC. Wayne, he's trying to pull, but look at Zenki, just punishing so hard, and Wayne's dead. He doesn't have Icarus Knife, he's gone. The wave is going to go back towards the south. A bat going to make sure they can't pull it away. And this is what I was talking about. How are you going to lane up against Troll Tusk?
It's difficult. You need levels up before you can really get anything done. So Wayne's just going to have to be patient, sit back, wait for level 3. Once you've got level 2 Fire Spirits, there's something you can play with there. But for now, it's a very passive lane. Just something there. After Rain just wants to get some farm, maybe play with the overwhelming odds, and kind of build up that way. It's, of course, you're going to be ceding a lot of ground towards a bot. Really good start for him. 5-4. 4 denies. That means so much EXP sap away. And Wayne, on a Phoenix, of course, you don't want to stall out that level timing. So we'll have to see if they can repair that. Zenki's doing a fine job just zoning them out, walking up front, preventing any sort of harassment from coming through. And a bot, they're going in.
They know he doesn't have Icarus type yet. He is still level 1, and Wayne is going to die a second time. That means he is going to be making the walk of shame over, as a bat will get the final hit. And Zenki, I've got to give the man props, John. This is the second game in a row where he's giving a bat a very free lane, and he's just always allowing a bat to have that last hit instead of just securing it himself. And I appreciate that, because that's great position 5 play.
Yeah, he's just working that lane so well. Of course, we'll have to see if Team Mystery can kind of get a good start going here. A bot now level 3 above After Rain, never good news. But After Rain has a Soul Ring, so he can spam his spells out. We'll see if the lane gets some relief down the line. Can take a look up top, the last lane we haven't really talked about yet. You've got the anime duo, DK Mirana lane. This is something my Indonesian friends actually love doing. And it's ridiculous, right? You get Dragon Tail, you get the arrow follow-up, you can really lock someone in. And here it goes, Ghost.
Yeah, Arrow is there, they've locked him down. Ghost is still alive. Inkswell out from Ohio, not going to be enough. He'll connect the stun on Enryu, but it doesn't matter. And this combination of DK Mirana has been a thing for a very long time. Quite frankly, since Dota All-Stars. Used to run the Dragon Tail and Arrow combo. And it was always pretty effective, I've got to say.
Yeah, it's just so easy to pull off. And again, Mike, it's back to that point. Stuns equal kills, kills equal wins. And so far, SBE are really working these early stuns quite nicely. They're managing to really just control every lane. Ghost is not farming well, 9-1. A really slow start. Enryu has really taken over, and this is not good news for a lifestealer. He doesn't flash farm well in the jungle. He wants to get off on a running start by not being zoned out on safe lane, but there's really not much you can do with Ohio. He's just going for pulls, he's just trying to get some space, but that just gives Enryu more opportunities to keep playing with his tankiness and keep finding farm.
Mid lane's getting quite spicy now, John. Mercury and Bob both dropping quite low. Rune, Water Rune going to go the way of Mercury at the bot side, and Bob not going to be able to get the top on Ohio. Rotating in, and now with the Inkswell, they should be able to kill off Bob. He's going to try and run, but a great rotation there from Mystery will allow Mercury not only the Water Rune, but a nice kill for himself.
Yep, really much needed kill coming out from Mystery. Gives Mercury a lot more to play with. He's starting to take the lead now in mid. And it gives the support something to do because the side lanes were just going way too bad. So the one nice thing about the chorus on Mystery is that you can leave them alone. And After Rain's not going to die as long as he gets his spacing right. Ghost is not going to die as long as he plays conservatively. So you're allowed to do this with the side lanes you have, and you can just keep looking towards mid. If you slow down Bob, his blink and Deso timing are key. A TA with OS at a bad time can really start to lag behind.
Very true. You always have the troll to rely on during the later stage of the game, but Obviously for Bob, you never want to make it harder for your team if you can avoid it. Gotta say, in the 1v1 matchup, like even up against the Pango with the disarms, Bob's been doing a great old job. Mercury now with that level 6, rolling Thunder up, can start making rotations. Hell, he could even try for a solo kill onto Bob if he wants to, assuming Refraction isn't up. He doesn't need to solo either, John. He has help right behind Bob as Wayne's going to move in. They want the Refraction gone first. Bob really has no way out of this. If Mercury wants to Rolling Thunder, oh, that's a nice arrow though. Samael is going to save the day, and now a snowball into Ohio. Bob, he is alive. He pops the Refraction and goes after Ohio. Oh, fool me once, they say. Zenki and Samael ready to go. A great arrow in from the Marana. And that is gonna hurt for Mystery.
Oh, that is not good news for Mystery. They're lagging behind by 2k now. SBE having a clear advantage. 3k now at 6 minutes. That is not insubstantial. That's a big amount just from laning. Taking a look at the side lanes again. A bot is at 5, about to hit 6, whereas After Rain is still at level 4. Like, there's no pressure on the Troll. There's no pressure on the DK. There's no pressure. Well, there was some pressure on the TA. It just doesn't amount to it. And every single lane so far for SBE is shaping up well. Mystery, at this point, I think they have to start building some stacks up to get some recovery going, because the laning start, once you hit the 10-minute mark, I don't think it's going to look that nice.
Battle Trance and Tag Team After Rain. Yeah, that's a painful combo. It's been a very tough lane down in this bot lane. Bob still, ooh, Stroke of Fate, going to be juked out. He got the Phoenix, but the Swashbuckle is going to be enough to get Bob again. So Mystery, it looks like they've accepted the fact that the side lanes aren't going to go well. And let me tell you, John, they're going very badly right now for Mystery. But the mid lane, they are doing a decent enough job.
Yeah, they're just trying to keep control in the one lane that's weakest for SBE. TA needs a lot of, time to really be tanky up front. No blink yet, so it's going to be easier to zone her out. And they are losing a lot more on the sides, though. Like top lane, it's already melting, 400 HP down because of that first Dragon form from Enryu. They do manage to get the TP on Wayne with a Salve, and they have a rotation up here with Mercury as well, but...
Mercury, stunned up. Arrow going to be blocked off by Ohio to make sure they don't kill off that mid Pango, as he is worth the most golden XP right now on his team. Still, the group up is real. SBE still hanging around, but without the Dragon form, I'm not sure about this. Zenki, he's just going to walk away. Fire Spirit's thrown out. He doesn't look too bothered by it. Doesn't even pop the tag team. The thing is, John, the slow game does favor SBE. You've got TA Troll DK. So, the longer you have to farm, the better.
Yeah, and Bob, he's got a haste. He's chasing Mercury.
Ohio top lane as well. Mercury, is he going to drop? Yes, he is. The trap damage is enough, and Ohio does go down. And Bob, he did style on him, John. He didn't even look back for that trap damage. He just walked away.
I think he was stuck, to be fair. I think Bob was stuck. He wanted to get the last hit off. He wasn't sure with the trap, but it works out. Bob, a very happy man.
Why are you going to do Bob like that, John?
I saw it. I had to say it. I can't lie. I'm honest, John. Still, 9-2, 4K lead for SBE. The Team Mystery, it's shaping up very slowly here. After Rain does have level 6 up. They can try to go duel, but the issue is they don't have Phoenix Egg. They don't have Soulbind. The combinations they need to have from the supports aren't quite there because of these slower lane starts. And they've really just surrendered a free lane to Abad. And you've got 6 on LC, Abad's level 8. 2 parts away, just lacking the perseverance into the Battle Fury, and once you have that, no one on the side of Mystery farms that same way. Maybe Mercury in the jungle can just play with a Swash, but that's not necessarily where he wants to be in this game.
Ghost gonna try and go into Samael. He has 3 leap charges, he's fine. No chance of him dying to a life stealer. Look at the net worth of Ghost right now, John. In fact, mid lane, who have they got? They got a jewel out onto Zenki, and that'll be the first jewel of the game. Going the way of After Rain, which is definitely great news. And a smoke up, because they do need to help this lifestealer out. He's getting no farm. He's behind his own LC, who had one of the worst lanes I've ever seen. So, Ghost and Ohio now going to start moving in to try and defend this tier 1 tower, but it is almost certainly gone. Mercury gonna move in, has the Rolling Thunder, but no, the arrow connects from Samael and Henry. You're gonna TP out. The Rolling Thunder wouldn't have made it in time. And that is the second time that Samael has saved his teammate's life by arrowing the Pango. And I think for Mercury at this stage, you've got to go in with the Rolling Thunder. Because these arrows are just like a magnet to Mercury, apparently.
Yeah, they really are. And, you know, they need to get some space out. I think the key timing now is blink on Mercury. Like, he's going for the Maelstrom first for damage, which is fair. But he really needs the blink to just set up for his team, jump up with a Rolling Thunder ready, get those kills after in as well, trying to rush it. Still mid under pressure.
Ohio, already stunned up, but there's your Rolling Thunder. A lot of damage out from after rain, but the snowball save into the siege creep. Oh, they killed off the siege creep, but it won't matter. They still roll over, but the jewel is out. The Rolling Thunder, they make it work. Mystery. 2 great kills there, thanks to Mercury. Into the mid-tier 1 they go. Would love this tower to go down early. Just slow down Bob's farm, but Bob's going to move in and try to make sure it's not going to be that easy. That Ghost, making sure Ohio stays protected, does come back in for a little bit. But you can see the kind of the game plan there from Mystery, just trying to open up the map and allow Mercury on the Pango to have his way throughout the map.
I just don't know if it's worthwhile. Like, yeah, you're finding a couple of supports, you're finding the DK off. You're not finding this troll. A bot is just free farming bot. Battle Fury pretty much done here. So that's 12-minute Battle Fury with power treads on top, phase boots on top. Very quick. And you're not going to stop his farm now. He's going to dip into the triangle. He's going to play here. It's very safe. No opposing tier 1 to TP into to hunt him down there. And it just leads to a very big spike for a bot. He's already ahead at 6.5. The next dire course at 4.6. That's just going to grow wider as he gets some free farm. And I think Mystery needs to redirect themselves. They need to start hunting this troll who's always alone in the jungle anyway. And they just don't have access to that jungle anymore.
Top lane, Zenki. He's having a gander here at After Rain. Bob's around. They have the blink up. After Rain looking to move up that staircase, but it's going to mean his death. He'll try to run, but with the tag team and shards out, so much damage, and Bob will give the tip over to Afterlife. Excuse me, After Rain. My apologies. After Rain will give it back to Bob.
Yeah, I mean, it's not too bad for Mystery. It's pretty bad, but 5k at this point, you can still kind of play it. They're trying to trade bot, but their mid's being shoved, and Enryu, every time the dragon forms up, these towers melt.
T1's dropping very low, still dropping to the poison, but Ohio does get a nice deny. But the map is open now for SPE. You look at the top 2 net worths on the board right now. It is a bat, and it is Bob. And Bob's getting close to that Desolator, John. I'm getting concerned now for Mystery.
Burst damage is going to be ridiculous. They're trying to circle around up top, but it looks like SB are actually willing to fight. They're still kind of posturing Zenki, looking for an opportunity. Gonna play it safe, though, as there is a threat of duel from After Rain, so you don't want to force their luck too much. It's still a ton of space for a bot. Again, free farming in bot jungle. You're getting some space out now for Ghost, but Armlet Lifestealer farming is just not the same as a Battle Fury troll. You'll never catch up until you get a farming item on Ghost, or if you find some pickoffs. So one of those things need to happen, but Mystery just aren't playing around the Infest. Like, it's on cooldown now for Ghost, so they don't have that opportunity, but we're not seeing the Blink Duel Infest plays. We're not seeing the Icarus Dive plays. The Blink is almost up there for After Rain, but you already have the Blink up here from Enryu. So on the DK, he's just set to go if he wants to force something out.
We're just trying to get some D-wards out here, Ohio. To get them out of his jungle. Smoke is there, though. SPE looking to make a play.
Radiant should look to their middle tower.
Deso yet to come out from Bob, but he's got plenty of time to farm while the rest of his team do start to go in for a team fight.
Radiant's
When you look at a bat even, he's got the Yasha on the courier now, moving into the SNY, and oh, that'll be a big one. Ghost. He's got the armlet, he has level 1 rage. They even have the blink out now on After Rain, but he may not be able to close the gap as Ghost is going to get stunned up. Enryu there, arrow follow-up, they have the damage. Very nice play from SBE, and Bob solo kills off Wayne at the top lane. Mercury gonna try and punish him for this. They even have After Rain with a Blink Dagger on the Courier, but it's not there yet. Still, Bob has been controlled, and they'll get the duel off. They'll get the kill. It's still not quite as worth as you got the Lifestealer Phoenix for a TA trade, but it's something.
I'd say you're pretty darn happy about getting that kill on Mercury. You get the dual win here as well for After Rain. Tricky damage on the LT. Considering the slower start, just having that damage on hand is pretty nice. So you still have something to be happy about, but SBE, seeing some spells used up, knowing Rolling Thunder is down, they're going to go for a smoke and go straight to the Roche. With a bot around, this is not going to take too long with his Yasha and the tag team up. And you do have the egg here for Mystery. They do have a ward, but that was the smoke in, so it doesn't look like they have any idea yet that the Roche is happening.
No, it's kind of hard to predict this Roshan being started. Mystery might get a hint of it as everyone's missing off the map, but no, it's too late. And Matt's going to have a secondary life now on the Troll. Double damage is waiting outside the Roshan bit for him. So he's going to go farm an SNY up, and once the SNY is there, maybe you wait to get a BKB, or maybe you just go. Mystery, they've smoked up. It's an unexpected smoke, and they're going to try and get the Aegis, but the double damage is going to cause a lot of trouble. It won't yet, though. They get the kill. Shard's out. Will block the way. Zenki may have gone too far, but Snowball is out. A bat will be able to escape. Rolling Thunder, Egg all being committed, and Zenki and a bat might just be dead, but he'll get the battle trance off. Running into Afterlife, no, he'll go after Wayne instead, but the Icarus dive is out. Ghost will continue man fighting a bat. He's trying to survive, but he cannot. The Troll does drop, as Bob will keep going on to After Rain, but he does not have enough damage, but Enryu does. Still, Bob's in trouble now. He will meld, but the sentry is down already, and they will get another. It's a great team fight from Mystery. As they move in for more, Mercury right in onto that Mirana with the shield crash. Leaps away, but he has Swashbuckle up in just a second. And he will get him as Enryu right back in underneath the tier 2 tower, trying to kill off Mercury, but now Ghost will protect. And I've got to tell you, John, this mid Pango, he's doing a lot of work this game. Those disarms are causing the side of SBE a real headache.
Yeah, and that was some perfect egg positioning from Wayne, finding the opportunity after the Aegis drops. Zenki, a bit of a misplay. Like, that snowball actually costed them the life of the Troll. So, not quite getting the timing to have the snowball save during the egg and lasting after. That's what really got them there. If you managed to get the timing a bit better for Zenki, I think you might have been able to turn around with a bot a lot earlier. You've gotten some more utility out of the Tusk as well, and maybe get some more done. But good punishment out from Mystery. They're not completely out of it yet. They're still lagging behind by 4K, but they've gotten some big kills. That was Bob with his Deso reveal, not really doing enough damage there, just throughout the sustain and tankiness on the side of Mystery. He is trying to rush a Hurricane Pike next. I think we need to start seeing a couple of BKBs here. A bot, of course, SNY almost done, as mentioned. And we'd also like to see a BKB there, just to ensure that the front line's not going to be too disrupted from the control of Mystery when it does land. So, Mystery just need to wait for these spells to be back up. Egg is back up on Wayne if they want to play with that. And they are very close to finishing the SNY on their Lifestealer as well, so the catch-up is there.
After
They just need to sort of maintain that momentum.
Nice blink in with the jewel out. Moonlight Shadow not going to help. Enryu now going to be chased. Mercury. Rolling Thunder is there, but Enryu is going to be able to blink away. And well, I suppose we're now seeing what the point of the Legion Commander was, John. Just a nice infest target for Ghost. And well, as you can see, if he can catch someone out with the jewel, it's going to be a nice, easy kill there for Ghost.
Yeah, it's just down to that strong dual combination coming through. SBE just needs to respect that, especially Zenki. Like, if you lose this Tusk, you lose your save, your only save against that combination. So, you need to be a bit careful being so far forward. There's some really good defensive wards there for Mystery up top. They know where SBE wants to play, but SBE, you know, they're still getting farm. They only lose a pause 5. I don't think they're too scared. They are giving dual wins away.
They have another jewel available, but Bob pops the trap. Enryu's in onto Ohio, but they have plenty of help around. Ghost might just turn now. Ghost is going to move in onto the DK and After Rain. He's got the jewel off. Bob's going to jump in with the side blades, but it's not enough damage. After Rain survives. Mercury down on the back lines, however. They drop the egg, but it is going to be bursted down by a bat. In they go. Bob, he has dropped a Ghost. And are they going to turn? They brought back on Mercury. They want to try for this. Looks like they found Zenki. He'll try to buy some time with the snowball, but eventually is going to drop, and they even found Samael. After Rain picking that one up, and you know, suddenly, John, this Legion Commander, 70 dual damage out. He might start becoming a little bit of a problem here as Mystery with this draft. Well, we questioned it a lot, but they are making it work.
Yeah, and they're punishing SBE for being way too aggressive. They're not respecting Mystery's control on the map. They're not respecting that burst potential with the Infest duel. Like, you saw the movement out from Enryu. He kept forcing the issue, trying to chase down Ohio. That's just a Grimstroke he was trying to really commit towards. He needs a BKB on this DK to really enable that kind of movement out. Of course, they do ping out Mercury. They know where he is.
Uh-oh. He bought back, but he can Rolling Thunder away. There's not much they can do to stop him. You really starting to look for those BKBs now on SBE, as they just struggle so much with the disarms that are flying out, and well, both Bob and of course Abad are now starting to go for those BKBs. Meanwhile, Ghost doing the smart thing and going for an Assault Cuirass to bonus, get those bonus armors up for the rest of his team and himself, and of course it's going to be very effective into all the physical damage that they do have on SBE. This game is still a lot closer than one would have expected.
Yeah, I mean, the fight is coming true from Mystery. After Rain also has the Solar Crest up, so even more armor to mitigate the damage output of Bob, and the burst damage isn't actually flying in. Like, Bob with the Deso Blink just doesn't feel like he's tearing up the backline quickly enough. They are Moonlight Shadowed up along with the smokes. They're gonna look for something here.
Melt Strike, half his HP gone. Ohio is gonna die, but at least they make sure After Rain does not go down. Well, as I say that, After Rain, he's sticking around, looking for a dual target, maybe not realizing how many people are around him. Snowball is there to save the day. Meanwhile, towards the north, it looks like they found the Pango Mercury. He's down with that buyback. Egg committed, but they should have the time to get that down as well. Now Mystery need to run as After Rain has been caught out. And Abat is suddenly onto the high ground. BKB or none, he does not care. He wants the tier 3 tower gone.
They managed to split that fight up perfectly for Mystery. They get one pick off first on SBE's end, and then they managed to force out the egg in a very awkward spot. The save from Zenki this time lines up very nicely. Again, taking away the potency of duel. They find a free Rex just like that. They can't get any more, as there's still a tier 2 mid, a tier 1 bot. But Abat does not care. He's just going to keep going for the objectives. BKB now on him. So I don't think he minds at all. Like, there's no egg. You don't need to worry about too much, and they'll just keep getting control of the map. 10k lead out of that one fight. And Team Mystery have to go back to the drawing board, think about what went wrong there. They've been winning if they catch out Zenki. Like, this Tusk cannot be allowed to save anyone. If you jump the Tusk first, I think you can really take that 4v5 afterwards.
He's going to move back into the triangle. The Bat, T1 bot, he could get caught. Mercury's moving in, Swashbuckle to start, Rolling Thunder, going to be cancelled. A Bat, he may have cost himself his life. Whirling Axes is there, but they have got the control with the duel out, or maybe not long enough. The Snowball, he's in, and now they can turn with the Battle Trance right back in onto After Rain. The Infest will not help enough, and the chase is on. They want the big one, they want Ghost, but instead they might have to settle for Mercury on the Pangolier. As Ghost is out, he'll try to creep skip the bot lane to avoid another high ground attempt. But I think they've got enough creeps to maybe make this work. Do the Dire have a glyph up?
Yeah.
Okay,
They've
they'll
got
be
it
fine.
ready. Yeah, they should be able to clear out this creep wave. There are a couple of creeps coming back in afterwards. I think there might be enough spacing to get that up, but they're not going to force the issue. Next Roche, though, is a bit long, so there's no objective for SBC to force out yet. And the egg is back up for Mystery, so they've got some high ground team fight now. That did not line up, though, that jump in. You can't duel the troll. You just don't have the burst damage. A bot is just too tanky. He builds off of attacking one target. You lack some stuns to stop him from just hitting. And the snowball was coming out from Zenki. With the blink, he can just gap close easier and get in position. You really need to catch the supports. Just take out this Tusk. It's such a massive issue for everything Mystery wants to do. Zenki cannot be allowed to join these team fights, and I think that's where Mystery's been winning. Every single time Zenki dies first, SBE suddenly fall really flat. But every single time they focus a bot first, it doesn't pan out. So reprioritize targeting there from the side of Mystery. They should be able to get themselves in position for the next Roche, but they don't have vision outside. They have very limited information on the map. All the wards, all the control is there from SBE. They've got the trap watching Roche. They should be ready when that respawn is back up.
Oh, I bet he would love a fight with this double damage rune. He's going to try and force it. No Aegis up. Does have a BKB. It's an 8-second charge. More than enough time. There's your Moonlight Shadow. He wants to at least get that T3 tower with this DD rune. This arm's going to delay things a little bit here. And Ryu going to jump in. Dragon Tail is out. Onto Afterrain. They want the LC dead. He's going to survive with the Infest though. Ghost going to save the day, and now a very nice position egg. Maybe they can turn around. Snowball is out. Who's it going towards? It's on Afterrain. Nobody dead quite yet. Mercury getting very, very deep, but it's looking decent enough for Mystery now to try and turn, or maybe not Enryu. Back in with the Dragon Tail, but Afterrain going to save with the press the attack. And now with the Inkswell, they will stun him up and they will find another. That's a very nice high ground defense, and you've got to give props to Wayne there, John. It's a very nice egg to force them out of the high ground. And once they were down to the low ground, it was pretty much a one-team fight for Mystery.
Yeah, it's the one thing for SBE. Going high ground is difficult on a full 5v5. Have to respect the egg. However, with egg down, with duel down for a bit longer, straight into the Roche. Second Roche with Ag Shard. Who are they going to give it to? There's a lot to give out here. Bob with Ag Shard on Psionic Trap. The silence is devastating. And the vision's really nice as well.
What about the Rampage, John? Samael.
Oh, the Rampage. Oh, yeah, there it is. Here we are.
So Samael goes down to the bot lane by himself, but you have Rampage up now on the Troll. So globally, by the way, John, everyone gets plus 70 attack speed or 25 status resist for 5 seconds. Seems good.
Yeah. It's gonna be mad. They actually gave it to Bob, so it's the silence. Yeah, they ended up passing it to Bob. So it's silence, it's vision with a ward, 4 more traps as well. Actually, a lot to shut out the map, and you have to watch that now. There are no BKBs yet, but you do have some purges, so the silence might not be as big of an issue as long as it's not the LC being locked in. So we'll see if it pays off. Like the Rampage would have been really nice for stat resist or attack speed, but not coming through this time around.
Mystery. And Ghost looks like he's going to start farming up a Basher now, maybe into the Abyssal Blade. Definitely could help them quite a bit. Well, Zenki, I actually like that decision from Zenki. He goes for a very late Medallion. I think having minus armor, especially when the AC is now up on Ghost, is going to be a lot of value. Like just removing even more armor. Kind of negating the armor bonuses from the AC. And I mean, you're a Tusk after all, right? Like, if you could just get in there and Medallion someone when you've got a Troll, DK, and TA, even at 28 minutes, I think it's worth.
Yep, definitely is. I love the itemization as well on Samael. He's got the E-Blade up. So if you do get the duel off, there's potentially just a hard disarm there to prevent anyone from dying. And that should be enough to buy some time out.
Dragon Tail out, but a nice swashbuckle away. Now the Ensnare is there. Onto Ghost, but Soulbind with the double silence will lock them down. They still have their BKBs, and there will be one popped on the DK. But they are going to back off immediately. Silence is now out on Mercury, but the press the attack going to save the day. It's now the lucky shot. Will disarm, but Bob is in on Ohio. They'll get one. A bat still not popping that BKB. Is holding on as the duel comes out now. Onto Bob with the snowball. Save against Zenki. Is going to save the day. Onto Ghost now. He is still fighting a bat and does get the Aegis. But you've still got Battle Trance, you've still got BKB and a bat. He will go right back in onto Mercury with an arrow to follow up and the Battle Trance out. They will take down the Pango. Ghost, he is trapped up with the tag team. That will be another. Ghost can buy back, but he's the only one. So there's no real choice in the matter but to not buy back and wait out these respawn timers. But they might just get megaed. Hell, maybe even tier 4. If a bat wants to, but he'll go for the megas instead.
Yeah, it's a safer play. They should be aware that there's no egg to worry about. That's a big team fight spell of Mystery. without that tool, it's harder for Mystery to get the good zoning here, and I think Abat's gonna be
Missile
comfy.
is in. Walrus punch out. Zenki trying to lock him down. The Inkswell there onto 3. Ghost cleans up 2 immediately now. Abat, he's gone too far. The duel's out. They've even got Bob there. Bob is trying to man fight this, but it's not looking great, Bob. He does go down. Oh, they got cocky. They got a little bit overly excited there, not respecting the Inkswell. Don't forget, that's a Shards Inkswell as well, so you can't underestimate how much it does.
Yeah, that was busted. Like, I think when we've been casting games with the Inkswell Shard, we don't really see it land on that many heroes. That time around, it gave such a big burst heal that SBE was punished. They need a way to mitigate that heal. At this point, maybe a casual Spirit Vessel or a Scotty up. Heck, even a Shivas would be fairly fine against that. But that does keep Mystery in the game. They are down 3 racks buildings. So there's a lot more shove coming through from SBE. But they're stalling out. They're staying in the game. They're finding opportunities. They will have Egg back up so they can force a big team fight while these heroes are down.
Light Shadow. Wayne. Uh-oh. Maybe spotted on the Phoenix there for a second. After Rain, looking for a target. Does have plus 110 damage right now on the LC. Needs a lot more than that to feel like he can maybe carry the game, but gets a nice duel off. And he found the Marana, but the Snowball saves Zenki. Once again, will buy more time for them to come back in, but they got the Soulbind and the Egg out, and it's not looking great now for the side of SBE as they need to back off. A nice Snowball, but it's just not proving to be enough this time around, and Mystery, they are going to try and get something done as they move on to the high ground. And it's going to be a 4v5, but the stun's out immediately onto Ghost, but he's going to be able to just purge that off with the press the attack. Eventually backs, but Samael, Yule's arrow setup is there onto the Pango, but the Infest is out. Dragon Tail now, Ghost going to try and zone them away. They won't go high ground again, Mystery. They'll be satisfied with forcing the buyback out from Samael. They can even go down towards the bot tier 2.
Yeah, they've managed to get enough done here. There's some pressure on SBE. They just used the Dragon Form, so it's going to be down for a minute here from Enryu. And there is a damage issue coming through. Like the sustain, as we mentioned from the draft, there's a lot of healing. Infest to give you a burst of HP. Sunray with the Egg just to zone people out. The Inkswell on top to press the attack. With a Shard here from After Rain. It's a lot of heal. And there's no heal mitigation out from SBE, so it's causing massive issues. Still, they're smoked up. They know there's no Egg for 40 seconds. There's a bit of a window here where they can force something out, and they're going to go hunting.
Yeah, but Vin has the Abyssal up. So you don't have that mini blink on the Abyssal anymore, but still get in range and just get the stun off. It is quite effective. It's Mystery. If they could just hold the high ground here, make a pretty big comeback. I mean, you saw that last time that Ghost got that triple. The amount of gold they lost on the side of SBE was quite substantial. SBE, they're going to try and control the map for now. Try to get that net worth advantage back up before they move in. I think they've learned to respect that Mystery can get a pretty nice team fight going for themselves. If they do get a nice Egg and perhaps even a nice Jewel. Light Shadow going to be popped now. SBE. Smell that something is awry here. Mystery. Still smoked up, just hanging on the other side of the map. A bat going to be spotted. It's a big target if they could get the initiation, but a bat is going to be fine for now. Mystery are not going to find the opening.
I think you're fine with this. You want to force the high ground fight if you're Mystery. You don't want to be caught outside. So defensive play for them is a lot better. And there's some really good scaling here. Like the fact that you've got Lifestealer against DK means that Enryu's output isn't actually amazing. He's just getting torn apart if the Lifestealer gets to focus him. Even a Troll, to a certain extent, has a lot of HP, so it's something Lifestealer actually really enjoys playing against. And it's just giving Ghost all of the space out. He's trying to queue up the Divine Rapier. They are still behind despite bouncing back in, so they're going to need that extra edge to push them to the other side. We'll see if he gets enough space to save up for it. Side of SBE, they might just be waiting for the next Roche as well. They do not have a trap up, though, and it is a minute and a half away. So there's some time here for Mystery to keep holding on, and there's some time here for SBE to maybe slip up.
Another smoke up, John. Mystery going to try and find another opening, see if they could maybe catch out a split SBE.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
Any kill is pretty good here, and Samael, he'll definitely be taken as the duel comes out. Snowball against Zenki right there, but is it going to be enough? He needs more help. Samael going to leap away for now, but does go down. Mercury does pop the Rolling Thunder preemptively to make sure that there was no turnaround. Now Mystery can relax a bit on the map, knowing they can farm. However, their tier 3 bottom tower is gone. Ohio will be there to defend.
Yeah, it's not the biggest pick-off in the world. And they didn't commit too hard for it, though. It's just duel, it's just Rolling Thunder, not the longest cooldowns. So they're going to be able to still fight with Phoenix Egg available. The issue is SBE are close to getting some big farm items. Solar Crest up now in Zenki. He can save his course better. He can soften up some targets if they want. They are very close to the Roche now. 20 seconds away, although.
Rain does have the shards up, so he's got that mini BKB now on the LC. Ghost is going straight to Divine Rapier, by the way.
Yeah, and he's been saving up for it. And again, they're behind enough that you need that extra edge to push it to the other side. So he's got one part in, still about 2.4k away from the next part, but not going to take too long if they're allowed to free farm. But the Roche is now being taken here. Free Ags as well after Rain knows.
Does he? Did he spot it out?
The overwhelming odds. I think he must
I don't
have
think
noticed,
it's.
but
I don't think it hit the Roshan though. It didn't hit anyone. Regardless, they didn't have the time anyway, so there was no real chance. But
Shadows take us.
well, now they've got to fight into the Aegis. They got the cheese up as well. Anything else we should know about?
yeah, Whirling Axis Ags upgrade. So Dispel's on hand.
Oh,
It's going to be
good.
harder to face off against this troll. And this is a major spike. They need to get a clean fight here, SBE. High ground's very difficult. Team Mystery's shown us time and time again. They've got the power up there with a good egg from Wayne. It's down to SBE looking for a really good lineup here, but they have found some tier 4 items as well. So they've got Minotaur Horn for their troll, additional BKBs as well, and just some spell immunity to play with. That might be enough to bring it over the edge. We'll see if Mystery can hold out. They're being very disciplined. They're up against Aegis Cheese. They know they should just play high ground and play safe.
They can make this high ground defense work. I mean, the comeback could be real here for Mystery. MKB up on a bat, so a lot more damage output now. Bob's almost got his Nullifier, and I think that's what he wants first, and yeah, he picks it up. So now Nullifier available on Bob. Be about that time to go for SBE, but just going to make sure the mid lane's pushed out as well in Ryu. Not feeling 100% confident here, SBE. I think perhaps just waiting for a pickoff. Obviously the tier 4 items are up now as well, so maybe they could just go farm those up. But feels like they should feel confident enough with the 20k advantage to move in for that Rax. They are paying Mystery a lot of respect before moving up. Bat, oh, the bat, stunned up.
Dire's bottom barracks are
There is a basher on Mercury, so you've got to be a little bit cautious about that bash. The disarm obviously going to be quite annoying, but with the dispel now from the axes, you can at least get rid of it. It's the range racks onto the melee barracks. Bat dropping a little bit low. Mercury threatening with the Rolling Thunder. He's going to run in with the Inksword, gets a bash off a Bat. Needs to be somewhat careful, but he'll turn around now with the Minotaur Horn.
Dire's middle tower
That's it. They'll go for a reset. No need to waste the Aegis. They'll take their time. In fact, there's a regen rune.
The prize
Oh,
is mine.
beautiful. Yeah, they see it as well with a trap on top, so should be a nice reset for a bot if he wants it. And they can just look for the Megas slowly but surely. That range Rax mid is already being chipped away by the creep wave every time it's shoved in while they're distracted, so it's down to roughly 400 HP. The big issue is taking out that bot set of rack. Yeah, they're just so worried about the egg. I think one play they could make is maybe a smoke wrap, going through top instead, then hooking down mid, punishing Wayne. If you can get that kill on the Phoenix, you can definitely look to take the fight. Just worry about the buybacks here. And there are buybacks on the side of
Ooh, a
Mystery.
bat.
They're not out
A
of it
bat.
yet.
Went in by himself. Divine Rapier's up now. Ghost, he's all in. And now the Jewel's out. They've caught a bat. But Snowball against Zenki trying to save the day. The Aegis is gone though. And Zenki might just drop still in the back lines. Enryu is in. They've killed off Wayne. The buyback on the Phoenix. Enryu now realizing how much damage there is on Ghost. Needs the back, but he could not make it out in time. So a buyback on each side. Each team commits one.
Shadow.
But you did lose the Aegis. You lost your DK. And SBE probably not going to feel very happy about that Divine Rapier. Are going to feel like they need to back off.
Yeah, it's a huge spike for Mystery. They can hold on to the high ground now. I'm just curious why this bug still exists. Like, you look at Ghost. I don't know if you're seeing it. I only see plus 83 damage. So
No,
the indicator is still bug. I'd love to see the real one. How much is it?
Well, now he's infested, so I can't see it either. It is plus 468. So there you go. Zenki.
Massive ult.
That would have been a dieback after he could not get the jewel off. Bob going to turn around with a nullifier, but Ghost is inside the LC and will turn around. Bob, he's been bashed
Bob.
up. He needs to get out of there. The 4-staff away and now, oh, after rain, he's gone. Battle Trance has been popped a bat. He's going to try and fight, but the bashes out from Ghost might just be enough. The ethereal blade from Samael slowing down the LC, but a bat is gone. And Ghost, he is looking very scary now, John. Hitting for about 600 damage per right click. He's really starting to hurt. And I think if you're SBE, you might start looking to try and rat the last melee barracks, because there's only one left. At this point, I don't know if it's safe enough to go for a 5v5.
It doesn't feel like it. You don't have enough. Now you have to deal with the Dark Portrait Swell from Ohio. That is massive. Like a late Ags on Grimstroke can just make all the difference. And now it's a very hard game for SBE. They're still in the lead 20k, but that gold lead doesn't amount to as much anymore. They need... Well, they need something to come true. I think a disarm would be very helpful. We did see the E-Blade come true, but it flew out onto the Lifestealer while a bot was trying to focus him.
Ghost, Dragon Tail out. He needs some help. Bob just sitting there for now. Arrow not going to make it in time. The Rage was there. After rain now. Going to chase down Samael, but the Moonlight Shadow is going to keep them safe, or is it after rain? Still looking for a dual target. Onto Samael. He hasn't spotted him yet. Jump in. No, Samael is going to get away with the fog.
Blessings.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Scary stuff. And John, might I point out, Ghost has got a Minotaur Horn plus the Press the Attack BKB now. So, plus the Rage. So in total, 7.5 seconds on Rage. You've got 2 seconds on the Minotaur Horn, and an extra 1.75 from the LC. So it's looking pretty good for him right now in terms of free BKBs. He's essentially got over 10 seconds worth of a BKB, which means he's officially got more than an actual BKB.
Yeah, that's kind of busted. They've reached that point for Mystery where the Lifestealer is super potent, and SBU just lack single target control to prevent anything from happening. If they buy a disarm, actually a halberd sounds pretty good. I don't think the E-Blade's gonna cut it from Samael. They need a halberd. At least the halberd can't be dispelled. You're gonna buy yourself like 8 seconds, where Lifestealer's just standing there 8 or 6 seconds. So if you could swing around to itemize that way, could be helpful, but doesn't look like anyone's queuing that up. So you always have to be scared of the Divine here. SBE, I mean, they need to make their way to high ground. Like, they are so far ahead, but if they can't end the game, then, you know, what do? It's Defense of the Ancients. The Ancients, the objective. You need to reach that point somehow.
That you do, Jonathan. Another Moonlight Shadow out. They take the outpost back. An immediate smoke up, though. As soon as Mystery knows where they are, they want to go for a fight. They are feeling very confident. After aim, plus 140 damage, looking for another plus 30 if he can. Gonna jump in yet. He's got the infest going, and the bat is going to be targeted. The jewel is there. Can they save him this time? Zenki can't get in range for the snowball. No, he cannot. A bat is going to die, and they are on to the DK now. That'll be another. And Ryu's gone. Zenki, he's going to try and run. There's no way out. They've got him. They punish a bat. That was very greedy positioning from the Troll Warlord to farm there, and well, suddenly SBE are going to be able to force buybacks by going high ground.
Yeah, they're going to be able to rip through the objectives if you're not careful. You're seeing Samael trying to shove in the top wave. You do have Wayne around to try and defend. They might go for a rat play, but these objectives will not stand long with that Divine out.
Oh, Aeon just going to save the Phoenix's life. Bob going to BKB TP out. Bash? No. Mercury does not get lucky. However, Tier 4 towers are under siege. They will force the buybacks, but Ghost needs a way out. He'll get the Infest in onto After Rain, but After Rain cannot blink out of there. Soulbind, Double Silence is there. Battle Trance, After Rain is being targeted. Do they have the damage output? After Rain, he's still alive. Abyssal Blade going to stun them up for a second. He is still running. Though axes do connect, the trap connects, but he is still not going to make it. In fact, he drops a gem. Nobody notices the gem's there, but I suppose 45 minutes into the game, who cares about that? They've got an LC down without buyback, and they need to make that Mega Creep play happen right here, right now.
Yeah, they've got the numbers advantage. There's no egg for half a minute. You don't have to worry about it yet. They need to maximize this downtime and just clear out these racks. I don't know if they have enough to clear tier 4s. That's the issue, because the egg will be back soon, and the Divine's still an issue here from Ghost.
I think they just want the Megas up to try and buy them a bit of space. Ghost is going to jump in. Soulbind again out from Ohio, and they've got the DK and Ryu looking like he's in trouble. Zenki trying to save Khan. Ghost is still very healthy. He gets the Abyssal out of bat, is in danger. Snowball, Ethereal Blade, everything being thrown out, but Zenki's going to die for this. Now the egg, a bat, he needs to run. Bob, where are you going, sir? They're trying to get the final lane of barracks, but the bash is out. The TA can't finish the job. She's trying. So is Samael, but they can't get it done. Uh-oh. Surprise Ghost says Samael will buy back immediately, but there are 3 heroes down without buyback. And Mystery, they are going into the high ground. Slowly but surely. They have a Roshan to go to as well, and they have a double damage. However, the bot Rax is going to be forced in, and that'll force the TPs back. Soulbind, Ohio setting up. Ethereal Blade going to kind of ruin the physical damage from a bat, as now he's being chased down and he needs a way out. He's got the BKB TP, but Ghost is going to chase him down. Even the Inkswell is going to make a bat's life a living hell because they keep scouting him out. The Lifestealer chasing him down. A bat, how well can you juke? The BKB TP, he's going to be fine. Meanwhile, the Tier 4 towers, one of them's gone down. The creeps are trying to do it for SBE. It's not going to be enough. And Mystery should have enough time to go high ground and get something out.
This is ridiculous. This back and forth match down to an 8k lead for SBE. The Divine is just way too strong on Ghost. They have just not itemized to counteract it at all.
No one's seen the double damage yet, John. Nobody saw it. It's still there, and now it's gone. Imagine you had a double damage right now. You'd go tier 4s immediately. In fact, he's going to do it anyway. We'll see if Ghost can get it done. A bat. They're looping around. They're going to the backside. They want Ohio first. They want to just get rid of that Inkswell, but there's your Soulbind down. The Jewel is there. Zenki's gone. A bat, he will die.
God.
There is no buyback. Bob, he's going to jump the backlines, but nobody's around as Ghost is going to move in onto the TA now. Bob, he's trying to run. Zenki's moving in. It's a complete fiesta right now as everyone's dying on the side of SBE, and they get the Rolling Thunder. They will turn around, they'll find a 4th one, and the game is over as Mystery make the comeback happen and force to a game 3. Oh, and what a game it was, John. What a game it was.
Oh my god, I can't believe that happened. It looked like it was in the bag for SBE. They had an amazing time at the start. They managed to get their farm timings up. We have a coordinator issue as well, so I'm not sure if the results will load in, but Mystery held out long enough to get everything they wanted. The Divine just coming through, and I'm just flabbergasted at the itemization here from Southbuild. No disarm. Like, why not just get a Heaven's Halberd, blink in, immediately disarm Ghost? Because the same thing was happening to Abad. Every time Abad was up front, there's a disarm on hand from After Rain, and Abad does nothing. He just stands there staring like an idiot. Whereas if you could have done that to Ghost, you could maybe cleaned out the sidelines. The E-Blade from Samiel was sort of the same idea, but there were so many dispels that the E-Blade wasn't really value here. So some misitemization there once they saw the Divine coming through. They had enough time. The game went long enough that they could have diverged and went for some of those halberds. Maybe went for something like the Shivas or Scotty to mitigate the healing Ghost hand, because with all his damage, he was life-stealing for a lot. And they just didn't stop that. So a bit rocky towards the end. Some late-game decisions from South Built not quite lining up, but Team Mystery holding out, playing cleanly on the high ground. Quite an amazing turnaround. I want to see the graph for this one. You can see that graph. It was South Built up until like the last 5-10 minutes.
I'll switch it back over for the viewers, and yeah, I mean, it was... You had that much of an advantage, and then a Divine Rapier comes out from Ghost, and suddenly everything becomes that much harder. I think there was one stage in the game where we were saying this is about that time they go high ground. Before the Divine Rapier comes out, they had a 21, 22k gold lead. They just could not make it happen. And props to Mystery, John. I mean, we doubted their draft, but they made it work. And I'm happy to say that we have a Game 3 coming up between these two, which will be back in, I believe, 5 to 10 minutes. Not too long before these teams are ready to go again. For now, it is MLP, Dota, and John X Fire, and we'll see you right after a short break for that game number 3. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are here for the final game of this best of 3 and for the night for the lower division between Southfield Esports and Team Mystery, and it is MLP Dota and John X5. John, I realize I'm slightly late to the draft. No need to point it out. I can see in your face you're ready to just say, why were you late? But I'll switch over to the draft now, and there we go. You happy, John? Are you
I
happy?
am happy. I am happy. We're in a game 3. Southfield, it looked really good at the start, then it just fell apart. Mystery managed to punish Ghostwood, the Divine, and the Lifestealer. Made it look like a good hero. Like all the heal coming through that we mentioned from draft. Legion Commander with a Shard. Inkswell upgrade with the Ag Shard as well. The Sunray coming through. They could not kill Ghost. They were just getting controlled up. The double stuns with the Soulbind. Abyssal were doing a lot of work. The Duels holding them down. The Egg in the background coming through from Wayne. It started to gel together for Mystery, and Southfield sort of missed their late game timing. Their itemization as well didn't quite line up. I think a Disarm was what I was looking for. Maybe even a Hex would have worked out, but never came out. So we'll see if they correct some of those late game choices here and try to just close out the game when they've got a clear shot. We do have the initial draft on hand, as you can see, Lion being picked up by SBE in response to the puck. So you've got the Hex and the Earth Spike on, and now they have the Abaddon. So they've got a saving support once more with a strong Dispel on hand with the Abaddon Sapphire Shield and the healing coming through with his Q. Of course, Mystery just goes straight into Timb. I love that. It's a great response to the Abaddon. Of course, you do have to worry about the control from Lion, but now the Lion has to make a choice. Does he go for the puck or the Timbersaw first to lock in? There's only one source of control because Abaddon doesn't have any, so a really nice way of kind of mitigating how much impact the Lion will have by just having something else the Lion will have to worry about as well.
Very fair. Going to the next ban phase before we can see the drafts continue. Shout out to all the people, by the way, tweeting compliments at us. We always love that. Obviously, keeps us very energized. I think it was Lupet who tweeted us today. Thank you for that. Appreciate the kind words. Into the chat again. I mean, the chat's been rather, it's always been positive with us, hasn't it, John? People always just so friendly with us.
Yeah, it's been really chill. Been really happy. Everyone's just kind of shocked about how that last game went.
Or are they secretly hating us and you just don't tell me?
I don't see it. I don't know. I don't see it. I guess everyone's happy. Hopefully you guys are, as I'm happy. This is a ridiculous series. Like, game 1 looked so good from Southwell. I even said if they made the offlane Alk work, you can make nearly everything work. Didn't quite happen. Mystery bounced back in, and we'll have to see what comes through. Look at the bans from Southfield. Like, they banned Grimstroke and Phoenix and Lifestealer, 3 heroes from the last game. Like, they were that, shaken up by the last game that they don't want to have to deal with any of that again.
Yeah,
no more.
The thing is, like, Ohio, and we didn't really talk about him too much, but Ohio was doing a really good job on that Grimstroke. Soulbind, Double Silence, we saw the ink portraits flying out as well later on in the game, and it was making it very, very challenging for the side of Southfield to actually be able to fight back. Mystery, I mean, that game number 2, although it looked like it was in the bag for Southfield, not quite. SBE though, one more ban to go before we get to continue our draft. Currently just banning out position 1s. One more will do it.
Yeah. I think at this point, Southfield might have to think about their lane matchups. Timbersaw is going to be very annoying to play against for most pause ones. Even ranged heroes don't really enjoy it because Timbersaw can gap close quite nicely with the chain. So we're going to have to see something else or some way of controlling Timbersaw fly through. Maybe something in the offlane to help you out or mid. Except you don't have Puck. Puck would have been... Actually, no. Puck... Yeah, no, it's on Team Mystery. Puck would have been nice for Southfield to counteract him. But you don't have that. Not sure what else could slide in here. Maybe one of the Spirit Brothers up against a Puck. Void Spirit's what we tend to see, but that one, it really just doesn't feel great against Puck. Ember might be a bit better. Storm could be really good here, as you only have to worry about Puck's silence for the most part. So you could maybe go into that route there for Bob if you want to lock in the matchup, assuming Puck is mid. They go to Ursa instead. So it's Ursa versus Timbersaw. This is a back and forth lane. Mystery do instantly pick up Shaker, so they've got Puck Shaker combo, Dream Coil with Slam. Very easy way to force a clump up and to get a big Echo Slam off. Of course, the Ursa, again, going back to that. Against Timbersaw, in lane, it's a bit back and forth. Like, the Timbersaw can actually, of course, just shred through him. You've got it's a melee hero up against him. You can just rip right through him with your Whirling Death, chain around him, get the damage off. At the same time, Ursa loves these tanky heroes because you can just build up Fury Swipes. So you can actually burst down to Timb. It's really just down to the supports. The supports make or break that lane matchup. And we'll just have to see what Mystery can get done. They're leaving it open as well. Like, Puck could still be a support, although it's likely to be core. And the Shaker, we've seen some Shaker 5, some Shaker 4 as well. So again, open options there. Southfield do go into Earth Spirit. So perhaps a core Abaddon coming through, or maybe Bob Earth Spirit. He was one of the players that also did that last time around.
One can only dream, John. One can only dream for the Mid-Earth Spirit to come back. No more exciting hero than the Mid-Earth Spirit, John. Best hero in the game. Easily.
Yeah, we'll see if it can get that impact. It feels like, going back to the patch, it feels like Core Earth Spirit was buff, right? Like, all the things they buffed up were damage output, plus on utility. Because it's the way it's being forced for some reason. Ag's upgrade for damage. The Shard is always nice for control as well, but it really has some really good burst spikes at his stun spike. So we'll see what the choice there is for SBE. Team Mystery into the Medusa. This is great. like Medusa into Ursa. Ursa just wants to face you and hit. Once you pop that Stone Gaze, Ursa will be forced to run away. With no blink on the Abyssal, it's harder to gap close to the Medusa. It's a tricky one for the Ursa to get on top of this hero, so I love this pick from Mystery. I think this could work out for them.
Yeah, I think the Medusa pick is quite nice here for Mystery. Naturally, you are going to be trying to drag the game out, trying to get that farm up before you can really get invested, but it's sort of a similar story to last game, right? Like, you had this Life Stealer that we didn't have much faith in the late game, but he got a Divine Rapier up, and suddenly just, it was too late for SBE. Seems like Mystery is almost going for a kind of similar story here in game number 3, where they're just going to try and drag out the game, allow their Timber to frontline, even with the coil there to lock everyone down. Then you've got this Medusa split-shotting everyone in the back. Could be very effective, but we'll see. A couple more bans to come out before we get to see the drafts finalized. Anything in particular you'd like to see for either side, John, for these final pickups?
I think specifically for SBE, something to counteract the Medusa is very much needed here. Troll is one that we've seen back and forth with Medusa sometimes, simply because he can just stand and fight even after the Stone Gaze with his ultimate.
Was banned.
Maybe. Yeah, there's no option for that. The OD would be really... I don't know if I can say really nice. OD's just... It just feels really weird ever since they've changed him out again. But if you're looking for a way to handle the Medusa, OD is the way to go. So maybe you last pick OD and shift the Earth Spirit around or shift the Abaddon around. Mystery just goes into a Tusk. So they've really got aggression on hand. They've got really aggressive supports, really aggressive cores, a very big farming core for Ghost to just sit back and relax and kind of, zone out and just farm up on. South Built needs some aggression. Earth Spirit's there, Line's there. Ursa can maybe be aggressive once you have Battle Fury up. You need more, and we still need to see what the plan is with Earth Spirit. Like, one of these heroes has to be a core with the Ursa. Decided Earth Spirit or Abaddon. Last pick should tell us Leshrac, so it should be off-lane Abaddon. Perhaps off-lane Earth Spirit's a possibility as well. I don't really see that happening, though. So they've got push on hand, and yeah, it's an Enryu Abaddon, Samael on his Earth Spirit. We have seen Samael Earth Spirit be really good. I still worry about this. Like, you need to play really quick on SBE, prevent the Medusa from finding farm, because if you do, you're going to be in the same situation as it was in game number 2, and that was a very rocky situation there for SBE. So just try to stop Mystery from farming, because Ghost just does a lot of work with it.
You're certainly right there, John. I mean, they definitely will have to play a lot faster than Team Mystery. A lot of key timings for Mystery as well. Like, you've got the Blink Dagger on the Shaker you're looking for. I guess Mercury, Aghanim Scepter is always going to be nice on the puck. Blink Dagger himself. A lot of things going on here for Mystery, but Southfield Esports certainly feel like they're the ones on the timer here this game. We'll see how it all does pan out. This is game number 3. Neither team really wants to lose after such a back and forth kind of series, and it is going to be rather important for either side to try and pull off the win. John, I'll ask you that. One moment, there's apparently a 1-to-1 score at the top right of the top left of the screen right now. Get rid of that. I'll ask you the hard question, John. Who had the better draft going into game number 3?
I'd have to say Mystery. I like their timings more. I like the Medusa. Medusa's not necessarily completely slow here. You get Mask of Madness, you Flash Farm, you come out with a Manta style. You kind of feel good at that point. Even an SNY could be really nice. So they have to watch out for Ghost. If Ghost is allowed to free farm, which it should be easy to do with this kind of lineup, like you can buy space with a Tusk Shaker combo, you can really be a nuisance with a Timbersaw and the puck. SBE needs to play a perfect game. Execution must be on point. Now, they were doing that in game 1. They were doing it in game 2 early on. I guess the result of the last game just shook my confidence, but that was late game decision making. Very different from the early game. So we need to see the SBE that just rushes around in the first 20 minutes and shuts the game out. Mystery, for their part, if they hold steady, if they hold their belief in Ghost, well, we saw him hold out with a much less scary late game core in the Life Stealer. The ultimate end game hero really is this Medusa, right? So they just need to stall out, get Ghost up, then you're going to feel really good once you can get some farm going on the Medusa.
Do you believe in Ghost, John?
Now I do. Yes, I do. Like I will say this, like the last time around I was watching when Ghost was in season 1, I always felt like he was such a really stable core. Like he's your win condition, right? You can depend on him being your win condition. He's very reliable in that sense that if you need him to deliver, if you get him the space, he will deliver. His choices are always right. So it's just about letting the rest of the team buy that space out. And we've seen from Mystery, they can really stall a game out if necessary.
Is it spring already?
Wayne, go for a very early D ward in this mid lane, but he's got to be careful. That was waiting around, and he does decide better of it. Just goes back up to the high ground, sensing something wasn't right. Zenki's right underneath an observer ward as well from the Dire side. He's not realizing. Does have a sentry ward on the line, but
30 seconds.
has no idea the ward's there.
What drum sounds this beat of war?
Looks like it might just be one of those starts as well where you go for a 2 for 2 on the bounties, but SBE, they're going to try and make something happen. I'd argue they have the much stronger 0-minute kind of draft here for these bounties. We go. Not bad. Gonna get real deep here onto After Rain, but he won't have any backup. We'll just take the bounty and back off. Same thing will happen with Mystery. Nobody getting caught out.
Just straightforward 2 for 2. The vision game's really what's important here. The sentry coming through from Zenki did not find an obs, so everyone's going to have vision going in here. You've got opportunities to be aggressive on both sides. Really nice supports to have on hand. Taking a look at that top lane, of course, you've got the Abaddon Earthspirit lane, which can be potent. You get the shield off onto Samael. He dives deep, gets the shield pop. A lot of damage could fly through. And Medusa in laning phase isn't that potent, so you have to watch yourself there.
Samael, he's going to have a roll in onto Wayne. He's going to be able to get out thanks to the Aphotic Shield, but it is going to be a fair bit of damage being applied. That's the thing with Samael right now in this Earth Spirit. He might feel a little bit useless until you get a few more levels up on Enryu to really be able to start running down the side of Mystery. Right now, all he can do is roll in. But again, when the tag team's available, it feels like you're probably going to take more damage than you deal.
Yeah, you just have to watch that overcommitment. Maybe wait for level 2, level 3 to be up here. You can see Wayne just cutting off Samael, preventing that movement out. And you don't need to look for aggressive plays with the tag team here from Mystery, so they can just kind of do this, secure a good lane for Ghost, and he already is getting that done. Have a peek at the mid lane a bit. You've got Mercury on the Pup and Bob on the Leshrac. And so far, going well for Bob. Getting a little bit more out of this lane already. Just clearing out the wave a lot nicer. You do have better AoE on Leshrac. Safer range as well to cast most of it. For the Puck, it's really just down to Illusory Orb. So when that's down, Bob can just abuse his spells. Of course, kill opportunities are there. As you can see, if Bob lands the stun, he can really get some good harassment onto Mercury.
That was a very nice stun out from Bob. Very well timed. 2-minute water runes are up. Should be a 1-for-1. Bob sticking around for a bit more CS. Mercury, go for the bottom.
Little hope for Radiant's middle tower.
Was secured there by Ohio. Bob, he's still dealing with the creep wave. Doesn't want to let it go underneath his tier 1 tower. Still hasn't picked up the water rune though. Is just trying to abuse the bottle a little bit more. Does eventually take it.
Yep, and just staying even there. CS very even as well. It's going to be down to the supports to get some early aggression out. Speaking of those last few supports, you can take a look at Bot After Rain on that Timber Saw up against Zenki and a Bot. Of course, he's got help around from Ohio. They're getting some good space out. They're chasing down Zenki, and he's not very healthy on the line anymore.
Spike gonna be there, but After Rain.
Ooh.
Bit of a interesting chains there from Mr. After Rain right through the gap. Top lane looks like Enryu is gonna drop, and Ghost is the one to take the first blood. Enryu was left alone, and he had no mana apparently, so Wayne just runs in for an easy tag team. Ghost will take the first blood goal.
Yeah, that's a really good start for Medusa. You're basically free farming this lane. The Abaddon's really not doing much to you. 9-2 on Enryu right now, and this is not what you want to see for SBE. We talked about it. They've got there's some pressure on hand for them to play faster, and this is not the pace you're looking for. You need more levels up on Samael now. maybe you could make something happen mid with the Earth Spirit instead. The top lane just seems way too tough of a nut to crack to pierce through the Medusa without having a level advantage.
Ohio is going to make a bit of a rotation through the mid lane, it looks like, but bot lane is going to be targeted now. Hex is there from Zenki. They should not be able to get the kill. Get a fair bit of damage out onto After Rain. Top lane, Bob, hoping for a Water Rune, does get one. Mercury, he'll have to go down bot and get another. Yet Ohio has rotated, so they definitely want to try and set something up here on the Lesh. Like Bob might just be a little bit too healthy. Instead, they just get a nice deep Observer Ward in that mid lane as Ohio now will go back down towards the bot side. Zenki might be dead here. Fisher not actually being used up, and After Rain maybe just gave the call to let me pull this creep wave. Does not want to go in onto the Lion. Just slowly but surely pull it away.
Yeah, and he's getting his EXP up. You're not slowing down the Timbersaw, despite the Ursa kind of want to jump in on him. Of course, a bot for his part, having a lot more farm on hand as well. 33 to 5 on his safe lane, even ahead of Ghost, and considering Ghost's lane, which is basically free farm. Very good news for the side of SBE. You just want to build into that Battle Fury and get some more going on the Ursa.
After Rain, again, a lot of damage out. A bat really giving it to him, but he has a salve up. He was just waiting it out. You can see why After Rain was trying to get the pulls off in the first place. Just based off the fact that he can't really lane up against the Ursa. Not when you have a support Earthshaker who can't do anything but Fisher. It certainly doesn't make you feel very good as a Timbersaw. The bat has been very sure to try and give him as much of a headache as possible, as now they go in again with the Hex out and the Earth Spike, and that'll be a killer bat. The persistence pays off. For After Rain, I don't know what you do any longer, John. It's a very tough lane to have.
Yeah, I think you're fine with that, as you're also winning a top lane. Like, Enryu's also getting off to a slow start, chased down, but not dead. So I guess that's the difference here. The Abaddon lives, whereas the Timbersaw doesn't. And I guess it just comes down to, are you happier with a farm on your Medusa compared to the Ursa? I think for the most part right now, a bot is still 8 creeps up. Now, he's not going to be able to farm the jungle as fast without the Battle Fury compared to Medusa, but having this initial farm is still really good news. You're getting some big wins down mid as well. Bob is 44 to 10, Mercury's 34 to 4, so he's really lagging behind. The denies from Bob are slowing down the EXP of Mercury as well.
Mid lane, nice call out. Zenki has rotated to make sure they'll keep Bob safe, but it's a lot of damage out. Kick away Mercury, still not able to secure the kill on Bob. He is going to survive as Wayne will be the one to drop. That's great presence of mind from SBE, to know to be around that mid lane once the coil was up on Mercury. Everyone across the team seemed to be well aware that that was about to happen.
Yeah, they managed to punish that clump up from the side of Mystery. Now, Mystery don't lose a big target. It is just their pretty much pos 5 Tusk. And they buy out space on the side lane, so overall, not the worst thing to happen here for Mystery. They're still free farming on Medusa. And it looks like it is going to be a build-up into a Yasha Manta. So it doesn't look like we're seeing the move into a Massive Madness here.
After Rain. He's going to be okay, John. I got a little bit afraid for After Rain. It's like Zenki did not have the Earth Spike up at the time, so couldn't really lock him down. He has left the bat quite low in terms of HP as well, so a bat not opting to go for that early ring of health. Went for the damage instead with the broadsword or claymore, whichever one he did pick up. It looks like he's still going to be fine anyway. I mean, Bob came in, healed him up a little bit. He's going to be alright.
Yeah. They're going to look to pressure that land in Ohio.
Split Earth is going to land in Ohio. He's gone. After Rain, going to try and punish, but can't really do too much. He's just level 6. It's not enough to do much up against the Leshrac right now.
Yeah, it is the time to kind of pressure the Timbersaw before the Hood of Defiance up. So After Rain's very vulnerable right now, and I think that's why they're targeting that late, although up top.
Yeah, Enryu going to be dived, but the TP's immediately coming in. Enryu, he's still alive. He's not level 6, but it may not matter as they have so many numbers now. The Hex is out onto the puck, and that'll be Mercury and Wayne both dying. I'll say it once, I'll say it again. John Zenki and Samael, they're doing a great job of being ready whenever necessary to TP in to help out their teammates. They're doing a great job of it.
Yeah, they're just all over the map. And this is a lot of space for Bob as well. He's just constantly getting aggression. And Ohio again.
Oh boy, Ohio, he's having a tough time. That Earthshaker, you want to try and basically catch up in XP and gold, of course, for your Blink Dagger, but it's not going to be a fun time for Ohio this game, it seems. It's SBE currently 6-1, making their draft look very good so far.
Yeah, they're just starting to apply that aggression. It took a while. We didn't see it much from the initial laning phase, but now they are getting some space out. Still after rain, pushing in bot.
Does silence out. Got the T1 tower. After rain going to chain TP away, and there's no stun. He'll be just fine. Top side, looks like they did find out the Puck. Mercury. Not something you want to see. Puck dying 2 times in about the last minute. SBE now going to set up for that T1 top tower.
Yeah, and they're going to trade. Already lost their bot, so it should be relatively easy to clear out this top one. No defense coming through from the side of Team Mystery. Of course, this is the time where Ghost should just AFK farm. I have to say, the build-up in the Medusa here, I don't know how to feel about it. Like, for the most part, the most successful Medusas we see are Mask of Madness into the Yasha into Manta. This time it's just a straight up Manta rush. I think you lose out on a lot of DPS. You lose out on a lot of flash farm potential here. And it could lead to maybe slightly slower times for Ghost, although they dive top.
Yep, finger out. They got the silence off, so Afterrain's not out of it yet. He just needs a second longer. Can they protect him? He does chain away, and he's going to be fine for now. Bat's the one in danger. They coil him up. He's going to try and fight, but he just can't. Now Enryu, borrowed time is out. Bob gonna join the fray, trying to chase down Afterrain, but he is still running. Wayne gonna block him in with the shards as well, just really keeping this Timber alive. Samael in now with the silence out onto the Puck, but Bob, he is dropping low. Zenki trying to help the best he can. Ohio now shows up. The Yule's Ghost even TPing in now. The Hex is out. Mercury back in onto the left rack. Bob, he does finally drop. Samael is back in onto Ohio, but they've lost Zenki. He does kill off the Earthshaker. Still not a great team fight, I don't think, for the side of SBE. Have a look at the fight recap and see what happened. I believe they did drop more bodies than the side of Mystery did.
Yeah, it's not the best lineup from SBE. They overcommit for a Timber Saw. They don't respect how tanky it is. The casual Cloak is doing enough for Afterrain to barely live, and he just regens up with reactive, so have to be a bit cautious about diving that deep. You're not quite fully geared yet on SB to get that done. That's an unsuccessful finger for Zenki. No finger damage stacks up. They are still smoked up on SBE's end, though. Looks like they still want to target the top lane, and maybe this time around with Bob around for the full duration, they might be able to get enough damage on Afterrain this time.
Afterrain, Yules, Bob trying to get in range for it. Afterrain, no, he gets Yules up. Gonna land very nicely, and Zenki should have the rest of the control necessary, and does. Bob will take the kill on the left rack, and it's back onto that T1 top tower. Mystery, they'll take the time to keep farming up. The idea still remains the same. As long as Ghost is farming, they should be happy.
Yeah, and he is finding that farm. He's still lagging behind the Ursa, 5.9 versus 6.1, but the gap is marginal, so Ghost is still keeping up quite nicely. The Roche does fall, though, as it is an Ursa with a double damage again. Oh, so there's that first Roche at 12 minutes and a half in. Aegis up on Albat. He's going to be safer to farm, and he has his Battle Fury flying in, so he can really start to apply even more of a farm lead, because you didn't go for Mom. The farm speed of Ghost is just not that fast.
Don't talk about moms like that, John. It's not very nice. Mid lane. Wayne. He's gonna get in. Bob, Diabolic Edict going onto that T1 tower. Denki, having a look at Afterrain. Still not spotted out here on the line, but there is help around for Mystery. Make sure he remains safe on that Timber. Mystery's doing a great job of staying around the T1 mid tower, as now Zenki gets snowballed on. Shards on target. Zenki should have no way to release himself from this situation, and does not.
Get up if you can.
And it's very important what Mystery's doing, right, John? Like, you're hanging around the tier 1 mid, you don't let it drop. That'll allow your Medusa to keep farming the triangle.
Is under attack.
And if you can keep that up for as long as possible, eventually she's going to be a big problem.
Yep, it's just a straightforward game plan here for Mystery, and they're getting that done really nicely. I think for SBE now, the mid, I felt like that was the tower they should have been clumping around instead of top, but they do take control of the top jungle. They've got deep wards, and they are stalling out for their Ursa as well. Blink going to be up in Abbat soon. Once you've got that, you can jump in, get some damage off. I think maybe wait for either a casual SNY on top of that or a basher. Could be really nice, and that's the point where it starts to kick in. The Medusa now with a Manta Rush is going straight to the Scotty, so there's still more time to wait. They roll on.
And they do. Abbat, they spot a danger, but top side, they've got the Tusk. Samael and Bob going to take care of Wayne. They really want that tier 1 mid tower dead ASAP. Mystery, unwilling to try and let it go for free. I'm going to go into Abbat for a little bit, but eventually do have to leave.
Regeneration.
Should make Ghost life just a little bit harder here on this Medusa. See what SB's game plan is next. They'll go into the Dire Triangle, or rather Dire Jungle. They'll see Mercury on the puck. You don't really have a blink to initiate here if you're Zenki, and in fact, it's going to get smoke up from Mystery. Zenki, you run into Ohio, hasn't spotted him yet. They'll get the D wards out. But that might just be about it. I don't think they really want to go on the Abaddon.
Not the easiest target to go for.
Terrain?
Too fine.
Afterrain forces rotations, but he may be perma-stunned here. He's gone. Not really worth it, I don't think.
No. And he's, I guess, trying to get them away from the jungle, maybe trying to apply pressure in the mid-tier 1. Hood of Defiance alone, still not enough to save him. There's a lot of damage still flying out from all the supports, and the control alone is obnoxious, so have to be careful about diving too deep. I think for Mystery, it's not just Ghost getting some good farm. We're waiting for the blink timing on Ohio. He's 30 gold away, 20 gold away, so it's up pretty much on the Shaker, and you're going to have that initiation option now, Blink Echo Slam available for the Shaker to play with, and that should allow them to maybe look for some more aggressive angles if Mystery wants to play. Just play with Dream Coil Echo, and I think you can maybe force some issues onto SBE, but the game plan's still the same. Sit back, wait for Ghost. Aside of SBE, Abbat just trying to rush about BKB, so they know they've got to play.
Nice easy kill onto Wayne. Ghost does at least get a courier for his trouble, but he could be in a spot of danger. Enryu wants to try and run him down. Ghost will leave the Manta illusions. Gonna turn around, but they know he's there. And Abbat, he's got a double damage rune. He's on Mercury now, and the silence is out. Samael, he makes sure the puck can't get out of there into Afterrain now. Coil gonna be broken. Abbat, he's gonna lose the Aegis. Ghost now. Stone Gaze is out. Ohio is there for the control. Abbat, how do you get out of this one? He'll go on to Afterrain. He'll try to fight this one out. Bob from the high ground gets a split earth off, and they go kill the Timber, but now the Echo's out. They got the Ursa down. Samael and Bob gonna move in. Wayne, he's gonna drop, but they are trapped between a rock and a hard place, at least for now. With the Shard and the Fisher, but it won't matter. Still ends up being somewhat decent for both teams. Though I don't think SBE really wanted to lose the Ursa there.
Definitely not. Just a bit awkward in that fight. I don't think they spotted out the blink on Ohio until then. So some good reveals coming out from Ohio Shaker, managing to hammer in that win, and they keep Ghost alive. So Medusa stays very healthy throughout all of that. They at least finish off the puck, and that's it's decent enough for slowing down the pace into the Blinkins. For the side of SBE right now, I think they need the BKBs to fly through. Like, the control onto the Ursa is too much. You're just not as maneuverable with no prospect for the Abyssal Blink. With that gone, Ursa's just a lot harder to get into the front line. So
Wayne.
BKB's going to be necessary. And Wayne?
Yeah, he's been caught out again on that task, trying to secure the power rune, but it may cost him. Afterrain gonna try and help. Snowball is there. Meanwhile, Ghost dies. Abbat, he kills off the Medusa. Looks like the team tried to protect Wayne over the Medusa. Or Bat, it was literally just him.
That is a scary prospect for Mystery.
It was actually Bob. Bob was there too. Never mind.
Yeah. it's still way too much. You don't want to leave the Medusa alone. They don't have wards. I mean, they have one set of wards up top. Watching the top ramp, though, so the lower ramp is still very easy to access here for the side of SBE. And they're going to set their sights onto the tier 2 tower. If they can take that out, the control in this top jungle drop even more for the side of Mystery and just makes it harder for Ghost to farm. And I have to tell you, Ghost is not farming amazingly well. Like, a Medusa tends to overtake. We're not seeing Ghost overtake. It's still a bot's game in terms of net worth lead.
Snowball, Wayne, going to go in onto the Lion. Zenki's still alive. We'll turn around for a hex now. Wayne is going to drop first, but they do get the Lion. Now, Bat, do you want to stick around? Not quite. Bob, meanwhile, going to back off with Samael. Ghost still chasing. Borrowed time going to be popped on Enryu, but that'll be about it unless Ohio can blink in and find a nice Fisher. So 1-for-1 on the supports, and both teams will leave.
It's not the biggest loss for either side. You're happy about that for SBE because you got a finger kill. So you've got 2 stacks up now on your line, just 80 more damage. It starts to pile on as the game goes on, so always something that's great for every hero if you've got some infinite scaling on hand. Still Mystery, you know, they're getting some farm up. The Scotty for Ghost isn't too far off, just lacking the gold for one more ultimate orb. And once you have that, the Ursa's going to be really kited around. The Abat is not going to have a good time trying to run up. It's going to have to depend on a very good blink angle to focus down the Dusa. And sometimes you just don't find that, so we'll see if he can overcome the Scotty once it's up. He still has this net worth lead of about 1k gold. And that's still fairly good news for an Ursa. Like, he's making good work, but his Battle Fury has the BKB up. That's one way to kind of mitigate some of that pressure. I think we need to see Zenki's blink come through next. Like the Lion blink, just to get the Hex control onto the Puck or onto the Medusa if you need it, is very important here for SVE. And I'd say this is actually a really good Ag Shard game for Lion. Because you just get to focus down Mana Drain. Once the Stone Gaze is gone from Ghost, you can just burn through her Mana Shield. And that's one thing that Lion can do against Medusa, just take away basically all her durability.
Wayne, nice smoke break. Chance to block the way in a Bat. He's going to run around the long way. Still gets in. Onto the task. Snowball is going to be there now. Stonegaze Ghost. He wants to fight, but a Bat going to BKB and walk the other way. Just turn his back and now turn right back around. Ghost stunned up. Samael kicks him back. He's been left alone. Ghost needs some help. They'll just try to chain through. Do they have the damage to take out the side of SB?
Ooh.
The Echo comes in, but it's not enough yet. Ohio trying to save them. In fact, After Rain with a big chain through will wipe out the side of SBE, and they'll find Enryu to boot.
Playing Dota 2. Double kill.
There was a fair bit of damage out from Ohio with the Echo, but eventually they just kind of grouped up there, and SBE, they get punished.
Yeah, they could not melt through the Dusa fast enough. And that is a major turning point for Mystery. They get the network lead on their side, less than 1k, but the gap between Ghost and Abat is now pretty much non-existent. We're talking about 60 gold between them. So Medusa can start to take over now. The Scotty's up. It wasn't even up there in the last fight. Now you have to contend with trying to chase Medusa with Scotty. And that is just not easy.
And a Grove Bow, of course.
Oh, beautiful. Of course. Just everything you need every single time. Ghost gonna be very happy with that, and even find a courier. That's a really big one. Ob's courier. That could have led into his build up on the Bloodstone. It's not gonna be there now, so he's just gonna be stalled out in his own item timings because of that.
It's definitely looking very bad now for SBE. They're gonna try and sneak a Roshan. Not gonna be too. Not gonna take too long here for a Bat. See what they can get done with this Roshan. They've got the shards now on a Bat, so you have that free enrage every time you use the Earth Shock, which is very nice. Also has the Aegis. Cheese was taken by Enryu. Make that Abaddon's life a bit more difficult to take. But Mystery can just still sit back and farm. I mean, there's no rush for them.
No. They've got that massive late game win condition in Ghost. It's trying to rush the Butterfly next after the Scotty, and you don't really have good ways of piercing through that evasion. Like, maybe you go MKB here on a bot, that could work out and kind of counteract it, but he's not going for it yet. He's going for Basher first, so if he does figure out the Butterfly's coming through, it's going to take some time to farm it up. there's going to be a massive moment where Ghost is just going to be really hard to pierce through. Does make it obvious by showing his Talisman of Evasion. So I think this is something SBE, if they're checking inventories, they should be aware of and should be ready to take care of. They've got some good items flying through soon on SBE's end. Blink is almost up for Zenki. So Lion Blink means they can reach the back, take control on either Puck, the Timbersaw, or the Medusa first, get the burst damage off, and get the numbers advantage before anything else can happen. So again, very important for SBE in these aggressive plays, but Mystery, they're smoked up.
Oh, nice fish on. Ohio caught Zenki. They want the line dead and they'll get it. But he's also been caught. He needs some help. The Enrage is not going to help him enough. He'll lose the Aegis. And this is looking really poor for SBE now, as the Bat's going to try and run. The Shards will work against them. Stone Gaze, not going to be enough. Ohio is in with the Fisher, but the BKB is going to save the day for a Bat. Had it not been for those Shards, I'm not sure how that would have went. But they don't get the Ursa this time. They'll only get the Aegis.
Yeah, that's still a big win. Like, the Ursa needs the Aegis to stand in front against the Medusa. Even with his net worth lead, it just doesn't feel like the burst damage is on hand. Although,
nice kick back. They found a massive target. Ghost, how do you get out of this one? He has no Stone Gaze. Bob, meanwhile, dies to Wayne. But the Medusa, she needs some help. She's out of mana. She's just sitting still right now. Ghost still going to try and survive Mercury. He's into the team fight now. Ghost is still running the snowball. The Fisher, can he actually make it out? It looks like he just may. He is still man fighting. Eventually going down. But at what cost for SBE? Oh, Zenki, he's going to try and hide. Ohio's found him.
Don't take that magnitude.
I mean, what do you do, John? You've got 5 heroes in the Medusa by herself, and she just won't die fast enough.
yeah, it's a bit of a mess. I think one big issue for SB there was that Bob was elsewhere. He was trying to split push that bot tier 1, got punished. So you lacked one major source of damage, the Leshrac, because no damage is coming through from the Sabadon. The damage coming through from your Ursa needs a lot of right clicks to build up. And again, the 15% evasion might have been costing some issues to get those initial swipes off. And you can see a bot actually queuing up the MKB next after this basher. So he knows he has to get those hits. It's really awkward in these fights. I think the ideal situation is Zenki comes in, gets the stuns, and then starts the mana drain. But we didn't see him commit the mana drain until the shield was already away. So Zenki just needs to get at least one stun, immediately mana drain. Don't even bother going for the Hex and Impale Earth Spike combo back to back. Just go for either or on control and drain immediately. You need to drain her while the damage is flying through. Otherwise, the mitigation's just way too strong. And Mystery, they hold a slight net worth lead still. Ghost is looking really scary. The Butterfly's not too far off. They've got the Dagons being queued up here on Mercury. He just wants to get instantaneous burst down. And that's going to be massive if he can find that farm. He already has the Lincolns up to prevent Hexes out on himself. So it's harder to lock in that puck. And it just makes it more complicated for SBE to actually get that control they need.
They're going to try and go high ground, it seems. SBE is going to force back the side of Mystery. Mercury's in. Fisher out. Bob. Oh, there's a Dream Coil. Locking them down.
They're unstoppable.
Where's your follow-up damage after Rain? He got Zenki down to the bot side. They're still trying to get back to this high ground. Henry is going to run now. Mercury couldn't hold them down long enough. On the other hand, though, SBE cannot go high ground either.
Yeah, it's a good defense coming through. They find a free pick-off on the bot lane. SBE now back to the drawing board a bit. They don't have a Roche to play for. They need to just get some farm here in the bot. Wait for the MKB to be up on the Ursa. I think they're going to need... Honestly, we need a disarm. Like, you just need something to stop the Medusa from getting hits off. Disarm up on Enryu would be big, but he's saving up for the Ags instead. So they just want that utility with borrowed time. The heal's flying through. That can help. I think it's a bigger help if you just stop the Medusa from actually getting damage off anyway. So we'll see if they itemize for that, or perhaps a Hex on hand here on Bob. He's saving up for the Shivas, which is good. You mitigate the healing coming through. But again, just stop Ghost from hitting. Look how fast this right click is.
Uh-oh. Bob. He's got Cheese Bloodstone and a BKB now, but none of it's going to be enough. Zenki, he's been caught and oh no, here we go, Enryu. He's gonna try and run with the borrowed time, but the Eye of Skadi Slow may prove to be enough. He's trying. There's the GG tree being dropped by After Rain. Chain right to it. Is it too late? Is Ghost too far ahead now with that butterfly? It's starting to feel like it.
The funny thing is, Ghost isn't even ahead. Right? He's just 18k, a bot is 19. The other cores of the Mystery are behind even Bob. I think the issue is SBE are just kind of declumped. They're giving so much space out for Mystery to play this game on their terms, and they're going high ground. They're trying to counteract with their own push up top, but that's just a bot. There's no Leshrac around to help him do that.
They're going to be able to counter push anyway. I mean, the bot Rax is going down a bat. He's not going to feel comfortable to keep going here. I think Mystery will have plenty of time to bring Ghost back to defend if they need to, but they're going to jump in anyway. Samael's in. That's actually a lot of damage being dealt out. Ohio's gone, but Wayne has caught out a bat. He still is going to try and man fight up against the Tusk, but the snowball is there, and now Mercury has Coil back up. They have caught out the Ursa. They will get the kill. Samael, he's still going to try and trade with something, but it's not looking great for him as now After Rain is here on the Timber, and that'll be Samael gone. Meanwhile, on the bot side, our Medusa's gone. Ghost has already left the building, and they got the bot Rax.
Yeah, that's such a pretty big gambit coming out from South Built Esports, trying to go for a tower trade. Ursa alone is not really a great tower melter. You need your Leshrac. That should be Bob's job. So they miss out. At least the tier 3's opened up, so the racks are sort of exposed if they wanted to try. But you're feeling a lot better now in Mystery's then. 6k up, all the farm in the world for Ghost, not contested at all. He died twice, that's it. The Hurricane Pike is going to be up very soon on this Medusa as well, and you know, just with the stats on hand with that, with a buff to Dragonlance Agi, it feels a lot better for a lot of cores, and they just have much more to play with. SBE needs to find a way to close this gap out. There's a smoke here from Mystery though, they're hunting up top, no one's there. But they find a tier 1, they're going to line up for the tier 2 mid and tier 2 top. And I think if you're SBE right now, you can't actually defend. You have to play high ground here.
Right, you do, John. Even a Dagon out now on Mercury. He's just got it on the courier. Love me some Dagon Puck. Now, if you're SBE, you start to ask yourself, how do you come back into this game? At least Abad is trying to pick up the MKB to counter out the butterfly evasion, but well, now there's a 4-star out on Ghost. He'll buy a Hurricane Pike. That way you can just push him away. No problem.
Yeah, it's just such a hard game for the Ursa to get on top of the Medusa. And the last time we saw it, the damage output coming through here from a bot, it doesn't feel substantial enough. The MKB isn't even done yet on a bot. They're now just stuck in the high ground. The next rush is a very short respawn as well, just about 10 seconds off now. So that's something that SBE cannot give away, but Mystery will be right next to it to take it out. They've got everything they need to protect themselves now as well. And it's just, it feels like SBE's in the position that Mystery was last time while they were behind. Now we need to see if SBE can get that good high ground defense. Issue is they don't have great high ground fight. There's no egg, there's no arena, there's no RP, there's no black hole, nothing like that in terms of big teamfight spells. And Mystery just goes straight into the pit. There's a free Ag's Blessing along the Aegis Cheese. We're going to have a very good time with an upgrade on, say, the Puck here to pierce through BKBs if they want that.
Nice easy Roshan, Aghanim Scepter. Oh, you give that to Mercury, surely. Now you've got an Aghanim Scepter Dream Coil with a Medusa who's very farmed, and you've got a big problem if you're SBE. They are smoked up right now. I'm not sure about this. This could be a really bad idea. SBE, they're going to try and move in. Maybe if they catch them out, split up Ohio. Not going to get caught. They have the high ground advantage now. Going to move back to the low ground. I suppose this is a very desperate kind of smoke to make, and they are going to roll in onto Wayne. They're caught with the Tusk, but now a 3-man coil locking them down. This is looking rough already. Samael, he's going to go. There goes Zenki. Bat's trying to fight within the Dream Coil, but it's not looking great for him. He'll try to TP out, but it's not going to be enough. The damage output is too high. The tips are out. Even more now. They found Enryu. They're buying back, but this might be the last team fight. Zenryu, for a time, will eventually pop. The rotation back in. Bob is going to be Warrior's Punch. He'll pop the BKB and try to pulse Nova his way to victory. But Ghost is just going to right-click away on the Leshrac. Maybe they found the puck. Maybe not though. Mercury, he is still alive. Bob is dropping very, very quickly. They don't have a buyback on the Ursa. Surely they can't keep fighting like this. Zenki, he will drop to boot. And now Samael has been caught by the Fisher of Ohio. They found another. 3 heroes down without buyback. And Mystery, they'll go for Megas. Probably not enough time for tier 4 towers. But it won't matter if you have the Megas up anyway. In fact, Enryu again is caught. That'll force the buyback up from Bob. Coil, Dagon, all out onto the Leshrac. Fisher gonna connect, and that'll be Bob dying back now, it looks like. Enryu is there with the borrowed time. Bob, he's gonna try and make a run for it. Who do they go after? Why not just both? Bob, he's gonna tie. Enryu trying to get to the fountain, but he is not fast enough, and that's it. The GG has been called. And you know what, John? Mystery, game 1 looked really bad for them, and SBE looked like they were gonna confidently take out the series, but game 2 and 3, they make it work. And they win out the series in the end.
Yeah, it was fairly contested in the first 2 games, but game number 3 looked a lot more dominating here from the side of Mystery. They managed to really just buy space for Ghost. Even though he didn't go for Mask of Madness, he wasn't really ahead in farm. SBE felt the pressure to force some fights, and it just couldn't tie in. They weren't finding enough from those exchanges. They were trying to chase down some less than ideal targets, and but it was such a hard Ursa game. Like that last pick just didn't really amount to much. It's a melee core up against a natural Scotty builder. There's a lot of distance between them. They did not have enough hold there from the side of SBE in terms of a wider team fight. I think it boiled down to the 2 picks, the Ursa and the Abaddon. Like the impact of Enryu was minimal as well. He was alive in the front line, and that was it. But we do have an interview on hand here, Mike.
Do we? Who have we got? Oh, we've got
Hello.
Ohio.
In here.
Yeah, hello.
Ohio.
How are you,
Yeah.
sir?
Pretty good. I'm good.
Very good to hear.
All right.
How are you
Can
feeling
you guys
after... Yes?
Can you guys hear me?
Yes,
Yeah,
of
we can
course.
hear you.
Okay. Yep.
It's been a long time, Ohio. I guess the first question is, how do you feel after the victory? It was obviously quite an intense game. It looked like it was going to be over in that second game, but you guys made a big comeback. Are you feeling hyped up? Are you energetic right now, or are you feeling a bit tired?
Of course, it's energy. I mean, very energy because I feel like we are kind of new. We have a lot of stuff like we need to improve, and then we don't have so much like really good play in the game, but we just really trying so hard to play, and then that's why we win, having the comeback for the game.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that was the spirit of C there. Never give up, never give in, even at a huge deficit. Like in the pubs, right? It's like TI finals. You never give that ancient up. Yeah. I've got a couple of questions for you, Ohio. It's been a while since we've seen you in like Valve events. It's great to have you back around.
Mhm.
This is unrelated to Dota. Me and Mike have been always bugging you in lobby for like 3 years now. What would you actually want? What's your actual favorite food? I've got to ask because I keep bugging you about nasi lemak. But
You mean
what do you actually enjoy eating? Yes.
favorite
yeah,
food?
yeah.
Oh, actually, I really love to eat a lot Japanese food, sushi.
Okay.
Yeah, I really love it a lot. Last time I was like maybe a week. I having 4 days sushi, I guess. Just too much. Yeah, I really like Japanese food.
All right. So next time around, I think me and Mike know where to go. We'll hit a
Yeah.
izakaya together. Yeah.
Yeah,
Sushi
man.
bar. Now, a question about the patch. Like as you mentioned, you guys are a new team. That means you know how some teams have a dynamic, have a certain way of playing. Do you think that helps out? Like it's a new patch as well. You're a new team. Does it allow you in this experience to be more open-minded to different playstyles and different approaches?
Actually, I think help a lot because every time I feel that every new page is coming out, right? A lot of teams like they have to like really read a lot the new page, and then every team is new for me. Like everything, a lot of stuff you have to like read a lot of new stuff. So you have to re-preparation all the new playstyle and for the new meta hero again. So it's really pretty cool for us.
Absolutely. Of
Yeah.
course, I want to take it back to game two. That life stealer, the divine pickup. How were you guys confident you were going to make the comeback? Like, was it a bit scary? Did you feel like it was, a very low chance? What happened? What were the comps like?
Well, one thing's inside teacher I learned a lot, even in the pubs. There is high risk, high return. You're not sure, but sometimes when you're losing so much, you need something that's really big, high risk to make you come back for the game. So when Go say you want to go defend RP, I was saying, come on, bro, let's go. We have to fight.
Exactly it. Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, hi. I mean, the thing is as well, John asked you about food. I'm pretty sure we owe him beer, John. I'm pretty sure that was the answer.
beer
he
and
used to
nasi
give us.
lemak. Yeah.
Right.
You mean what? Beer and nasi lemak?
Yeah. That was the
Yes.
offer last time in lobbies, Ohio. Yeah.
Is that me? Okay, I'm too. I like that too, actually.
Yeah, there it is. There it is.
Any teams you guys look forward to going up against Ohio? Any team in particular in the lower division that you really want to just go up against right now, if you could?
Yeah, if right now, I guess everything for me is the same. Actually, the team I want to fight the most is no matter what is SMG because I want to kill Mishi so much. Actually, yesterday I was just get punished already. So right now for me, every team is like really. I mean, not same to me. It's like every team is because maybe I'm not really like my team is like not really preparation enough. So every team is like it's depend on us. Like how much preparation for me to fight against every team now. So I
Right.
think no one else that I really want to focus on to fight against with. Yeah.
Right.
Fair enough.
Well,
Fair
fair
enough. Well, with that, I think we'll let you go for the night, Ohio. Thank you very much for the interview and congratulations on your
Thank
win.
you.
I wish you the best of luck in the future.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ohio. Have a good night.
Okay, see you. Bye bye.
Bye. That was Ohio. It's been such a long time. And we've talked to this guy so many times in different lobbies. He's always been such a friendly guy to you and I, John. And
Yeah.
we finally get to talk to the guy for a bit. He does seem like one of those guys. He reminds me of QO a lot. You know QO from the old MVP Phoenix. I went out with QO a few weeks ago. He's the kind of guy you just like to drink with, have food with, just party. And Ohio sounds like that kind of guy he's a fun time, He's not going to be the boring guy sitting in the corner not saying anything. He's going to be the guy in the middle handing out drinks, making everyone happy. And just makes me happy to hear him happy, John. That's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, I'm glad to have Ohio back again for you and I. It's been a while since we've seen Ohio on a big stage, so it's good to see that old vet back, reinvigorated with a young stack. He's like the guiding voice, and that voice it looks like it's speaking loudly. Like
I agree.
Mystery, we doubted him yesterday against SMG, as Ohio said. He wanted to kill Mushi, but they didn't manage to clean it out. But this time around, SBE looked strong. They were 3-0. Like that is top performance in the lower div, and they just come in, force a game 3, take it 2-1. They hold out till the end. The mindset's there, and I think a lot of that rides back to just how much experience Ohio has across different regions. So great to see him back, and hopefully that performance stays up. But the lower div, with that loss on SBE, I think that shakes up the standings. That shakes up the power ranks for sure.
It does. Unfortunately, I haven't got the standings to show right now, John, but currently they are still sitting in first, just with 3 wins, 1 loss for SBE. MG.Trust right behind them, currently sitting at 2-0. So they're basically stuck in first place right now because they have had the most games out of every other team. But as the games do go on, that may change. So SBE definitely needs to feel a little bit more careful here. And again, Mystery, maybe not a team that everyone was expecting to perform, and even Ohio himself saying that they do need a lot of practice and there's a long way to go, but they did look good. They made the comeback. And of course, with that, John, that is going to be it for us tonight in the lower division. However, that is not all the Dota that there is. I believe the main PGL channel does have Boom Esports up against Neon, which I'll personally be watching right after we're done with this stream because I can't wait to see that game between the full Boom Esports stack, having Dreamer Soul back up against Neon, who just came back from a major, placing 6th, and I reckon it'll be a pretty hot matchup, as I think every team out there right now in Southeast Asia wants to kind of beat Neon out. Just show that if Neon can get 6th in the major, we could have done better. But for now, that is it for John and I. I plan to host the main channel, so if you are going to watch the PGL main channel for Neon vs. Boom, you can either go there right now, or you can stick around, and after a few minutes, I'll host them, and you can just be there through my channel. Otherwise, it's been an absolute pleasure casting for you tonight. And are we back tomorrow, John, before I quickly head off?
I believe tomorrow's an off day for the lower div. We'll be back Saturday for more games, but that's it for now.
Okay, thank you very much for watching, everyone. You all have a lovely night and enjoy the upper division.